It's speed. You feel it. It's in there.
Only a crazy person would compete in this sport.
Oh, boy! Contact there!
Watch out!
Winner or quit. To be a champion, it's about getting down to the nitty-gritty. It's about digging deeper than the next guy, even when you already dug as deep as you could.
Every decision we made, we weren't going to win.
I want to win a championship.
We finally made it to the top, and I want to stay there for a little while.
We have the team to beat.
It's the same as it's always been. You have to go out there and win.
I was born to race.
Come on, Shayna!
I just made history, became the first female to win in the sport.
I hate losing more than I like to win.
Come on, Kenny.
You can make as many excuses as you want, but that's not how champions are made. They go out and figure out how to get the job done.
I knew something was wrong. I was devastated.
Get the shit kicked out of her and then falling apart between each race and stuff.
Do I really want to continue?
I knew that I had a shot at this.
Every day I'm doing something to make myself a better racer.
We have this thing in common that nobody else understands.
We're racked. We are ready.
The drama has started already.
Rocket ship fast. Here it is, side by side. There is no greater thrill in life.
Oh, no!
He's right there on the rear fender. What a finish.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, INDYCAR, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crower Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crower Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crower Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crower, victory is within your reach.
For over 25 years, Wisconsin-based C-Tech Manufacturing has been engineering and manufacturing the toughest, most accessible aluminum tool drawers, cabinets, carts, and tactical storage solutions for America's hardest working professionals. Whatever you need to store and however you need to store it, put your trust in C-Tech Manufacturing. We build it better. Visit our new website at ctechmanufacturing.com or give us a call at 715-355-8842.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Good morning and welcome to Race Industry Week 2024. This is day 4 and our final day of this year Race Industry Week, brought to you by ePortrade, Racer and Speed Sport, presented to you by ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Shocks, Peak, Fifth Third Bank Motorsport, Scott Lewis Associate, Crower, and sponsored by ARP, C-Tech Manufacturing, Performance Plus Global Logistics, and 3P Racing Sensors. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of ePortrade, the racing industry, every minute, every day. So again, welcome to Race Industry Week 2024. The full schedule and as well as the list of the speakers are available on ePortrade.com, so please take advantage of it. With me this morning are Judy Kinn, the co-founder of ePortrade, Joe Tripp, the president, CEO, and managing partner of Speed Sport, Scott Shelton, the Chief Revenue Officer of Racer, and our special host for this morning session, Mr. David Melchor Lopez from Racer. Judy?
Thank you, Francisque, and welcome everyone. In fact, good morning. What an adventure in motorsport we've had this week with one full day
pack day left. So, you know, this week was really created and born out of COVID. The world stopped. We had no trade shows, so we said, let's produce one for the industry. Here we are on our 5th annual Race Industry Week. And I just want to make a special thank you, shout out to our partners, all our sponsors. They believe in what we're doing to help this industry connect all year long through Race Industry Week, through our weekly technical webinars, and the Racing Destination, where we connect buyers and suppliers all year. We generate leads. So thank you to our sponsors, and on to you, Mr. Scott.
Thanks, Judy. Good morning, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here with all of you for INDYCAR Trade's 5th annual Race Industry Week. This is a special moment bringing together the best minds in motorsport. I'm Scott Shelton, and I'm the Chief Revenue Officer at Racer. And it's so exciting to be a part of a brand that's deeply embedded in the culture of motorsport. At Racer, we've got a lot of exciting things happening right now, new ideas, new opportunities, and new ways to engage with this incredible audience. All of our stories, news, videos, and posts are created through the lens of a racer. Check us out on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, X, and of course, racer.com. However, today is another amazing lineup of guests, and I, for one, am thrilled to be here to listen again, to learn, and be inspired, just like all of you. Thank you again, INDYCAR Trade, for assembling just another incredible day. And now let me hand it over to Joe Tripp, Managing Partner and CEO at Speed Sport. Joe, take it away.
Thanks, Scott. Well said, as always. It struck me, it's been such a great week already with 3 just super solid days. And just like in real racing, we hit our marks, and then there were a few things that went a little sideways, but we learned. But the content is just fantastic. That's what this is really all about, as you said, Judy, connecting people and sharing information. So I look at it as we're entering the 4th segment of an endurance race today. And as racers, we're going to hit our marks. But you know what? We're already thinking about the next race. We're already thinking about the setup and the ideas and the things that we'll do differently next year. And that's what's so fun about being part of this group is we're progressive. We're always thinking ahead, just like this brilliant idea that Francisca and Judy came up with 5 years ago. So I'm honored to be part of it. I'm excited when this race car comes back in the shop and we start tuning on it for next year. So let's go hit our marks today and finish strong.
Thank you, Joe, and very well said. And thank you, Scott, and thank you, Judy. David, you are going to be starting the first session with a pretty amazing lineup of speakers, right?
Yeah, how did that happen? It's amazing. But yeah, I'm delighted it's a double session because me and Mike Hull should actually talk for 3 hours, I think, just between us. So it's just as well. It's down to 1 hour. And myself and Alex Palou and Barry Wanser. Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Do excuse me for being so unprofessional that I couldn't actually see the screen. There we go. Yes, it's an excellent lineup, and it's always good to speak to champions and get their perspective. I think it brings everyone up to a certain level the next day. You
had a few. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
You had a few good sessions too in the recent days.
Yeah. It was lovely speaking to HSR and SVRA yesterday. It was very good fun because I like to hear their ambitions because like all of us, I feel that you want to know which way the historic scene is going because. I mean, as I mentioned to both of them yesterday, the increased complication of each successive generation of cars as they become classics is a bit of a worry. Like in the same way that if you bought a 90s car or an 80s car, how certain can you be that there are talents out there that can fix it? I feel the same way about it.
Let me interrupt you, David. I
Yeah.
think we're getting ready to bring Alex, Mike, and Barry on screen with us. So stay with us. We're going to bring our panelists any second, and we're going to start our first session of the day with Team Ganassi, and we're delighted to have them on with us. So stay with us any second, and we're going to be transitioning in our first session of Race Industry Week 2024, Day 4. Again, to view the schedule of the event as well as the list of the speakers, please visit eportrait.com. And I'm being told by our producer that our speakers are ready to be joining us. And we also, a big thank you to Speed Sport 1 and Speed Sport. There you go. Here's good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
David, we'll let you make the introduction and we'll let you take over.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Welcome to Barry Wanser, Senior Manager of Racing Operations at Chip Ganassi Racing, Alex Palou, 3-time INDYCAR champion, and Mike Hull, Managing Director of Chip Ganassi Racing. Thank you, gentlemen, for showing up and ready to spread your genius around, because there's a lot to talk about. A fantastic season, I would like to start with Mike first of all and ask how Chip Ganassi Racing's 16th INDYCAR title ranks among the team's list of accolades.
Wow. A long time ago when we architecturally started building this team, we didn't really think about 16 times. And if we stopped to think about that, that would be very paralyzing, frankly. I think the culture here has always been being prepared fully for the next race. And you read about that in other sports, about the process. You see that in football, you see it in golf, you see it in baseball, you see it in tennis, you see it everywhere. I think that's the basic fundamental of who Chip Ganassi is, what Chip Ganassi has become. For me personally, when I come back from a race that we've won, I'm scared to death that we'll never win another race, frankly. So that's what drives me, and I think our people are driven by the same measure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there was that famous quote about being weighed and measured and come up wanting. You know, we just want to work really hard when we're weighed and measured against the best in the business, and we're not wanting. And I think that defines who we are.
And Alex, how do you rate your third title compared with your first and your second? I mean, the fact that you've packed 3 in just 4 years is ridiculous. But you know, I mean, congratulations. But
thank you.
How would you rate it compared with your previous 2?
Yeah, morning everyone. It's hard to rate. It's hard to compare the seasons. It's hard to compare always the years. Every year is tougher in like different ways. For me, this one was the most special. I think that doing it once, it's very tough, but repeating it and especially doing it back to back, it just feels like it's tougher. It just goes more difficult and more difficult to try and stay the best after one season. So on top of that, I had my daughter with me this year for the first time, so that made it special. But I would say that the fact that we're capable of going back to back, it made it extraordinary. So it was a super fun year. We had a lot of up and downs compared to like 2023, for example, and we didn't know until the end if we were going to be able to win it or not. But I think that passing through some tough moments, like starting 24th on the last race of the season on an oval, that made the emotion afterwards really sweet. So yeah, it's been incredible. As Mike said, I don't know if we're scared of not winning again, but we are like, man, we need to do it again. Like we need to make sure that everybody, the mechanics, the engineers, management, and especially myself, the drivers, that we're capable of going back the next weekend and trying to be the best again. So it's super tough. In INDYCAR, we only won 2 races that counted for points last year, but still we got the championship, which was the best thing.
Absolutely. And Barry, there was only one year under Alex's belt when he joined you from Dale Coyne, but already he seemed very mature. It was possibly the year in Super Formula that really got him up to speed. But I still feel that like there's even more potential. How would you rate 2021 Palou to 2024 Palou?
Good morning, everybody. So, David, you want me to brag about Alex a little bit here? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
When he came to us in 2021, we certainly saw from what he did in his first year in INDYCAR with Dale Coyne Racing that he possessed some talent. And at Chip Ganassi Racing, it's like, all right, let's give this young driver an opportunity to see what we can do together. And certainly in 2021, we came out of the gates pretty strong with the win at Barber, and then just consistent running, consistent qualifying certainly helped us achieve the first championship with Alex in 21. But certainly since then, he's learned so much. He's constantly learning in the car, out of the car, in the simulators, spending time with the team, and just absorbing what it takes to actually be a champion. And to, like Alex said, really to back up his first championship with a second one, and then certainly what we accomplished this year, and what Alex as well accomplished is just incredible with back-to-back championships, especially this year. It's definitely, I agree with Alex, it's the most rewarding championship of the 3 this year, because we did have a lot of setbacks, a lot of challenges to overcome, and not just Alex, but the entire team, rallied behind everything, and we came out on top, which was pretty amazing. But it's the off season is too short, and we can't wait to get back to the racetrack, and we want to continue to win. So that's our goal. That's our expectation, is to go to the track with the confidence to continue winning. It's what we love. Racing is what we do, and we're looking forward to doing more of that with Alex.
Absolutely. Do you obviously someone at the Scott Dixon end of the at the end of not twilight, sunset years, his improvements are going to be infinitesimal year to year to year. But what do you think, Alex, at the age of 27, where do you feel he's still got room for improvement? And I'm going to ask Alex the same thing. But where do you feel like there can be room for improvement to make you win, I don't know, 4 consecutive INDYCAR titles?
When I look at it, what it takes to improve, or what the improvement needed, I think that's across the board, not just for what Alex is learning every day in the car or the simulator, but also the communication and what's required with the team, from engineering to improve the cars, to be in a position to qualify further up front. It's hard to win an INDYCAR, and it's these little things that add up tremendously to give you an edge. And it's an edge in INDYCAR is a very slight edge, but you'll take it. But that's with good communication, the team performance, our qualifying could be better. But it's not just a team thing, it's also a driver thing. It's that relationship the driver has with his engineer, with the engineering staff, what it takes, everything from, the dampers to the setups, the collaboration between all the engineers on the test items with short sessions that we do amongst all the cars. I think we need to continue that and improve our overall performance.
Mike, do you think that Alex can become even better?
I was thinking about that as you asked that question of Barry. If you study IndyCar racing, David, from the very beginning of IndyCar racing, and not too many people probably do that, they just live in the present. So they only see what we see today. And Barry said it, it's a very competitive situation. It's always been a measure of that. What drivers like Alex do or have done from the very beginning of IndyCar racing is they have raced for a team that provides the resource for them to win, and they haven't forgotten where they came from.
Right.
And Chip Ganassi Racing has been very fortunate because it has an owner who sees that in race drivers. Not all owners really understand that the instinctive nature that drivers like Alex provide to be a separator as a team member. And what that means is they're totally unselfish, number one. Number two, they share with their teammates. And number three, they operate on a level playing field, a level plane with the people who work on the race car, whether it be the person who is the communication director, whether it's the technician that works in the sub-assembly shop that never travels to the racetrack, whether it be the person who drives a transporter, whether it be the engineer. Let's face it, some people's names are recognized because they get more notoriety because they're given all the credit. The driver gets the credit, the lead engineer gets the credit, the strategist gets the credit, the owner gets the credit, but the reality is the credit goes to the entire team. So that rolls back to the driver. The driver, if he or she remember where they came from, the team is very successful for a long period of time.
Yeah.
What happens in motor racing, and we see it, is the fastest way to win a race is to copy what the people are doing that wins. The way to win a lot of races is to continue to change the way that you race while you're winning. And drivers, in Alex's case especially, what they do is they're not afraid to change their drive style. They're not afraid. They have a very open mind about what they do because they realize that the driver next door on the grid is already copying them because they want to win. That's what separates Alex, Dixon, other drivers that we've had in the past from the beginning of our time in IndyCar racing from the rest.
Alex, do you feel like there are areas where you could be even better?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I would say that's the beauty of motorsport as well, that you can always break, I don't know, 1 feet deeper, or you can go on throttle just a little bit earlier, or just rolling more speed. Yeah, you can always do stuff better, which is what I love. I love trying to improve. And I would say, as Barry and Mike said, that's also in the team's culture. Like the team as well could just say, they could just give up and say, oh, we won, I don't know, 2 championships. We have the best car, we have the best team. That's it. We don't need anything else. But I think everybody's pushing the limits a little bit more, and I do the same. Like there's plenty of areas where I know and I want to improve. But just a really simple one is like I've never won on an oval, so I need to start by that. It's a simple one to understand. I think we've been a lot closer, and I've been trying to push during the off season myself. Like that's not related to the team at all. It's more like driving wise, how can I be a little bit better? How can I be a bit more comfortable? But then if you go to road courses and street courses, it's always the same. How can I just brake a little bit better? How can I just extract a little bit more from the car? Because I mean, you've seen on all qualifyings and all races in IndyCar, everything, it's so tight that if you can get just, I don't know, half a tenth better every year, you're gonna probably have a great season at the end. So yeah, that's I think I can improve on many areas. And I'll start with the oval one for sure, that we need to get a win, and I cannot wait for that.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're right about the margins for no obvious reason, but because I'm a sad geek. I was looking at the stats from Portland, and second practice, the top 26 cars were covered by 8/10 of a second, which is ridiculous. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's crazy.
my sneezes take longer than the difference between the fastest and the 26th fastest guy. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
I think it's the beauty of IndyCar as well, that everybody has the same machinery, and if the team can give you just a little bit more feel on the car, or they can just put that extra energy on that car, the mechanics, like, when they build a car, if they can build it just a little bit better than everybody else, it might be half a tenth. And then if the engineer can do the same with the setup and the strategies, and I can also do, like, I would say that the drivers, especially in qualifying, they have more to do. Like, I need to do the lap now, otherwise there's no more time, and you can be out in Q1 and that's it. Your weekend is going to be a lot more uphill from there. So it's I think that's what keeps us all pushing so hard, and also into IndyCar and motorsport.
Looking back at the season, obviously there's wins, but there's also, the consistent top fives and that kind of thing. What do you consider the key races? Are they the ones where you score a result kind of out of nowhere, like from somewhere near the back of the grid for whatever reason, be it an engine change penalty or bad luck in qualifying? Are they the ones that are the key races, like charging from the back, or are the ones in which you maximize everything, like pole, fastest lap, victory? Which I think I can't remember if he got fastest lap at Laguna Seca, but as soon as he got pole, I was like, oh well, he's won the race.
I would say both, man. Like, if you have the feelings and you're fast that weekend, and you have a car that is capable of winning, you need to win. Like, you cannot give up the points that a win gives you. And the same goes for when you're having a bad weekend. It's not the same to finish 10th than 9th. Like, maybe those 2 or 3 points, they add up. After maybe 6 races of bad, it's 15 points. So it's a lot of points. I would say it's a combination of everything. I would say that this team in CGR, they've been giving me a lot of chances when maybe I'm not there. I'm not on the limit. I'm not extracting everything from the car. They can sometimes get me from 12 to a P6 on strategies, on like calls, on just making sure that they also maximize everything from the race. And that's been counting a lot. I would say those minimizing damage and trying to get those 3 or 4 extra points every race. It's been paying a big difference at the end of the year.
Mike, Alex has now completed 5 seasons in IndyCar and won 3 championships. And it's easy to say that the keys to those titles have been his consistency and also, of course, the team's consistency. But I mean, I would go further and say that it's the almost complete absence of fundamental errors that makes him unique at this stage of his career. In your experience as a paddock insider, and even before that as a fan, can you remember any of the ace IndyCar drivers who made so few errors at this age in his career. I don't want to get you getting a big head, Alex, but it's just true. If you look back at the stats, it's astounding.
I am already. I'm already.
Well,
I like this kind of Zoom meetings we can.
Well, his teammate,
Mm-hmm.
Scott Dixon, at his age versus Alex's age, was doing the same thing.
Right.
And his championships were a little further apart, but very, very similar in terms of what you're saying. That for us is in first person at Chip Ganassi Racing. Young drivers that I've seen in my lifetime in IndyCar racing, Rick Mears comes to mind immediately for me. And the series was different then in the terms that it had, you mentioned ovals with Alex. In the years that Rick was racing for Roger Penske, it was predominantly an oval series.
Mm-hmm.
So he won a lot of ovals.
Yeah.
If the IndyCar series today were 50 or 60% ovals, Alex would have won ovals by now.
Right. Gotcha.
Because it's a law of averages thing also. It isn't just technique. It isn't all the rest of that. We don't get to test anymore, frankly. You don't get to develop your craft as a race driver until you show up for one practice session on Friday, and then you go straight into qualifying, and then you race. So it's very, very different today than what it once was. But I would say Rick Mears, Jacques Villeneuve, when he came to IndyCar racing, was very, very similar, although he left quickly.
Right.
Had he stayed, I think you would have seen the same thing with him at the time that you saw with Dixon, or you presently see with Alex, and also Greg Moore, for that matter.
Right. Yeah.
I would think those are the ones for me that come to mind immediately when you ask that question.
That's good comparisons. Excellent. Barry, introduction of the hybrid system mid-season, which is brave on everyone's part, I'd have thought, but it didn't appear to shuffle the team hierarchy, and thankfully it didn't have an effect on the outcome of the championship, in my opinion, anyway. But it did give you a couple of heart-stopping moments. We had Dixie breaking down on the warm-up lap at Mid-Ohio, and then Alex's gut punch at Milwaukee. Did you get to the bottom of these glitches?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly, the introduction of the hybrid system was a huge success. Unfortunately, we were just the first victim of a failure. In racing, you're always pushing performance and technology and new technology, and there was a substantial amount of development that went into ensuring that the hybrid system was ready to race. By IndyCar and certainly Honda and Chevrolet, everyone worked together to make that happen. Certainly the analysis after Scott's issue, that's been addressed to prevent that from happening again. That certainly impacted him for points for that event. But as far as Alex's issue that we had at Milwaukee, after the event, it was determined that the hybrid system was not a cause of the failure we had. We had a battery failure. Just the car battery has an internal circuit board and a capacitor had failed. Something completely out of the ordinary, very unexpected, and that would have happened regardless of whether the hybrid system was in the car or not. It was not influenced by any outside sources. So. But I think you look at it across the board, the hybrid system was a huge success. I mean, obviously, it's like you say, it really didn't change the hierarchy, but I can tell you there's some drivers that adapted to it better than others because there's a lot more options now, and they're busier. And I defer to Alex to talk more about that. But I think it was a huge success for IndyCar and for what the world is looking at for future for automobiles.
Yeah. Alex, how much more complicated is life as a driver with a hybrid unit, both in the cockpit and in closed session debriefs?
Yeah, it's a lot more work, I would say for everybody, especially in the cockpit. Like you need to be every lap doing a lot more stuff with your steering wheel. Like you need to be regenning whenever you want. You need to deploy manually all the time. And that just resets every single lap. So you need to do not only the normal stuff that we already do in IndyCar, but then you need to be pressing a button to get a little bit of power, which is not crazy, but it's just enough that you need to use it for sure. So it's actually it's very fun. Honestly, I think everybody likes it in terms of like drivers, just because you can also do a little like more differences with other drivers when it comes to racecraft. You can try and, I don't know, just keep your energy for some other corners and try and overtake. It's not been a huge difference, but it's been good enough that maybe you can pull a difficult overtake. And then in terms of debriefs, I would say at the beginning of the hybrid, like Mid Ohio and the next 2 or 3 races, I would say everybody was always focused on the hybrid, like where do we regen, where do we deploy, and then at the end of the season we went towards like, okay, let's focus again on the principles and the basics, and hybrid is just part of it. Like it's not the
Right.
it's not the main thing or the biggest thing. So yeah, it's just a little bit more work, which I think both the engineers and the drivers like. So yeah, we're excited. It's been good. Honestly, it's been better than we expected as drivers as well.
Right. And Barry, obviously, with it coming online in the middle of the season, there's the first half of the 2025 schedule. There's a lot of tracks where you haven't run the car with the energy recovery, and some of them, like St. Pete and Long Beach and Detroit, are tracks where you can't test. So, how good are the simulators at providing an accurate read of how best to optimize the ERS at those tracks?
I defer to Alex since he's the one sitting in the simulator. And obviously he has the experience of the tracks we've actually raced at and actually be able to simulate that. But as far as the tracks we haven't raced the hybrid yet, I mean, I think it's going to be fairly seamless. I mean, I think we're pretty up to speed on what it takes to maximize the performance of the hybrid system. I think the biggest unknown we're all going to be facing will be the Indianapolis 500. So for Indy qualifying, how the hybrid is used in qualifying is going to be interesting, and then certainly how much of it impacts the race. But as far as the other races and the simulator, I would defer to Alex since he's the one sitting in it.
Yeah, is the sim good, and does it already feel a good indicator of how the car behaves with the hybrid system?
Yeah, honestly, it's exactly the same. Like we did a lot of back-to-back, especially at the beginning. And HRC was like doing all the simulations, like trying to make it as close as possible. But I would say nowadays it's exactly the same. Like the difference between having the hybrid or not in the sim or in reality, it was the same. Like it made the car balance change on the same way, and it makes the driver do the same stuff. Like when we're on the simulator, we're doing exactly the same things with the controls as we would do on the real track, and it actually feels the same way.
Right, amazing.
Yeah.
Mike, well, actually, before we move on to 2025, let's talk about Cadillac Racing Program, in which Chip Ganassi Racing played a central role for the past 4 seasons. Obviously, you signed off with a flourish at Petit Le Mans, which is wonderful. What would you say was the highlight of the program with Cadillac? Was it that win, or was it Sebring in 22, or winning in front of GM's top brass for 2 straight years at Detroit? You can say all of the above.
Yeah, I would say all the above. From First of all, Cadillac is a terrific partner. General Motors has been very, very supportive of Chip Ganassi Racing for a long, long time, and in many ways, both at the track and away. And I don't want to make it a public relations statement. That's a reality. You know, there's a quote, and I think about it from time to time. I saw it in a video clip, and then I went and found it to read it from Tiger Woods. He was asked one at some point when he was on the West Coast. I don't know if it was the LA Open or San Diego Open. He was playing when he was young and he was first playing golf, and he was winning. And a beat reporter asked him the question, what would it be like for you to win our tournament here? And his response was that he would not get remembered for winning that tournament. In his career, he's only going to be remembered for winning major championships.
Mm.
And some of the questions that you've asked this morning reflect that very clearly. Alex winning 3 championships.
Yes.
In sports car racing, we've been very, very fortunate. We're remembered for winning Le Mans. We're remembered for winning Daytona several times.
Yep.
I don't know how many, but several.
Yeah.
We're remembered for winning Sebring more than once, and winning the Petit Le Mans race. If you've been there, and David, I know you have, if you've been there and seen how dark it is in the last 3 hours of that race, to win that race with or without headlights is extraordinary. So that was a big win. It would be a big win for anybody, but it was a big win for Chip Ganassi Racing, and it just happened to fall on being our last race with Cadillac.
Yeah.
It's great to win races. It's great to win big races, and that's how we'll be remembered. Alex is introduced as a 3-time champion.
Yeah.
He's not introduced by saying he just won this race. And I think that's the clear distinction, and that's the separation point between great athletes in any sport and athletes who are pretty good at what they do and occasionally win.
Yes.
So Cadillac has been a terrific partner of ours. Hopefully someday they will be again. But it's important to win big races, which includes Petit.
Right. And Alex, did you you're brought onto the sports car team occasionally and have looked very, very good. Do these sports prototypes intrigue you? And how satisfying was it to race at Le Mans for the first time?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I love to race anything. Like I would race, I don't know, cars
Don't
without
say it,
engines
'cause
if I have to.
Ganassi might
But
put you in something really weird.
that's fine. Yeah, I'll be up for that. But yeah, honestly, it's been super fun. I did Daytona obviously and Le Mans. Daytona we were a little bit unlucky with some failures, but Le Mans was amazing. My first time there. It's like 3 to 4 hours away from my hometown where I grew up, so it actually felt like I was at home. I had lots of friends that were able to just go there and see me race. And so it was fun because of that. And then the race as well. We had a lot of mixed conditions with wet, dry, mixed, and it was fun. At some point, it was like an hour and a half, 2 hours to go, and we were leading. I thought we had a really good shot at winning the race, but then we just didn't have the pace at the end. But still, it was amazing. I think the endurance racing, it's obviously a different style. The mindset especially and all the up and downs that you go through during the race, because it's one day of racing. It's crazy. And the amount of effort you need to put for just one single event, it's tremendous. So yeah, I love it. I love it to do it alongside the INDYCAR program, obviously. And it's still driving like really fast and really fun cars, like especially nowadays with all the hybrid system they have as well, and sharing the car with amazing drivers, like the exact same car, like you just need to change drivers. It's really fun. So yeah, I love it.
Excellent, excellent. Barry, obviously the Cadillac program's ended and the IndyCar team will go from 5 to 3 entries in 2025. But on the other hand, you're now in the Indy Next Championship. How complicated has it been to switch over to the Indy Next cars?
Well, I don't think it's been complicated, but I think as we do every year, we look at the programs we have and move people around to strengthen those programs to make sure we have the strongest people. Gives other people opportunity maybe to move up in the company. And but as far as Indy Next, it's really we're new to it. We only did it 1 year, quite a few years ago. But as far as with this era of car, it's all new to us. We ordered 2 new cars from Dallara, and it's a whole lot of other parts we get in the building, and I'd say it's gone a lot smoother than expected with a new program, and we are getting ready to do our first test on Monday at NOLA. So it'd be a good opportunity to shake down the cars, and again, anytime you change programs within the building, it's all about moving people around, and that's what we've done over the years at Chip Ganassi Racing, and move people around. And no one group of people is ever the same every year. Like there's always some changes, either by design or unexpectedly. So as always, we just strengthen the programs and move on and go to the racetrack. It's going to be fun to be part of the Indy Next series, to have those young drivers at the track embedded with us for the IndyCar program, to show them what it takes also for the next level, to get out of Indy Next and move up in IndyCar. Be able to hang out with a guy like Scott Dixon and Alex Palou is pretty amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
For a young driver.
Yeah.
It's not amazing for me, but it is for a young driver.
Yeah, is the idea to also bring on those engineers and have them learn alongside the engineers that are in IndyCar as well? Is basically you also bringing up young engineers and mechanics through the ranks from junior formula to IndyCar?
Yeah, absolutely. We're always looking to develop people. The engineers, the mechanics. It's one of our greatest resources is our experienced people, and that's what we use to help everybody do the best they can to have the best performance, and go to the racetrack and show what we're capable of. And that's what we do, and that's what we'll continue to do.
And Mike, what do you believe is a reasonable see if I can put my teeth in. What do you believe is a reasonable ambition for the Indy Next team in its first? Let's say it's its first year back after, I think, 14 years.
Yeah, I think the ambition is what Chip Ganassi Racing's ambition is on a daily basis, and that is to get the most out of today.
Mm-hmm.
When we go to NOLA on Monday to test, we want to come away from that day knowing that we got everything we could get out of the cars and all the people, the resources that we have there in combination, the most out of the day. If we've done that, we've won.
Right.
In order to be a winning organization, you have to define winning by doing it that way. And sometimes the scoreboard doesn't show it, but if we can show it on our cultural scoreboard, then we have won. And I think that's the key, David.
Okay. Alex, will you be on hand to mentor young drivers? I know that's a bit rich considering that you're only 27 at the moment. You're not so old yourself, but are you happy to help the less experienced drivers?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's like the team is all at the same place. All the drivers, the engineers and mechanics and everybody. So yeah, if I can help in any ways, I'll be willing to help, obviously, and trying to give some feedback to the drivers. I think it's also good for us when we go to some tracks and they go out first and they can give us some information about how the track is, like if it changed since. Obviously, we don't have data or any feedback from the past years, but I think we will see that in the future. It'll be a good help also for the IndyCar team. So obviously, if any driver in the Indy Next program at CGR needs any help, I think Dixon and I and Kiffin will be more than open to just give them some stuff. But as I said, they can also help us in different ways.
Excellent. Obviously, your primary job in 2025 is not going to be mentoring young drivers, but actually trying to nail down the fourth title. Are you happy that the Thermal Club is going to be a points-paying race this year? Because I mean, you and your teammates kind of dominated. You locked out the front row, as I recall, last year. So and it didn't even look close, to be honest. Are you optimistic that there's going to be a place where you can shine again?
Yeah, 100%. I was we're all sad a little bit that we won and that it didn't show up on the standings.
Yeah.
It was fun, but we actually raced to try and get as many points as possible. So it's we're looking forward to having it in the calendar as a normal race. I love the track. Obviously, I love it even more because we won there and we know that we can be competitive. But yeah, it was weird. It was we actually struggled a little bit during the testing that we had before. And then suddenly everything came together right before qualifying and we started feeling really comfortable with the car. It was Armstrong actually that was also super fast and we were on the front row. So yeah, we're excited and hopefully we can repeat that. It's always really tough to repeat on tracks that you've won before, but obviously we know we have a great base and we can start from there and try and improve just some little areas.
Yeah. It's a shame it's come at the expense of one of the Milwaukee rounds, because it goes back to what Mike was saying about like how few ovals there are. There's one less opportunity for you to get your first oval, but you never know.
It's okay. It's okay. We like that. It's fine. And we can still win the Indy 500. So it's as long as obviously we don't take that one, we're happy. And it's true that it's tougher nowadays because of the testing. Like we get I think 1 day of testing in the oval that it's not the 500, and it makes it tough for the driver to just try and push yourself because as Mike mentioned, we only have one session now of practice during the race weekends. And by the time you go out, you do a general engine check and you get up to speed. You only have, I don't know, like couple of runs to try some stuff. So you don't really get to get much track time behind you on the ovals nowadays. But anyway, it's not an excuse. I think I've been improving a lot and feeling more comfortable, which I think that was the biggest thing. And I'm looking forward to it.
Right. Mike, Barry, we've seen the battles between yourselves and Penske. I mean, obviously there's others that are, often fighting for victory, like McLaren and Andretti Autosport, but generally the championship, the consistency that's required for a championship, we've seen the power struggles between yourselves and Penske, flip-flop back and forth over the year. I think one of the reasons that Alex's latest championship was so impressive is that I think there were more times this past year where Penske was stronger and you yeah, Alex and your team had to overcome greater odds perhaps than you've had in the past. Um, do you see yourselves? Is there enough capacity within the cars or enough room for maneuver to regain an edge over Penske and have a technical superiority in the year ahead?
I'll let Barry.
Silence there. I spoke for too long.
You asked for Mike and Barry. I think Barry should answer that question, David.
Right.
It's obviously there, like you mentioned. I mean, we're racing against everybody every weekend, right? And all of the teams are strong. Certainly, our biggest competitor has been Penske Racing for the championships. But we're working hard. I mean, we talked about Mike talked about the culture at Chip Ganassi Racing, and our core group of people that instill in everybody else. Like, the trophies are great, but they don't guarantee future success. We have to continue to work hard. We have to continue to develop the cars, improve our product, because we know everyone else is doing the same thing. So that's what we're doing this off season, to make the cars better, to improve performance, improve the pit stops, everything. We look at everything. Nothing's ever perfect, and that's what the culture of Chip Ganassi Racing is about. It's improving everything that we bring to the racetrack to give us the greatest chance of beating our competitors, and they're strong competitors.
Yeah. Let's face it, David. Penske had a 20-year head start on Chip. When we started on this journey here, we were in the same race. We didn't race against them. We raced with them, but not against them.
Right.
And that didn't come overnight. That took with a lot. That was a lot of hard work to get there. And now to be weighed and measured with their accomplishments versus ours. People like myself or Barry someday will look back on that and realize the importance of it. I think we're living it at the moment. So we're just fighting really, really hard not to be one up on them, just to be able to continue to race equally with them. And there have been people who have come and gone from time to time in IndyCar racing, but I think that's the measure of Roger Penske's team. What he has done, what he drives to do, is really in parallel to what Chip does. They look at things completely differently, but they look at results.
Yeah.
And that's really what we're talking about, is results. Our average in winning the championship is pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's astounding.
But I'm very envious of what Roger Penske has done at Indianapolis.
Yeah.
That's where we need to go next.
Right. Well, to that point, Alex, obviously you're out to earn a fourth IndyCar crown, but as the seasons tick on, is winning at an oval, and in particular Indy, have they become like an increasing priority for you now?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, it's not that I'm only focused on that, but yeah, I would say obviously is the priority, and it's also the first goal. Like Chip and Mike always gives us only 2 goals, which it's very nice of them that they only give us 2 goals to achieve during the year, which is to win the Indy 500 and the championship. So the good thing is that the 500 comes first. So let's say you can focus on that one at the beginning of the season. And once that's done, if you've won it, perfect. Otherwise, you focus on the championship. So we've been close. Like, we had the best cars for the first I would say three years that I've been with the team. This year we struggled a little bit more, but the other 3 years, I thought and I truly believe that we had the fastest cars, and for one reason or another, we were not able to win. So yeah, inexperience a little bit at the beginning, a little bit of good about luck in 22 and 23, but still I feel good that we're always knocking on that door, and it will open. I don't know if it will be 25 or 26, but it'll be open soon for us. So yeah, the team is pushing hard. Obviously, everybody that works in INDYCAR, their primary focus is always the 500, just because of the history, the feeling that you get when you're at the 500 with all the fans there, and how hard it is to win. So it's my priority, and hopefully we can bring one to the team.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, I'd like to ask about the 2027 next generation car, maybe new formula altogether. Have you all been consulted by INDYCAR regarding that car? I mean, I'd have thought that obviously, three principal figures in Chip Ganassi racing would have been consulted, but what would you say the priorities have to be for that car? And I'm assuming making the car lighter is one of them, but what else would you like from the next breed of INDYCAR?
Who are you directing the question to, David?
Any, or all three of you actually, but
yeah, I think obviously INDYCAR is spearheading that, the new car with Dallara. But for what we're looking out of it, obviously a lighter car. The current car has grown in weight. A lighter car certainly is a higher performing car. Obviously, there's been safety innovations that have been adapted to the existing car that can be designed with a new chassis to make it safer. And then obviously incorporating and improving on the hybrid system. We again, like we talked about earlier, it's been an amazing introduction so far, and we think the technology, there's certainly a lot more that can be achieved as we progress here. So those are certainly things that I personally would expect to see with the new car.
Right. And Mike?
Yeah, I without repeating what Barry said, that's not fair. I think if we look at history for the last 10 years with the car we presently race, if it repeats itself for the next 10 years, we'll be racing the same. We potentially will be racing the same car from 27 for 10 years.
Yeah.
So I think then what you have to do, if you're on the planning committee or the steering committee for the design of the race car, you have to look at where we're going to race Indy cars for the next 10 years. So the car needs to be designed to race moving forward futuristically for the racetracks that are going to be chosen where we race. That's the key to better racing. Everybody kind of talks about, well, we have really close racing, we have this, we have that. But the reality is we want to have close racing where the cars are nimble. And I'm going to just say that I think there's going to be more urban races, more street races. You need a car that is better suited to race there, that then rolls back into being able to race on ovals and natural terrain racetracks. The weight, the person sitting in seat 5E at the Long Beach Grand Prix in section 14 doesn't poke the person next to him and say, hey, that car weighs 1,500 pounds. He or she should be saying, that was a great race.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of passing. We saw performance. Man, I wish my street car had that much horsepower. That's what the fans want to see. They want to see great racing. So I think we get so caught up, David, in how much does the car weigh? What do the wings look like? We're technocrats here, and that's our job. That's our job. The sanctioning body's job, though, is to forecast.
Yes.
And I think that's what we should be zeroing in on. I'm not sure that should be your question, but I think that's what journalists should probably be looking at is how is IndyCar meant to improve racing for the next 10 years over what it presently has.
Right. Right.
And you know what? I'm not on that steering committee. And I'm not voting myself in to be on that steering committee. But I think it needs to be directed by Jay Fry. He's the one that should be in charge of it. He's the president of IndyCar. And then he should choose how the direction is set.
Right. Right.
One of the worst things that you can have in racing is a committee, because you never come to a solution for the real problem. You come to compromise the entire time. So I think in this case, it needs clear direction from a strong personality to make those decisions and go forward.
Sure. Alex, is there anything in particular that you would like to see done for the next gen car?
I mean, IndyCar has asked all the drivers, like if we had some inputs or not. Then obviously we ask for less weight, more power, better sound, and better, nice looking car. Like, I mean, that's what you want as a driver. You just want more power, less weight. So honestly, at the end of the day, I don't care, as long as all the drivers, we have the same car, which is what we will have. I don't mind. I think IndyCar has been focusing and has been doing a really good job on safety in the car. And as long as that continues with the same standard, from my point of view, I don't really mind at all. Like I'll get used to whatever they put. And I think it's not my job to now say, oh yeah, we need this, because I honestly don't have an idea if less weight or more power or less power how's that gonna affect the racing. So yeah, I'll just stick to driving at the moment, and I'll drive whatever they give me. It'll be fine for me.
Excellent, gentlemen. Well, thank you so much for spending an hour with us this morning. We really appreciate that. And see you at the track soon.
Thank you so much. What a great honor. Thank you, gentlemen. Stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you. So again, thank you, gentlemen, and what a great session.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Thank you, and welcome back to day 4 of Race Industry Week 2024. Jeff Hammond is with us. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing?
Good. We just had a terrific session with Team Ganassi, and what a delight. And we're going to travel to the UK next. We're going to be talking with Goodwood. So I've been trying to get Goodwood on, with us for the last 2 years. They couldn't last year. We had a 24 hours of Le Mans Classic last year, but now we're going to have Goodwood. And you have been to Goodwood, Jeff, so it's going to be fun.
Yes, I'm really looking forward to getting an opportunity to catch up with these fine folks. As I expressed to our guest right here today, this morning, I had attended Goodwood back in 2001, and I can't wait to share with him what he's going to share with us, because this thing's been growing ever since then, and it's just getting bigger and better. And I think that it is a bucket list for anybody who loves history as well as motorsports.
On to you. Good afternoon, Will.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good morning, Will. Jeff Hammond here. Good to see your face, and I
You
appreciate you allowing us to steal some of your time away over there. I know you got a busy schedule. I think people would be surprised that how big really Goodwood is. I mean, it's not just one event. It's multiple events, it's multiple opportunities, and I'd love for you to share with us what I have experienced so that people can get as jacked up about as I am, because I've got to get back over there. I have every year it comes around, I've always found myself, involved in television or racing, to the point where it's not allowed me to do it since that first year. And I'm getting to the age right now that if I don't get over and check it out, I'm gonna be gone, and it's still going to be going on.
Yeah, you're right. It gets bigger every year. I've been here since 2009, so a few years after you came, and in that time we've gone from 6 days of motorsport events a year to 9, and everything's just got bigger and bigger with each successive year. It's a challenge to us. We regard it at the same time as a massive responsibility, but also an incredible challenge to think of new ways to entertain people, new ways. At our heart, we're a storytelling company. We put on events, but we put on events that have a really strong narrative flowing through them. And that's, along with the landscape here at Goodwood, the facilities that we've got, it's that narrative thread that runs through our content that I think really distinguishes us from other motorsport events.
Well, reading about last year's or this 2024's event,
I do the same. I always refer to it as last year, and it's still this year. But yeah,
I know. It's like once it's passed, you think it's a year ago, but it's not.
Yeah.
Not really. 130 years of recognizing motorsports and I think what I loved about it, horseless to hybrid. I mean, it really encapsulates, and until you go there and witness the way you guys set this up, it's like I say, it's mind-boggling. When I arrived there, I mean, number one, I never seen a castle before, and then Lord March's castle is so impressive, and the way that you usually recognize the sponsor, manufacturer, or whatever theme it is for the year is so impressive. And it's almost like, I was thinking after I sent you my email this morning, I got to thinking about it, and when I was looking at some pictures, it made me think about the fact that you guys are almost like the United Nations of motorsports, because you've got everybody from around the world that come to this destination to be a part of this event. And it carries a ton of prestige, but it also gives a platform for all the different companies and sanctioning bodies that want to be associated with the world of racing.
We
An
want to
opportunity to get
be
together.
all things. We want to be all things to all people at that global level of significance. So we think that the Goodwood Hill Climb, which is the front drive of the Duke of Richmond's house, fundamentally, but for anybody who doesn't know it, 1.16 miles. It's about 7 meters wide, and it is literally the front drive to the front of the house. But we think that more significant cars and drivers have appeared on that piece of tarmac than anywhere else in the world. Because if you think of the other great motorsport venues, the Grand Prix circuits, Monza, Monaco, on the other side of the Atlantic, Indianapolis, Daytona, they've all been fantastic for one or sometimes two branches of the sport. But Goodwood is everything. It's everything from the birth of organised motorsport in 1894 through to modern Formula One, INDYCAR, NASCAR, World Endurance Championship, WRC, Formula E, Extreme E. There's probably loads that I've missed out there, but it is everything at a recognised global level. So, yeah, as a claim to fame, that's not a bad place to start.
And again, it's like those of you who have attended, can appreciate where you are at and where I have been. But if you ever thought about something that is, I don't know, it's a happening. I mean, it's, good wood and good stuff, Woodstock kind of goes synonymous as far as like a historical moment. This happens every year. How about explaining to us so that people have a better understanding? There's the Festival of Speed, and that's like usually in July. But then your other big event, the Revival. And this year it's going to be a little different in 2025, I think a week earlier, but still in September. Explain the differences between the two events so that people can make sure that they, understand kind of like what they're all about.
So to give a very potted timing, I'll try and do it in 2 minutes. The very potted history of Goodwood. Goodwood is and has been the home of the Dukes of Richmond since the late 17th century. And over that time, each of the successive dukes, the current Duke is the 11th, have used Goodwood to indulge their own personal sporting passion. So variously, the dukes have been into hunting, shooting, cricket, golf, flying, horse racing, motorsport. Motorsport began with, and each of those passions have been continued by subsequent generations. So all of those sports still continue at Goodwood. The 9th Duke was known by his sort of earlier name of Freddie March, and was a successful racing driver pre-war at Brooklands, won the Double 12 and the BARC 500-mile race at Brooklands. And he first brought motorsport to Goodwood in 1936 when he used his front drive as the basis for a hill climb for the Lancia Owners Club, of which he was the president. Then after the war, when Britain was looking for motor racing circuits to use after Brooklands and Donington, the two regular circuits had been put out of action by the war, an Australian fighter pilot who'd been based at Goodwood during the war, because the land that's now the circuit was a RAF air base. Tony Gaze suggested to Freddie March, why don't you use the perimeter road of the airfield as a racing circuit? We used to drive around it in our spare time during the war, and it's a really nice layout. So they tried it out. They had a look. And on the 18th of September 1948, the first organised race meeting in Britain after the war was held at Goodwood. And from then until 1966, when the circuit closed, Goodwood was very much the spiritual home of British motorsport. Silverstone hosted the Grand Prix, but Goodwood was where the grassroots racing, everything from grassroots club racing right through to World Championship sports cars and Formula One, all took place at Goodwood. In 1966, Freddie closed the circuit because of safety concerns with the new breed of faster cars, but crucially kept it open as a test venue. So the circuit was still here and being used, just not for racing. And the current Duke, who was only 11 years old when the circuit was closed, was devastated because he remembered going with his grandfather and really enjoyed it and had fallen in love with motorsport at a very young age. So he vowed that when he took over the estate, he would reopen the circuit, bring motorsport back, and go on from there. By the time he took over at Goodwood in, I think, 91 or 92, there was quite a lot of local opposition to reopening the circuit. So in order to test the water and see whether there was still an appetite really for motorsport at Goodwood, he launched the Festival of Speed, inspired by that hill climb from 1936, as basically a celebration of then 100 years of motorsport on a hill climb outside the front of Goodwood House. Their expectation in that first year was for 2,000 to 3,000 people, and 25,000 turned up. There's all sorts of stories of having to use raffle tickets as entry tickets because they'd run out, and hiding bags of money in bushes and car boots because they just needed to get rid of the money that they were taking at the gate because they had 10 times as many people as they were expecting. And really the Festival of Speed from that first moment just exploded. There absolutely was an interest still in motorsport at Goodwood. So the Festival of Speed went from strength to strength. And in 1998, after overcoming local council objections to the noise at the circuit, he was able to reopen the circuit and launch the Revival. So the Revival is a motor racing meeting on the circuit, but uniquely, the circuit is unspoiled. It hasn't been modified since 1966. The last change to the circuit configuration was the addition of a chicane in 1952. Apart from that, it's completely unchanged. So people really are driving in the wheel tracks of Sterling Moss, Mike Hawthorne, Fangio, Jim Clark, Jackie Stewart. We've made lots of changes to make it safer. We've added tarmac runoff here and there, and we've put bigger tyre walls in and protective fencing, but the actual line of the tarmac remains the same. And the other thing that makes the Revival unique, apart from the circuit itself, is that we operate the entire event in a time capsule of 1948 to 66. So all the spectators are invited to dress in period clothing. All of the course cars on the track are period vehicles. All of the cars are up to 1966. We go to enormous lengths with set dressing to make bits of the event look like the period, inspired by cultural references, some closely linked to motorsport, others wildly different. So this year, the main entrance was turned into the set of a TV Western in the 1950s. We brought the Wild West to West Hampnett because we can, because the last thing we want is for Goodwood to ever be just the same as it was last year. There's always something new, something surprising. And then with those two events going from strength to strength, in 2014, we launched the members meeting, which was a continuation of a series of meetings for members of the British Automobile Racing Club that had taken place there had been 71 of them between 1949 and 1966. And after a 48-year gap, we had the 72nd meeting in March 2014 and restarted that as a club members-only event. So you've got to be a member of the club to race. You've got to be a member of the club to buy tickets to come to the event, with a deliberately limited crowd so there's no crowding, inspired by the old Brooklands adage of the right crowd and no crowding. So whereas the Revival has 50,000 people a day, the members meeting has 20,000. And we allow post-66 cars to either race or do high-speed demonstrations in order to give it a very different look and feel. So that the three events complement each other, have their own strengths and their own individual identities. Sorry, that was a bit more than 2 minutes. I apologize.
No, no, no. I'm soaking all this right here up, and that's exactly what I wanted to hear, because there is so much that goes on there. And when I look through, you can go online and the website, and you realize all of a sudden that Goodwood it's not just racetracks, it's not just a castle. There are hotels, there are other events around there. You mentioned the horse racing, not only there, but you guys are worldwide. I mean, it's an international name that carries clout throughout the globe. I mean, and I find that as more of a reason. And I use the analogy of where history and speed come together. It's phenomenal, and I love the fact you were able to tie in and tell me and tell everybody who's listening and watching that this came out of a bad time in the world and has turned into something that everybody, just they want to be a part of. They want to be, they want to say that I've been to a historical part that was not only part of, world history, but, World War II history. And the fact that tradition rings loud and clear with the family. I mean, the idea that Lord March and what he is carrying on here, and hopefully, he is going to be able to come out, and the rest of the lineage of his future heirs and leaders, will continue this tradition that, separates it and makes it rise above a lot of other events.
And Goodwood has always been, from the family's perspective, about sharing their passions with the world. The Goodwood estate, it's 12,000 acres, and that's kind of the heart of that. There's never been any restriction on people coming onto the estate to walk their dogs, to come and look at what's happening, because the circuit, as well as the two headline events, operates for about 200 days a year, with a combination of track days and test days and all sorts of other activities. And the public are always allowed to come in and watch and share in that passion, which is great. And you mentioned about sort of global footprint. About 10 years ago, we'd got to the point where we realized that there was no physical way of getting more people into Goodwood. You've been here and you'll probably remember the size of the roads. Goodwood's about 70 miles southwest of London, in the middle of the South Downs National Park, a few miles from the beach. All of the roads around here are small, and trying to get 60,000 people a day and 20,000 cars into the Festival of Speed is a massive management effort in its own right. There's simply no way that we can get more people or more vehicles in. So our mission became, rather than bringing people to Goodwood, it's how can we take Goodwood, what it's about, the content of the events, the stories that we tell, take those and distribute those to the world. And that was really the beginning of a project to use social media to develop an audience globally, so that we can share all the things that we love with the world, stream our events. We've got a whole team of people dedicated to producing social media content, which has massively increased our footprint. We were very proud. A couple of years ago, we clashed with Glastonbury Festival, which certainly in the UK in music terms is absolutely at the top of the tree. And the video of the McMurtry car breaking the Goodwood hill climb record at the Festival of Speed was trending #1 on YouTube for 3 days and outranked Paul McCartney's headline performance at Glastonbury. So we took that as being a sign of us doing something right.
Well, to me, again, in comparison, to a hill climb, somebody automatically thinks about Pikes Peak here in the United States and how it's been around. I think it's the second oldest event, in motorsports in the United States. These kind of things, I think are a reflection on the spirit of those who help make motorsports what it is today. That something they recognized as a challenge of man and machine has not wavered throughout the years. And the desire to be the one who has their name at the top of the list of being the best, no matter whether it's basically a 2-mile run up a hill or the one that they have at Pikes Peak, still carries clout. And it also, people want to understand and appreciate the why you want to do this. I think we have a somewhat unique distinction. The one time that I've been there with Darrell Waltrip and Junior Johnson, Darrell was there in 2000. No, Junior was there in 2000 with his '63 Chevrolet, and then we came back in 2001 with the '85 Aero Coupe Monte Carlo that we'd won a championship with. But what Darrell was trying to do, he was trying to go for a record run, and he spun our car out and backed it into one of your retaining barriers, which were the hay bales.
Yeah, they
And I
still are.
think to the amazement of all of your rescue workers, they normally get the broom pan out and start sweeping up the parts. Darrell refired and finished the run out with minor damage to, and I think when it was all said and done, I know a lot of people came by and said, "This thing is a tank. This thing is a tank." It hit the bale and kept going. It's like, well, every now and then you got a little idea what it takes to be an American racer in NASCAR, because you got to have something that can withstand some minor damage but still continue to complete its mission.
What people always forget with the hay bales at the Festival of Speed, when you hit one, each of those bales weighs half a ton. So when somebody hits one, and the whole point of the physics of the straw bales is that you hit one, they explode, and the explosion of straw dissipates the energy, etc., etc. Physics that I should have paid attention in school and I didn't. But what people forget is that if the compacted straw bale weighs half a ton, when it explodes, there's half a ton of loose straw that needs to be swept up before we can put the next bale in place and carry on. And some of the high-speed shunts, fortunately in my time without anybody being hurt, but some of them have taken out 10 or 12 bales. So you're talking about 5 or 6 tons of loose straw fluttering around West Sussex that needs to be swept up.
The other thing that I found amazing is, and you've already touched on it, but to visually see everybody coming out, and I here in the United States, it looks like a picnic ground, with everybody sitting up their little area, and they're having their groups and enjoying the atmosphere. And part of that is them having lunch and whatever on the grounds there in front of the castle and around the castle. I found everybody almost unbelievably polite. And when they wanted autographs, they wanted to ask questions. They were very respectful if we were having conversations with one another or somebody else until the conversation was done, and coming up and asking their questions and getting their autographs. But walking around and just watching, tradition continue to go on, because you could see people that they hadn't seen since the year before. And they were there, and they were talking and laughing and having a great time, in between the runs and all of the other events that were going on that time at the Festival of Speed that I attended.
It's one of the things actually that was very different about Goodwood when it first started in '93, was that it matched the best collection of cars and the best motorsport event with a really elegant social occasion. So you have those two different characters of the event, and it's been described not by us but by others as being the ultimate motorsport garden party, and it does have that kind of atmosphere to it. And I think because we don't ever restrict anybody's access, people can go in, they can rub shoulders with the drivers, they can get in amongst the cars in the paddock. There's no restricted areas. It's quite disarming. It puts people in a good mood. It makes the fans are very respectful of that. The spectators are very respectful of both the cars and the drivers. And consequently, because the drivers aren't being hassled, they're able to have a good time, and everybody is friendly is probably the wrong word, but they're there to share a passion. And I think that makes the the famous drivers more inclined to reciprocate. And for them, it's just an opportunity to give something back often. Added to which they're all there having a great time, and often will see friends that they've not seen in years or who they only see at Goodwood. So it does become this amazing melting pot of different people with different interests, all brought together by a love of cars, which is fabulous to be part of.
You mentioned, how the drivers and how they feel in coming over there. Would you say that if you go back and look at the history books, that you probably have had the largest gathering throughout the history of Goodwood of champions and world-class champions and winners, probably greater than anybody else in the motorsports industry?
I think so. Again, because we embrace all forms of motorsport.
Mm-hmm.
So if you love Formula One, then Monaco or Silverstone or Monza or Spa are the places to be. If you love INDYCAR, then obviously your mecca is Indianapolis. Because Goodwood embraces everything, I think probably, yes, we have on 4 wheels and 2 and occasionally 3 across every branch of global motorsport from the dawn of time through to the present day. I think there's only 2 Formula One world champions that have never been. The rest have all been here. And also because it goes back to 1948, Banjo was here, Farina was here, Mike Hawthorne was here, Jim Clark, the guys that are no longer around, all of them have that touch point with Goodwood, and Goodwood has that connection with the past, present and future of motorsport, which we're in a lucky position to be able to celebrate and share with the world.
Mr. Kinsman, thank you so much, like I say, for taking the time out. We are honored here at A Par Trade and Racer and Speed Sport with your presence, and we have now got a connection with Goodwood. We feel like it's very important. And
you should come back over. 23 years is too long. You need to.
You're right. I've got to get back over there because, again, it is. I don't know. It's the kind of thing that if you're a real racer and you love the sport, you just. It's almost like a fairyland. It really is. I mean, it's such a great place to come to, and the atmosphere, and it's worth the drive and having to fight the traffic to get in there. I can attest to that. You just got to leave earlier and be patient when you want to go home.
Spend the whole day, soak up as much of it as you can. Generally, I would always say come for the whole weekend because there's too much to see in a day, and that's for us part of the challenge. Give everything.
Thank you so much, Will. Thank you. What a treat. And I had the chance to attend several Goodwood events as well. So thank you very much. Stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
Thank you and welcome back to the program. Brad Gilly should be with us any second. And we're going to be talking motorcycle in a few minutes. Good morning, Brad.
Good morning. How are y'all doing today?
Very good. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Looking forward to a big day. It's already been a lot of fun with Chip Ganassi and with Goodwood. What a great, couple of things to learn about and talk about, and championships and big events and all of that. So we look forward to doing more here in just a few minutes.
While we wait for our panelists to join us, do you want to share any feedback, Brad, from your last 3 days?
The last 3 days have just been incredible. And again, the fun thing about this is talking to, people who I normally talk to every day, that are in the motorsports industry, that this is, the topic of the week for them, that, hey, saw you on this, or, hey, did you get to catch that one, or so on and so forth. I think more than anything, too, this one didn't even involve me. I can't believe it's been 27 years since Jeff Hammond last went to Goodwood. So maybe I'll have to tag along when he goes back.
Me too. Me too.
Well, we have a special video from American Flat Track. So why don't we roll the video while we bring our speakers on?
These are the best motorcycle riders in the world, racing on the most challenging tracks on the planet.
Sliding through the corners, handlebar to handlebar.
Going fast and on the edge of out of control.
It can result in death, injury. It's dangerous.
Bowman is down! And a huge crash! Good God. They are true badasses.
It's speed. You feel it. It's in there.
Only a crazy person would compete in this sport. Oh boy! Contact there! Watch out!
Win or quit. To be a champion, it's about getting down to the nitty-gritty. It's about digging deeper than the next guy, even when you already dug as deep as you could.
Every decision we make, we're gonna make to win.
Racing is all about being mentally tough.
You might as well pack your stuff up and go home because you weren't gonna win.
I want to win a championship.
We finally made it to the top, and I want to stay there for a little while.
We have the team to beat.
It's the same as it's always been. You have to go out there and win.
I was born to race. Come on, Shayna! I just made history, became the first female to win in the sport.
I hate losing more than I like to win.
Come on, Kenny. You can make as many excuses as you want, but that's not how champions are made. They go out and figure out how to get the job done.
Are you serious? I knew something was wrong. I was devastated.
We got shit kicked out of her and falling apart between each race and stuff.
Do I really want to continue?
I knew that I had a shot at this.
Every day I'm doing something to make myself a better racer.
We have this thing in common that nobody else understands.
We're racked. We are ready.
The drama has started already. Rocket ship fast.
Here it is, side by side. There is no greater thrill in life.
Oh no!
He's right there on the rear fender. What a finish.
Thank you and welcome back. What a great way to introduce Cameron Gray for American Flat Track. Cameron should be with us any second, and we'll let you take over, Brad.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Francis. Really appreciate that. And what a great video. What a great way to start talking about what this next panel discussion is going to be. Motorcycle racing, which is something that I'm a big fan of, especially really anything when it comes to two wheels. And I think to be able to watch that video and see some of the things that go on that we don't typically see with flat track. A lot of times we go to the events. Go ahead, Francis.
Brad, I'm sorry to interrupt. Looks like we have a little technical issue with Cameron. Cameron, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but we can't see you.
Yeah, we're having a little technical difficulty right now. We're trying to fix the video screen here.
Okay, well,
I'm trying to call.
Let's what we're going to do, Cameron, is make you leave the meeting and come back in. So our producer is going to take care of that while Brad and I stay on, and then so just we're going to try this, Cameron, and making sure your camera works, and hopefully everything will be in place. So again, that's what happens when we go live. And so Brad, sorry, I interrupted.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. And it is always kind of funny. We get to do these things here on Zoom, and I don't know how many of us get caught with you open it and then it asks you to update it right when you're about to start a meeting or something like that. So I'm not sure what Cameron's problem is, but I'm sure we'll get it worked out pretty quick. But, this is the great thing. You asked me earlier about what highlights of this week, and the highlights of this week aren't just talking about four-wheel racing. We talk about off-road racing, we talk about dirt track racing, we talk about road racing, we talk about oval racing, boat racing, land speed record racing, hill climb racing. I mean, every form of motorsports pretty much has been covered throughout this week, and if it's not, we still have the rest of the day to go, and we'll make sure and do that. But that is one of the things I truly love about this, because, and it's not just what we have here in the United States, it's an international panel of guests that have been on this race industry week. And Francis, I think that is so much fun when we really bring the racing community together on what is just a tremendous platform with epartrade.com.
Well, thank you so much, Brad. And actually, that was important. This year we put a little extra effort in covering motorcycle as well. And American Flat Track is definitively one of the iconic series here in the States. So Cameron is with us. He should be joining us any second. And what a great video. I mean, that's an amazing, it's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it really is. And again, I think that's the one thing that really impresses me the most about the video, is showing the behind the scenes things, the training that goes on, a lot of the different things that happen with flat track racing and all of that. And it looks like we have Cameron and Brian Smith as well with us. So, gentlemen,
hello.
How you doing?
We had technical difficulties. We kept logging in. You could hear us, but we couldn't be seen on the video. I don't know if it might be on our side, so we're very sorry about that. But yeah,
Cameron, if you log in with your phone, put it sideways so we can see both of you. And that's
perfect. Look at that.
There we go. On to you, Mr. Gilly.
Awesome. Thank you, Francis. And Cameron, Brian, thank you very much for joining us. Brian Smith is the director of Flat Track, and Cameron Gray. My gosh, Cameron, how long have you been with Flat Track? This has kind of been a life passion for you, hasn't it?
Well, again, my quick history is I started in 1995 when Speed Vision started with Roger Warner and Dan Murphy as my bosses. I've been on the road racing side from 95 all the way up until 2013. Then came and helped out Gene Crouch, our CEO, in 2015, March of 2015. And it's started out as helping. And then Mr. France, which we'll get into, wanted to start an event company for Flat Track. And I've been here ever since. So going on my 10th year and excited to be here. Racing and motorcycles is in my blood. Wish I could have been like this guy, our 2016 Grand National Champion, the Mile Master. But Brian hung it up. I'll let him talk about himself, and excited to have this duo team.
Yeah, give us your history, Brian.
Yeah, like you just mentioned about Cameron, my life has literally been all about flat track racing. I grew up in small town, Flint, Michigan. Many know it for a lot of bad reasons, but it's the home of General Motors, and with the manufacturing brought a lot of motorcycle racers. So there's been a ton of Grand National champions that come out of Flint, Michigan, and I was the last one in 2016 to come out of that town. So I grew up around a motorcycle town. Flat track in particular, and always wanted to be a flat track racer, and chased around the greats of the sport, and thankfully come full circle. And I was the champion in 2016, retired in 2021, and come to work with Gene and Cameron over here in AMA Pro. And now I get to help run the show. It's kind of different being on this side of the fence as a sanctioning body. When you've been a racer your whole life, it's a tough role, but nobody knows it better than me.
Yeah, well, and that's great, and that's the one thing I do love about this sport and what you guys are doing at Flat Track, because it is flat trackers as a big part of it. All right, so as we sit here today, Cameron, 90 days, 13 hours, 20 minutes, and 50 seconds away from the season opener in 2025 in Daytona Beach, Florida. And I know that's 3 months, and it might sound like a long time, but boy, that's 3 short months. What do you have going on right now?
Yeah, it's going to be March, beginning of March, and Bike Week in Daytona. It's kind of our hometown race. We always start at Bike Week in Daytona. We again this year we'll have 16 rounds covering the United States, and we always start at Daytona. We hit the big rally, the biggest rally in America at Sturgis. We'll talk about that. Lots going on there, and we end at a up and coming rally, Lake of the Ozarks bike rally. Was last year. It was a huge hit, sellout crowd, and so we've got a lot of great races on tap. And we're excited. We've, just getting all of our partnerships finalized. We've got big partners like Progressive Insurance is back for another 3 years. Mission Foods, working on Mission Foods in partnership, and a lot of other things with partners and with growth. And I'm glad Brian's here because I wanted him to kind of give a little brief talk about competition. But before that, just want to let you know, again, AMA Pro Racing is in Daytona. Mr. France, who is our main leader and owner of this property, bought AMA Pro Racing from AMA Ohio in 2008. And so we handle all pro racing. We work with supercross folks and motocross folks and hill climb, and in-house we run flat track. So we also have an event company called AFT Events. So I would say 2/3 of the events we promote in-house. A lot of them are co-pros with the facilities and other promoter partners. But we're very excited about the series. We've got a lot of growth. We had the most eyeballs watching the sport ever in history this last year. So we're moving and shaking as far as growth in the industry. I mentioned the other day that Fox Sports has been a great partner. We'll have them back this year, and a big newbie last year for us was Flow Racing. Flow Racing is kind of the king of dirt car racing. They skyrocketed our numbers for flat track last year and really helped us get the eyeballs out there. So great partners, great viewing, and the events have really come along. And I think there's been a lot of updates in competition, and I'll let Mr. Brian Smith kind of go through that.
Yeah, that was a lot, Cameron. There's still some options left for me to go on, but there's, like Cameron said, the coolest thing that happened last year for us was the Flow Racing partnership. They've been primarily dirt cars for since the inception. That was their introduction to motorsports, but what it did is the 4-wheel dirt world is a lot of the same fans and same gritty type of racing that the 2-wheel dirt track racing is that we call American flat track. So what it did is it turned a lot of new eyeballs onto the sport, which was great for us and great for all the racers and teams and partners and sponsors. It created new fans that showed up at the races that said, we seen you guys on Flow. We're car racers, but now we've seen you on Flow, and they came out and bought a ticket. So that was awesome for all of us. In competition, this is going to be some of the closest racing we've ever seen next season. We went production based. We joined the modern century and switched to a production based class for the twins, our super twins class. It's been kind of a little bit, I would call the Wild West, where you could build any contraption and go racing for a long time. That's what made flat track cool. But with the economy being a little bit tougher and the cost of traveling going up, we needed to make it affordable for all these guys to go racing on an even playing field. So by leveling the playing field, it's going to do 2 things. It's going to make the competition really tight and put on some of the best racing we've ever seen on 2 wheels, sideways at 100 mile an hour with guys trying to take lunch money out of your pocket. So it's going to be a great show, but it also is going to be way more cost effective for the guys to make a living and make money racing a motorcycle, which is the goal for all of us. Well, I speak as still a racer, but the goal for all the racers.
Yeah, for sure. No question about that. You got to have a healthy side of it on everything. Cameron, let's talk a little bit about the history of flat track. And I think it's really cool to see where we are now, but let's talk about where we came from. This sport has been around for decades, upon 70 years now?
Yeah, I think the first Grand National Championship was 1954.
Yep, 1954 was the first Grand National Champion. Yep.
And we're kind of known as the original extreme sport. I mean, that's kind of the tagline we've had. I mean, again, as Brian will test, the thing with, Unique is obviously they have no front brake. I mean, especially for me, obviously he's world champion here, coming from road racing and having that big front brake. And I'm like, these guys go 4 wide in Springfield, 140 miles an hour. with no front brake and with their steel shoes sliding in the dirt, just hoping they get through. And again, this is the mile master here. So
yeah, I mean, it's something that, it's what you grow up doing. It's what you learn. It's just like, Supercross guys always said flat track guys were crazy, and they're the guys that are jumping 300-foot jumps, and I'm like, you think we're crazy? So, back to the inception of flat track in 1954, I think flat track was invented when the second motorcycle was built. As soon as the second one come along, they started racing, and it was easy to go on an oval, go fast, turn left in an oval, and who won the race was the winner of the championship, and that led to creating a real series and a champion in 1954, which was the birth of flat track racing, and it was the biggest and original extreme sport at the time.
And I think what else is great about the sport and the growth of it is, with ours, we have so many different platforms. You've got the short tracks, you've got the half miles, you've got the miles where you can really let them go and show and all the drafting that they do. And then you've got the TT races like Peoria TT, our famous TT track. So I think having those different variables, and also like we got into Sturgis TT, our Miracle on Main was one of the most incredible races we pulled off last year, which was mostly pavement. With a big dirt section in a parking lot, not big, but a small dirt section in front of the biggest rally in the world. So we can think outside the box and do kind of crazy things and have crazy racing that these guys do.
You know what? While you bring up the Miracle on Main and what happens in Sturgis, tell us a little bit more about that event. And really, I'd like to go into detail a little bit too, because as you mentioned, I mean, you're a sanctioning body, you're a promoter, a lot of these different things, and so much goes into it. Talk about the creation of the event, the challenges, and putting the event on, all of those, if you don't mind.
Yeah, Sturgis has always been a big point for us. We've always tried to have like 2 rounds in Sturgis. It's expensive to go there. It's the biggest rally in the world, 700,000 people. We've raced at Black Hills Speedway, probably one of the better half miles on the circuit, really fast, good racing. Brian and I worked pretty hard to put together. Well, he was still racing, but Brian helped us with the Buffalo Chip. We went inside the Buffalo Chip, got really outside the box. So literally the start finish line was right in front of the concert stage. People loved that race. We did that in 2018 and 19. Then he kind of changed the amphitheater, so we couldn't go back there. So we got a call a couple years ago from our agency that we work with, so does the Sturgis Rally, say, hey, could you guys put on a race right downtown, right in front of all the hundreds of thousands of people that come to Sturgis down Main Street? We're like, sure, let's look at it. So it's been a long year and a half. We had a deal, then the deal got referred, then we had to restructure the deal, and we had lots of trips going back and forth. Brian had 2 or 3 testing out the streets, long course, short course. So I mean, just the amount of time and effort from pretty much all of our staff that was trying to put on a whole other series just on this one race to get all the logistics and how, this is narrow and how do we get through the streets and the bunk out, the cutouts here and get this lamppost here and this little curb here. And they had to make a game day decision right at the end to change the start finish line, at least to start the finish date on Main. And then Brian made the change to move it up to turn up to on 3rd Street. So it was easier to them get in turn 1. So a lot of shifting. We had monumental rains all the way up to race day where we didn't know if we were going to get it in. You couldn't imagine everything we had to do. We had a crew working 24 hours overnight, putting all the barriers and fencing in to cover inside and outside the whole track. And literally had to have it out by the next morning so the bank could open at 8 a.m. So it was an incredible effort by a bunch of parties. The city was amazing. Jack Pine Gypsies, one of the oldest motorcycle groups in America, they were amazing, and all their staff. So from my side, it was just a crazy group effort. I'll let him talk on competition. And I mentioned to Brad the other day about a new little class that was a debut.
Yeah, it was literally with everything you were saying and everything we were up against. It was literally the Miracle on Main Street out there. I mean, it's a cliche to say that, but I mean, you just heard everything he said. There was a lot of struggles, a lot of hoops to jump through. I mean, you're putting a race on in the middle of the city is always a challenge, but we were hauling in dirt and barriers and everything else. So it was a challenge, but once again, it's just like the flow thing. A bunch of people left, a new fan of flat track racing. Yeah, it wasn't typical dirt oval racing, but it was some great racing downtown on the streets, and they were still sideways on the pavement.
Yeah. I was going to say, Brian, I have to know, and Cameron and I talked a little bit about this yesterday, but as a former competitor and as a rider, when you go and tell riders that hey, guess what? This is what we're doing, and it's a bigger departure from anything that we typically do. What do you guys think? What was their reaction, number one? And then once the event was over, was there a change in the outlook on that?
Yeah, that was one of the biggest challenges we had as the riders. You know, some of them were all for it, some of them were skeptical. There was a couple squeaky wheels that the ones that were okay with it all of a sudden weren't, you know, beforehand. But once it all come out in the wash, everybody said, "Hey, it wasn't bad. I'm looking forward to doing it again." You know, as a rider, everybody's got their preferences. I like the mile tracks. I didn't like the TT tracks. So of course, if you don't like those tracks, you're going to argue against what you don't like, whether it's pavement or dirt or made of moon dust. It don't matter, you know. And one thing that's really cool about the Sturgis Rally is that whole rally was created around a flat track race. It started because of a flat track race. It's kind of part of our history. So that was not only just the rally wanting a race, but it's the rally getting back to the roots and having a flat track race in conjunction with the rally. So that's kind of what sparked the conversation for us to be part of it. And then, you know, there's no oval in downtown currently, so we did a street race.
And I think to expand on that just a little bit, again, you talked about Sturgis and how important it is to us. Again, their first race was also in 1954. I mean, the Sturgis Rally and the Grand National Championship were one and the same because we were built off the same thing, which is a flat track race at the world famous Sturgis half mile. And a little side note, you know, I don't want to say too much, but our future there, we will have 3 races there, the most we've ever had. We'll have 2 short tracks at Jack Pine Gypsies Monday, Tuesday, going into the first week after the first weekend of Bike Week. And then we'll have our next Sunday finish off with a big bang with our second annual Sturgis TT. The goal, the future, and we're working on reviving maybe a world famous facility there. And we'd have a short track, we'd have a Sturgis half mile, and then we'd have a Sturgis TT soon in the future. So there's a lot planned for Sturgis. And I just told Brian, go find us a mile track and we can have all 4 at the rally.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
That would be awesome. All right. You mentioned a new class, one that I'm a fan of. Look, I am an adventure bike rider, and the adventure trackers. Tell us about that.
Yeah, you know, it's adventure bikes is as you know, if you're an adventure rider, the biggest growing segment in motorcycle racing. You know, everybody wants to go adventure riding, and I can see why. You can literally go anywhere. So with that brought a lot of interest from the manufacturers. How do we race these things? And we said, we'll figure it out. We're going to do it in downtown Sturgis. We had to figure it out real quick. Just like the track and setting it up and everything else, it was a new class to introduce. And but we kept it real simple. Just like I mentioned, the Super Twins class is going to production base to make it more cost effective. The adventure trackers, they were, you know, they all looked like adventure bikes. They were very minimal modifications. We made a spec tire, take the lights off it, put a number plate on it, go racing. So it was real easy, real approachable. And I test rode all the bikes, and I was shocked how good they went through the dirt and slid around. You know, I was hesitant until I got on them and did it. And they were great. It just proves what a great bike they are all around.
He even rode the BMW with the funky front end, didn't
he? Yeah. Yeah, we love BMW, but it does some different stuff with that cantilever front end.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's a little comfortable down the road, though, but I totally understand. But I think this is great because, like you said, this is a growing segment. You know, you talk about the Super Twin segment as well and bringing that back to more of a production class, but also tell us about the 450 singles. Also, I don't want to leave anything out.
Yeah, for sure. I should have started with that. You know, the 450 singles is a true production class. You know, they can do modifications to the bikes, but it's the same bike that you'll see on a supercross track where it's the 450 motocross, supercross frames, plastic bodywork. You can't modify none of that. You can lower the suspension. You can do all the motor work you want. It's got to be a 450cc, but that is some of the most action-packed racing you will see. It makes me nervous watching it. You know, it's the entry level to pro racing, but it is a nail biter every week. And I think some of it's obviously the kids are young and hungry that are in it. They're rookies, most of them, so they're not scared yet. I've been one of those guys. They haven't hit the dirt to slow themselves down, you know, that 1/10 of a second. But the bikes are still equal. All the 450 manufacturers make great bikes, so it's almost like slot car racing where they all got the same, and the bravest guy win.
And I would say, just to add on to that, Brian, I mean, it's getting, as Brian said, 1 through 16 or 1 through 18, whatever the final grid is, 1 through 18 can win. Yeah. So we've even, you know, we're really working hard. Brian's working hard with getting, you know, all amateur races before, after, or around every national, really build up the future. But we're also looking at maybe adding a class in the future, like a base model, right? 450 class to
Yeah, as I mentioned, how intense this racing is. It's a big step to go from an amateur to a pro when the class is that intense. So we're looking in the future. We're actually meeting with some manufacturers later today to discuss like a super stock type class where it's a bridge between something like a production race class like it is now to not as bare bones as the adventure bikes where it's stock everything. This would be minimal modifications, real entry level. It's where you start out racing when you turn pro, and then you step up to the big classes, either the singles or the twins or the adventure trackers.
Yeah, that's really cool. Cameron, I want to go back to something that you brought up earlier. Jim France bought AMA Pro Racing,
Yes.
and that's who you ultimately work for. But the reason why Jim France bought this is because of his own history as well, right?
Yes, I mean, again, every single day, the first bike when you walk in our office is Mr. France's bike sitting right there, and it kind of gives you, I think, gives us all kind of inspiration that that's where he comes from. It's for sure. Everybody said it's his passion, and I said that also about Mission Foods. Why do we have Mission Foods? People said, why is Mission Foods a flat track? Well, Mr. Gonzalez was walking around the Dallas flat track a couple years ago, and literally came up to Gene and said, "I am Mr. Gonzalez. I own Mission Foods. I raced flat track in AMA back in the day, and I'd like to sponsor you." So I like to go to that. Mr. France, Mr. Gonzalez, all the people that are in our paddock are passion people. They love the sport. They did the sport. Same with like even our teams and our team owners, like the Estison team. All these guys were past racers, have a passion for it. And I think that's what fuels us. And yes, having NASCAR as our backbone, as our big brother to kind of help us, it's awesome. Like the street race, being able to, have meetings with the Chicago street race folks and all the stuff that they've done has helped us with building our, we're definitely the little guy. It's NASCAR, it's IMSA, which the sports cars, which Mr. France and the France family own, and then Little Flat Track over here. But Little Flat Track is making a lot of noise.
Yeah, I love that though. But I mean, it's great because the passion for motorsports throughout the entire family extends well beyond stock cars, and I think that is a really great thing. You mentioned some of the partners too, Cameron. Progressive Insurance. You said they're coming back for 3 years. You mentioned Mission Foods. I know you have some other great partners like Kicker, Caterpillar, and so on. What is the health of the support for Flat Track out there in the sponsorship world?
Well, like Brian said, we're meeting with a bunch of OEMs today, and it's been great. I mean, obviously people have been a little cautious. If you look at the world globally, things going on, but for our support, and actually Brian and I were just talking about sponsorship, whether it's Caterpillar and Mission, Progressive, Parts Unlimited, all of our list of partners, even down to Tommy Duma and all of our other people that have been our core for so long. That's what makes us healthy. That's what drives us. Again, we're doing our job. Making sure that we have good events, making sure that we're driving numbers and people are seeing the sport. And then our partners are everything to us, really. And our customers that come out and watch the races.
Yeah. Well, from Springfield to Ohio to Daytona to Sturgis, I might have to plan a little two-wheel adventure myself in August. Really
Please
cool.
do.
Yeah, I think it'll be awesome. I can't wait for the season opener just 3 months away in Daytona as well. And Cameron, Brian, we can't thank you enough. Your passion for this sport really shows through, and I look forward to seeing what the next season brings.
Thank you. Thanks, Brad. Appreciate you, everybody at EPAR Trade. This has been fantastic. Thanks for letting us join this world class of people that you've had on there. We feel honored because that's one hell of a lineup. Thanks to Ralph Shaheen for our good buddy and our announcer, one of our people, for kind of making the introduction. So you guys are great. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Please stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with you with Jeff Ryan IndyCar.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
For over 25 years, Wisconsin-based C-Tech Manufacturing has been engineering and manufacturing the toughest, most accessible aluminum tool drawers, cabinets, carts, and tactical storage solutions for America's hardest working professionals. Whatever you need to store and however you need to store it, put your trust in C-Tech Manufacturing. We build it better. Visit our new website at ctechmanufacturing.com or give us a call at 715-355-8842.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. If you're watching us on Zoom or on YouTube, on racer.com, on speedsport.com, on Facebook, on Speedsport One, thank you again for watching us. We are transitioning into our next session. David is back. What a great interview we had this morning with Tim Ganassi, David, right?
Yeah, awesome.
And we're going to bring Jay Fry, and we're going to be talking INDYCAR. And after Jay, we're going to bring David Salters from HRC. So a lot of INDYCAR this morning for INDYCAR fans. And good morning, Jay.
Hey, good morning, guys. Sorry.
Good to see you again.
We can see you. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
We're good. Awesome. Well, thank you. Well, thanks for having me. Good to see everybody.
Okay, I'll get rolling. Good to see you, Jay. Thank you so much for attending this. So let's talk about the 2024 season first of all. Introduction to hybrids. How do you feel that went?
We think it went obviously very well. This is probably an extreme, but in our opinion, it was probably one of the most successful launches of some sort of technology in motorsports history. We from the Milwaukee Open Test to the end of the season, we ran almost 92,000 miles, and there was really, if you think about it, in those 92,000 miles, there was just a couple minor things that probably happened over the course of that time. 27 cars running our hybrid unit. It was a great effort by Honda, Chevrolet, all of our teams, our paddock, everybody IndyCar to get this thing over the top. So it took a while, right? Which that's always something that's frustrating. But ultimately, once we got the product on the track, we think it performed very well.
Yeah. What's the timeline, Jay, for increasing the output of the hybrid unit now that it's proven successful at what appears to be like a 50 to 60 horsepower boost?
Yeah. So think of it. So this year we ran it basically half the season, right? So next year will be the first time we run it for a full season. Probably the first time we see any kind of really increase in it will be in 2026.
Right.
Think of it like that the hybrid unit has about 60 horsepower and push to pass has about 60 horsepower. So those combinations will still be used or be available to the drivers. It's funny, we had Matt Greco, who does a lot of our timing and scoring data, one of our technology guys, came up with some criteria to show how it was used on an oval, because we weren't exactly sure how and when it was used. It was amazing to see how the drivers, as they became more and more used to it, used it more and more. It became more of a tool that they at their disposal. So really good. Obviously next year will be the first year we have it at the 500, the Indy 500, which will be different. So next year will be kind of status quo. Look at it differently and then 26 going forward.
Right. And it's the ultimate plan to do away with push to pass and just have the extra thump of an increasingly powerful hybrid unit?
Possibly at some point. Again, right now we're comfortable with the drivers having the multiple tools. You can use the hybrid by itself, you can use push to pass by itself, or you can use them together. So for 25 and 26, we'll keep that format.
Right. And I mean, the difference between the two systems is obviously that the hybrid can be used in qualifying, for instance, and it can also be used as the drivers roughly use it at the same rate because they're using it every lap. Is there a danger of that creating a kind of stalemate between the cars, in which case that would harm, the potential passing opportunities that it theoretically presents? And would you consider something like the DRS system in F1, whereby you would prevent, when the car was 1 second behind, it wouldn't be allowed to use its hybrid unit for when he's being passed?
Yeah, no, I don't think we'll do that. From a stalemate perspective, obviously, there's multiple tools that the drivers have, right? They cannot use it. They can use it in the hybrid. They can use the push fast. They can use both. So we think there's enough tools to differentiate the drivers and what they're doing. Again, it was funny on the oval part, talking to multiple drivers, there were some that thought it had no really impact or effect at all on oval, right? And then there were other drivers who said it was huge. They used it a lot.
Yes.
So again, that's why we go back and make sure that we can look at data to quantify which is which. And I think the drivers who maybe didn't think it was that impactful now understand it probably could be, and they might look at it a little different going forward. So I guess in that regard, you talk about a stalemate. I don't think we would ever get to that because these guys, our drivers are spectacular. They're going really quick. So every little bit matters, and this is just again tools that they have.
Yeah, I've had those same differing opinions on how much of a difference it makes on ovals, and both, for example, Colton Herta and Santino Ferrucci said, it does give you a good kick off the corner. It creates possibilities where there might not have been before if you apply it correctly. So how it affects the 500 will be absolutely fascinating.
For sure.
What's the thinking behind Milwaukee going to one race next year and Thermal becoming a championship round? Is there a limit on the number of races that you feel IndyCar should hold?
Well, right now, comfortable with the 17 where we're at, and I think the schedule expand. Certainly, I think ultimately, if it does expand, it's about getting new and big events like we announced, Dallas, a month or so. Obviously, that's a really big event. That's something we're very excited about. The Cowboys involved, the Texas Rangers are involved. Those are great partners to have, and they'll make sure that the event is very successful. So I don't think it's necessary about the quantity; it's about the quality going forward, and that would be the reason why we added something. In regards to Thermal, last year, a lot of the drivers after the event said this could be a really good race. If we have a proper points race, they were great on that. So we went back to Thermal. Thermal's been a great partner. They agreed to it. They added 600 feet to their pit road. Spent about $1 million to make their pit road. Really, it's probably one of the nicest pit roads we have on the circuit right now. So we have that, and we're excited about next year's schedule. We think again the Thermal race will be really good. And sometimes when you have a double header, it's funny if you look at race 1 to race 2, how sometimes they're different. Because race 1 you got to make sure one of your goals is to make sure you survive to get to race 2 the next day. So if you had a single race in Milwaukee, who knows? That could be really spectacular because actually last year the double header both races were very good.
Yeah, superb. It's just great to be back on America's oldest track.
Amazing. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah. The Fox deal, obviously, it's great to have it in place. How quick do you think the teams will see the benefits of that in terms of viewing figures to be able to boast to potential sponsors?
I think they're already seeing it. So we yesterday we're going through our off-season meeting cadence. So yesterday we had our annual off-season preseason drivers meeting, and went through a lot of different things with them. But on Fox, there's already been stuff on Fox on the NFL on Sundays. There's been a couple of things where the pace car driver, the pace car. There's been some schedule stuff. So Fox has done a really magnificent job already. And if you look at it just from 24 to 25, just on the number of races that we have on network, obviously 25, they're all going to be on network. So that's a 25% uptick just there, just based off of that. So the numbers should be, again, if you just look at that, the amount of races on our network year over year should be at least 25% above where we were in 24. So really excited about the partnership. They've been actually they've been here weekly. Somebody from Fox has been about different things that they want to do going forward in the next year. Excited to have them. It's going to be a spectacular partnership.
Right. And looking at 26, how did the Arlington deal come about? Like, how was that? How was it realized that that was one particular? I know that INDYCAR would no longer go to a venue that didn't hold enough interest. So how was it ascertained that this could be a huge deal?
Well, it's funny. There was actually, we were actually approached about it probably 6 or 7 years ago.
Right.
It was kind of a unique situation. There was a lot of enthusiasm for it. Actually, originally it was coming from the Rangers' perspective. We are partners with the Cowboys with Legends. We do all of our licensing. So the Cowboys are a partner of ours. Now, there was just many people involved that saw this as a really cool opportunity. Obviously, again, we already have partnerships with a lot of the groups that are involved. We really wanted to be in Texas. NTT's based right there, right around Dallas. So we felt it was a really good opportunity. And anytime you can partner with somebody like Jerry Jones, somebody like the Texas Rangers, I mean, it's going to be off the charts.
Right. Obviously, there's a lot of rumors around also that in 2026, Mexico City could be on the schedule. What can you tell us about that?
Obviously, that's an important, area, important part of the world for us for lots of different reasons. It would be just speculating at this point, but obviously that's something that we're interested in. At some point down the road.
Right. Obviously, it's long been debated whether INDYCAR should or shouldn't venture outside of North America for its races. What's your feeling on that at the current time?
Well, I think, there's obviously the United States is a really big country. North America is a very, very big geographic area. I don't think we necessarily have, right now we're not really in the Northeast. We're not in the Northeast. That's important. There's other places that we probably need to go first before we start looking outside of the country. So I think, like we mentioned, we're at 17 races. Could we expand to more? Certainly. But we're not going to expand just to expand. It's got to be something that's, a big event. So, again, there's opportunities within the states right now that I think we could all be excited about over the next couple of years. So we'll see how that plays out.
Right. The next gen INDYCAR. It seems everyone's priority is for a lighter, more nimble INDYCAR. Now, obviously, that's feasible while maintaining the current safety level or even improving them. But more exotic materials would be needed, and therefore driving up expenses. What's your feeling on, or how do you balance the needs of the drivers with the needs of the team owners?
Well, that's a great question. That's something we work on very hard, every day. If you remember, in 2016, we come up with that rolling 5-year plan, which is still active. So it's interesting if you look at the plan. Around 2020, things just got delayed, right? Remember?
Absolutely.
Pushed and then where we're at, and so we're finally at a point where now the thing is kind of rolling again, right? So we've got the hybrid introduction in 24, 25, and 26 will be kind of status quo. There'll be updates, but kind of your normal annual updates. Then what does 27 look like? So 27, right now we've got multiple working groups looking at what 27 could and beyond could look like. So again, it's this current car we have, it's it's been an amazing car, right? It's extremely safe, it's fast, it races well, it looks good. We break track records, everywhere we go every year, and that's just incredible. It's a testament to the great drivers we got and the great teams we have. But this car has been, it's when they say historic, I mean it's historic in a lot of really really good ways too, right? So anyway, so we're looking at 27. What could that look like? We got different working groups looking at different parts, pieces, cars, engine. What will 27 and beyond look like? So we should have something the first part of next year defined, and it's being worked on. So people, it wouldn't be like, hey, you can't just announce something in February, March of next year and then just start the project. The projects that we're working on the project. So what it actually looks like, and the timing of all of it, I think we'll have a better indication of the first part of next year.
Right. And do you expect a significant change in the engine formula?
Not significant change in the engine formula. I would think, what does the hybrid look like going forward, right? So the current system that we have, again, was an amazing technological advancement. Again, Honda, Chevrolet, our guys, everybody did a phenomenal job creating it. But it's been built for us, right? This is it's a unique piece. It's one of a kind. It's ours. What does that look like going forward? So that's part of what I think you look at. What could look different next is, what does the hybrid output look like in 27?
Right. Inevitably, I think every time we speak, I ask, how's it going as far as getting a third engine manufacturer involved?
Right.
What's the latest?
No, so it's funny, man. That's something we work really hard on, right? And so much of this is timing, and we've been really close numerous times. Things happen and whatnot, and it's frustrating. And anyway, that's part of what when we talk about these working groups and what we're doing and what 27 going forward is going to look like. Well, we want to make sure they would be enthused too, right? So we're talking to others. What would entice you? What would be something that would be interesting to you? What is something that makes sure you're not behind right out of the box? What is something, those are the type of questions. So we seem to have some pretty good interest. Again, we've said this before. I'm, Missouri Tiger, I'm a show me person. I'd rather just show you what we got versus talk about it all the time, it feels like what we do sometimes on the OEM piece, but we feel good about directionally what we're seeing and telling and talking to them about what they could be enthused about going forward. So if we can get that over the top, again, cost is a big thing on that. What's it cost? What's the point of entry cost? What's the operating cost? All that type of stuff. So those are things we're working on, and that's good for, like you mentioned, on the owners too. I mean, it all falls into place, right? There's a finite amount. There's got to be a return. There's a CapEx cost to come in. What is that? How's that going to work? How many cars are we going to have? What's it look like going forward? On the plan, if you remember when we did that too, was one of the biggest goals of the plan was to grow the series. We grow have more team owners, have more cars, have more entries, that type of thing. So that plan is far exceeded our expectations. Remember, the original plan called for 24 cars and 3 manufacturers. Well, now we've had 27, 28, 29 cars, right? And we still have the 2 manufacturers. Chevy and Honda have done a phenomenal job, but obviously they're getting to the point where they're tapped out, right? Because we have such a full field right now, which is again a great problem to have, but it is, it comes with issues. So a third OEM is something we continue to work on very hard. Something that's very important, and we feel good about. Hopefully something good can happen. From 27 going forward.
Yeah. Do Chevrolet? A few years back, Chevrolet and Honda both said that in order to ease the burden of supplying, a increasing number of cars, that they will be prepared to share some of the burden with a third manufacturer to give them a leg up in jumping into this engine formula. Do they still feel that way?
Yeah, absolutely. That's still part of the equation. It's what is the CapEx cost? What is the point of entry cost? And Chevrolet and Honda, this is something that's very important to them too. Obviously, they have another third or fourth OEM come in, new partners. So they're very willing to help, and what that help looks like at this point is still to be determined, because there's an OEM prospect. Some might want more than the others, right, for whatever reason. So that's something that is still on the table. It's something that Chevy and Honda are still very enthused, and again, they are great partners, and this is something that is very helpful.
Well, I mean, they certainly collaborated well on the hybrid piece.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
yeah. In terms of how you run INDYCAR, in terms of getting everyone's opinion, and you run it as something of a democracy. Do you think that that's still still healthy and helpful, or have you had to become a bit of a dictator at times?
No, well, I think that would be a good question for others, right? If it's still good or healthy versus me. But no, like I mentioned, so we're in our off-season meeting cadence. We had the drivers come yesterday. The meeting, basically we show, here's things that happened last year. Here's things that we're looking at for 25. Here's things for 26, 7, and going forward. We look at different situations that happened in 24, things that we think from an IndyCar perspective, we could have done better. There's things that we talk to them about our expectations of them, of what happened or didn't happen. And then there's many things we have probably 3 pages of things we call the discussion points, right? So we throw stuff up, and sometimes it's funny, year over year, it might be the same thing on the list, right? Because it's redundancy to what we do. And what we always try to do is we try to build some sort of consensus on where we're going, what we're doing. And then if we can't find a consensus, we just keep it the same. So again, that's where the redundancy comes in, where we might talk about something again, because it feels like it's a problem, but ultimately we none of us can come up with a different solution. We just keep it the same. So, but it was it's a day. Yesterday's a day I look forward to all year. I mean, getting with our drivers, and when we have the team manager one a couple months ago, our drivers, team managers, owners are all very vested in what we do. They all are just really great people and want this series to thrive. So when we have these meetings, it's very enlightening, and there's a lot of really good ideas that come out of it. So why would we not do that, right? Why would we not want? These are very smart people. They're vested in what we do. They're vested in where we're going. Certainly, we want their opinion.
Right. And
like you said, ultimately, we got to decide. So when there's times when it's okay, there's a 50-50 kind of thing going on here or whatever, then ultimately we got to come in and make the decision. That's fine. That's our job. But when you can build a consensus, that's the best way.
Right. In terms of marketing, obviously there's been big splash of F1, now holding 3 races here. But I noticed the Vegas race, the viewing figures were considerably down this year. Do you think that F1's presence in this country is, do you regard it as a threat, or do you feel that the formulas are so different that open wheel is open wheel and the fans will watch both?
Yeah, I think that. I think from an industry, a motorsports industry, we're all in it together. It feels like to me. I mean, I'm a F1 fan. I'm a NASCAR fan. I'm World Outlaws, NHRA. If it's on TV, we're going to watch it. So I think there's a lot of that. I think a lot of IndyCar fans, would tune into the F1 race in Las Vegas a couple of weeks ago or this weekend, whatever. So, no, I think it's a good thing. If again, the high tides rise, all boats, or however that goes, that we're all in it together, and we can all benefit from each other's success.
Right. One of the significant moves that I feel was made is securing the future of Long Beach Grand Prix. Are you seeking to do that with any other of the established events to ensure that what would you say are like the pillar races, aside from obviously Long Beach and Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
Yeah, well, Long Beach, yeah, that was a really amazing, a big deal to do that. I don't, that would almost be playing offense and defense at the same time, right? Long Beach is a pillar event. It's an amazing event. Jim and all his team do a phenomenal job. That we were able to come in and do what we did is great. It protects the event for the future, which is amazing for the series. IMS is obviously like that, but you think even like a St. Pete's been around a long time now, right? Barber's been around a long time now. So if you start looking at our schedule, Milwaukee coming back, right? That's cool. So but we've got a lot of really amazing events. Laguna, again, it came back a few years ago. So there's kind of a nice mix of historic kind of events that we've had over the years with new, like with the Dallas thing coming on in a couple of years, the thermal thing. We think we got a really nice. It's funny when we first got here, there was this problem with date equity, and the schedule changed, and right. So we stabilized that. We think we did a really good job getting date equity. The schedule's pretty stable annually, with the same venues, that type of thing. So now we get hey, when are you going to go someplace new? So I guess we did a good job with the data equity and stability, and now it's like, okay, what's next? So but we're the diversity of our schedule is really good. Again, like we talked earlier, we just got to continue to look for big events if we're going to expand in the future.
On that topic, do you feel that the switch from the downtown race in Nashville to the Nashville Oval, was that a success, or can more be done to promote the oval race? Because obviously it's the championship finale. It's a huge deal. What more can be done to do it? Because the festival feeling reminded me of Baltimore, and to some extent Long Beach, but it's hard to capture that at an oval. What more can be done?
Well, Scott Burchett and his team did a really, really, really good job. We had there were some things downtown. We had the pit stop competition downtown, so we tried to tie into the downtown as much as we could. The nationals, the folks at SMI that own the National Speedway were a pleasure to work with. They did a great job. So for something that was really put together late, right?
Yes.
I think it went off very, very well. And I think we just need to expand on what we did this year, with tying into the downtown, and then more and more activation coming out to the track, because it would be to the speedway would be a good thing. So it was. I thought it was the race was good. I thought the downtown part was really good. Executing at the track was really good. Again, we'll just expand on all of it for next year.
Okay.
This year or next year. I guess we're in next year, right? This is next year now.
Yeah.
I'm talking next year.
Next season starts the day after the current one ends. So yeah, absolutely. All right, Jay. Well, thank you very much. Very best of luck, and good job for this year, and congrats on the hybrid going almost seamlessly. I know it wasn't like that behind the scenes, but on the surface, it looked like it was a huge success. Introducing it mid-season looked like a dangerous idea, and I don't think it affected the outcome. I think we got so used to it working reliably that when it went wrong that it made headlines after that. So that's exactly as it should be. So,
well, thank you all for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you, Jay. Great honor to have you every year. Thank you so much. And again, David, thank you very much. Another great interview. And we're going to run a little video from our partners, and we'll be right back with you. We're going to be talking with David Salters from HRC. So
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. This is day 4. A big thank you to our friends at Racer and at Speed Sport to help us spread the word and about this wonderful event. And so if you're watching us on Zoom, thank you. If you're watching us on YouTube, on racer.com, on speedsport.com, on Speedsport 1, on Facebook Live, from wherever you are, thank you for watching us. Mark, welcome back to the program, and we're going to bring David with us. He should be here any second. So David Salters is the president of Honda Racing Corporation. It's a great honor to have him on with us this morning. Good morning, David.
Good morning. Hello.
Well, welcome to the program.
As you can see, I'm sat in my lovely CRV hybrid.
Until you.
Oh. David, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Mark. Can you hear me? I think we've.
I can. I think we're good. The sound quality in what'd you say? Was it a CRV?
It is. It's remarkable.
It's a superb audio.
It's a brilliant car, very efficient, and a remarkable film studio as well.
Yeah, mobile office. Yeah. So as we sit here today, it's almost the first anniversary since what was then HPD was brought under the global Honda Racing Corporation umbrella, which merges all of Honda's racing activities into a single organization. What's that process been like?
Okay. It's been good. As you imagine, these things are sort of complicated, lots of moving parts. But a couple of years ago now, we had a discussion, myself and Watson Abison, who's the president of HR Global. Why don't we make all our smart people together and efforts together? And also, Honda's been racing for 60 years rather successfully. It'd be nice to have sort of one brand to all race under, and that's what we did. So yeah, it's been good. It's been within Honda, there's great communication and there's real respect for the individual, so there's always been good collaboration, but this sort of helps it how would you say, formalize it. The main gives opportunities to our men and women, which is the whole point of why we go racing. It's all about the people. So it gives them more opportunities as we look forward. So yeah, so far so good.
Has it changed the way you do things on a day-to-day basis, having sort of those more open lines of communication to the rest of the Honda world?
As always, you go about your daily business of challenging yourself and trying to get ready to compete in races. So day to day, we do what we do, and our job is to look after racing. We're HRC US. Our job is to look after racing in the US. So that's our clear priority, and we do that. So probably day to day, it hasn't changed so much, but it just means we're, I don't know, much more consolidated as we look to the future. And then we can start to plan out a bit more to the future, maybe, and think what makes sense in the US and what makes sense globally and how we can all contribute to that. So a little bit, but this job's pretty demanding, so it's still demanding. I
remember when it was first announced, one of the things that was brought up was that the US based engineers would be doing some work with Honda Japan on the 2026 F1 engine. Has that been going ahead?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, that's been the nice bit, really. We have some people that are embedded to look at the powertrain for 2026. So step number of people, but we've been able to get people more embedded to sort of help out with 2026. All this has to be done under the cost cap, as you might imagine, so it's all sort of formal and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, we've been able to give some people opportunities, and that's been quite nice. And then the net end result of that will be, as more people get opportunities maybe to work on some F1 stuff, at some point they'll get embedded and then they'll come back, and then we'll generally improve as an organization, which is one of the goals as well.
While we're talking about bringing all these different elements of the Honda racing universe together, you had the Honda Hybrid Heroes event in Las Vegas a couple of weeks ago, which was a celebration of Honda's hybrid race cars and the people who drive them. Quite a lineup, both of cars and of drivers. How was it received?
It was pretty cool, wasn't it? It was yeah, you sort of had to pinch yourself. Yeah, for people who may not be aware, we had the ARX06 GTP car, we had the INDYCAR hybrid, we had the Beast, which was CRV with a INDYCAR hybrid powertrain in the back. We had Rocar Civic hybrid, and then so pretty nice race cars. And then we had Max Verstappen, you've probably heard of him, the 4 times, who then became 4 times world champion. We had Checo, we had Yuki, we had Liam, we had Scott Dixon, you've probably heard of him as well, so 6 times champion. Yeah, exactly. So we had a lot of champions. So it was an only Honda thing, really. So you had all these amazing drivers with these amazing cars, and through open wheel to sports car to sort of demonstrator, like only Honda thing. So it was stunning, really. And I think the social media response indicates that there's tens of millions of people looked at this sort of stuff, and obviously it's
Yeah, I saw a photo of Max with Dixie, and it occurred to me that it might be the first time those two have met. So it must be fun for drivers from different worlds to interact in a setting like that.
I believe it was, and I think it was fun. Exactly that. I think everyone enjoyed themselves because it was a pretty relaxed affair. It was lots of fun. You get to drive some pretty cool cars, and the guys could relax and just chat and compare notes, really. So it was really good. It was yeah, it was pretty cool.
What goes into pulling something like that together? Because it mustn't be the work of a moment.
Yeah, I can't use expletives here, but a lot of work because that idea came up like a year ago, and then on our side and the Japanese side, lots of work to pull that together. And thank you very much for Red Bull and Christian Horner for helping sort that out. But I think the end showed the value in it. But and then basically we had to run the track for the day and synchronize all these cars and do it safely, and everyone who's involved put in a huge effort. It went very, very well. It was seamless, really. But and again, it was quite special. It was an only Honda thing. You had all this, Honda races at the highest level in the sort of pinnacle championships of the world, isn't it? Whether it's sports car or MotoGP or F1 or INDYCAR, etc. So to pull all that together was a real privilege, really, to show that, and to be able, most importantly, to be able to share it with the fans. So the stuff we could put out on the normal channels and stuff was a nice way to share that with the fans and celebrate a bit what we do and thank the fans, really.
Very cool. And there's going to be opportunities for people to get some Honda racing DNA onto their own cars following the launch of the performance parts business, which I believe you took the wraps off at SEMA.
Yeah, it's been a busy year. Yeah, exactly. So the point of putting together HRC as a global racing organization is also to make a global sort of brand, and then look how we make performance parts and other things which we may see in the future that we can share with the people who are passionate about Honda and racing. So we launched at SEMA which again was another pretty cool, really good display of all the different things that we do, whether it's off-road Baja or INDYCAR or sports car. We sort of pull that together, and we're sort of going to launch a performance parts HRC brand, where people will be able to purchase those parts and or have them fitted to their cars, and be able to sort of celebrate a bit what we do. But we got to make sure we're authentic. We got to make sure that we pull the racing know-how and heritage back into that. So that you will see that in the future. So we launched that as SEMA. Busy working away to understand what that will be in the future, but there will be a HRC Honda Racing performance parts say division within HRC that will make sure we're authentic, and people will be able to get there, sort of celebrate what we do, and we can share that with our amazing customers and fans.
It's not just road cars, is it? It's off-road, it's track cars, it's everything with a Honda badge on it, basically.
We're firming that up at the moment, but yeah, that's more or less the idea, is to make sure that we can put it on road cars. But we already sort of have a small line in racing parts, but yeah, we need to make sure the two go together.
And is there a roadmap for when that's all going to roll out into the world?
We're working on that at the moment, so we wanted to launch it and get people to know what we're up to. And then also we want to, we are busy canvassing sort of fans and customers to understand what people want. So
Okay.
we're sort of doing the research and stuff at the moment. We got plans, people are busy working away. There's a division, there's people working on it. And again, we're trying to understand what do people want as well, so that we give our fans and customers what they want.
It's very cool, kind of crowdsourcing the product line.
Within reason, obviously we've got ideas of where we need to go, but also we, and you saw the prototype Integra car. Sort of, again, that was to sort of gauge reaction, which was pretty good. So far so good. We'll keep going, and we'll see where we get to.
Awesome. Looking ahead to next year and heading to the racetrack, HRC US will race one of the Acura ARX06 GTP cars in IMSA with Meyer Shank Racing. How is that program coming together?
Yeah, frantic. As all, and we have a nice, relaxing 24-hour race to ease ourselves into it as well. So, sort of Super Bowl at the start of the season. So, yeah, nice and relaxing, Mark, as you might imagine. It's a challenge, but it's exactly the challenge that we're looking for. So, we're going to be working with MSR, but we will fully race engineer one of the cars. We do a lot of the engineering sort of under the hood with these cars anyway, and we were involved with Orica in the development and sort of gestation of the car, and the powertrain and all the hybrid control is all ours anyway. And then we do a lot of vehicle dynamics and driver in the loop simulator stuff. So it's a case now of focusing all that to actually race engineer the car, so which is a big step, but it's the next logical step. Again, Honda goes racing to develop its people and its technology. This is a really good way to develop people, to put them at really the sharp end, sharp end of the pointy stick, and see where we get to. So we've been able to promote from within. So our race engineer, our strategy engineer, performance engineers are all people who worked in our vehicle dynamics group. So the really delightful bit is we've given people opportunities from within our racing company, and it's their next step as well. So lots of learning. I'm sure we'll have our good days and our not so good days, which is what racing is all about. But you sort of learn more when you fail, honestly speaking. So we don't plan on failing, but it's part of the game. So we'll learn, and we'll use that to make our company and our people better.
Yeah, you kind of preempted my next question there, because I was thinking, I get that they're doing it, but why are they doing it? But it sounds like it's developing personnel as well as developing bits.
It's exactly why Honda does it. You know, it's why Mr. Honda set off and went to the Isle of Man TT on the other side of the planet with just after he'd started making motorbikes type stuff to challenge and develop people. The most important thing we have is our people. Definitely in a racing company and in any any company really, your best asset and your most valuable thing is your people. So our goal is to help them and look after them and challenge them. And as we develop the people and that spirit, that comes back into Honda as well. Honda's really authentic on doing that. I mean, there's several hundred of us set up in Santa Clarita in California and have Honda 401ks and pay Californian tax, and we go racing for Honda. And so this is just the next step of, you know, really challenging ourselves, because it gets harder and harder the closer you get to the racetrack, shall we say.
I imagine there's going to be quite a fun little intra-team rivalry between the HRC side of the garage and the Meyer Shank side too.
The plan is to try not to do that. The plan is to work together and use the two cars.
That's no fun.
But yeah, we sort of have a rules of engagement. We're here to race for Acura as well. It's important that an Acura ends up on the top step. I don't care which one it is. It doesn't, you know, we just got to work as a team and use both cars sensibly. But yeah, we'll try not to have that. But racing's racing, you know, so everyone is competitive, drivers, engineers, everybody. But we just got to work together as one team and be smart.
A lot of things go out the window when the visor comes down. We'll see.
Yeah, come back to me in a month's time, and we'll see where we are.
I will.
Yeah.
And another project that I'm sure took no time and effort at all was the mid-year rollout of the hybrid in INDYCAR during 2024.
Yeah, that was, yeah, we did that as well. So like we say, we're here to challenge ourselves, and we definitely succeed in that. Yeah, so no, that was good. Well, it's interesting. Normally in this game, you know, it's war, you're trying to beat your enemy and all that sort of stuff. And the really nice thing is we sort of work sensibly with INDYCAR and GM and Ilmore, and sort of rolled our sleeves up and made it happen. And something we could be quite proud of, really. You know, it was pretty scary introducing it mid-season, but generally it went, I think, extremely well. I think there's over 100,000 miles on those parts. The challenge is there's a lot of race cars. I think often if you're making a hybrid system and you're doing it yourself and it's for two race cars, you can sort of manage that. By the time you put, I don't know, 20 something of them out there, and they're all trying to do different things, and they in a very, very arduous environment, it's, you know, that's a real challenge. But well done to everyone involved. That I think we succeeded.
Really was pretty seamless, wasn't it? There weren't that many issues.
Touch wood. Never say never. These race cars and all the parts of them they're very inventive, and they find a way of getting equal at some point. So because you treat them quite miserably, you sort of make them in too small a space and too hot, and they shake too much and all that sort of stuff. So so far it's gone really, really well. But you know, we've got to be very vigilant and you know, just keep on top of things. Like anything in a race car, really, you just got to keep on top of it. It will come and bite you if you're not careful. So far so good. Well done, everyone, and let's be vigilant and carry on doing the good job.
Does it give you another area to play with during the off season? Because obviously it's INDYCAR as a whole, you have a very well established set of engine regulations and a fairly narrow window that you can operate in when you're trying to look for an advantage at this point, because we're more than 10 years into it. Does the hybrid give you more to work with?
It does, yeah. As you say, we're a bit sort of pushed into a corner after that, but again, it's racing. You've got to the car is the sum of the parts, so you need to maximize each part of it. There's never one thing, so we work on all the things that we think we can get an advantage. Plainly, we got to prioritize it. We can't work on absolutely everything, but that's an area where, yeah, how do we get the most out of that within the framework that allows us to? So yeah, there's areas of interest there. It's about energy management, about range, shall we say. How do you use it wisely for lap time or for helping with some fuel saving, etc., or strategically in terms of racing? So yeah, we try, and it's another thing in the pot now of how do we get the best out of it, which is good. It's good for the engineers. Again, it's relevant. Let's say the younger engineers, we found it with the GTP car, we found it with this. It sort of brings in the next generation. It helps make things relevant for the next generation of engineers. So there's value for us there.
I know the whole objective behind everything you do is to avoid surprises on the racetrack when you roll out something new. But once the hybrids actually got tested in the heat of battle, was there anything about them that you weren't expecting?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we're pretty smart, but it's a complex system. So there is things that we hadn't anticipated. So yeah, there was, like anything, it's a complex system. It's one system that's in multiple systems, and once you start to multiply them, we did a lot of testing. So there was no big surprises, but there were a few things you thought, oh, okay, didn't realize that might be the case. So no big surprises, but a few things that we learned along the way. I'm sure the same for us, same for GM, same for the race teams. Something the race teams had to get to grips with, and they seem to do a really, really good job.
That's why you do it. It'd be boring if you learned everything in simulations and testing. Coming into next year, we've got Chip Ganassi Racing and Alex Palou looking for a third Drivers' Championship in a row and fourth overall, all of which have been won with Honda power. What are you expecting from the year ahead?
A big challenge as always. Exactly that. Well done to CGR, well done to Alex, another championship. Well done to everyone at Honda, another championship. All good. Doesn't matter. Reset. We're very humble against our competitor. We got to start again, basically. So what I'm expecting is you're working really, really hard, trying to turn over every stone and be ready to sort of fight again here. But we take nothing for granted. Everything is complete reset, and we're working on that good. So there's areas we need to improve. We're working on that, and there's areas where we complete reset, and we know what the goals are, and we'll work hard and challenge ourselves and try and do them, and work as a team with the teams and the drivers as well.
I apologize. I lost your audio just for a moment there, but it sounded like you were saying there's areas that you need to work on, and areas that I missed the second part.
Yeah, no, I think basically each racing season is a complete reset. You sort of reset, you challenge yourself. Doesn't matter too much what happened before. New challenges. There's areas where we did quite well. We'll try and see what this is where we're working hard. Boys and girls off, trying to make sure we're ready for the start of the season and can sort of come out fighting. We'll see where we get to. It's the the opposition doing the game. That's what we enjoy and enjoy racing. So, and make sure we can support our teams well and our amazing drivers like Alex well.
And how many circles do you have around the month of May on the calendar in your office?
Yeah, a lot. so yeah, it's a clear challenge. We've done very well over a number of years, and maybe not so good the last year or so. So we know what we got to do. That's how this game works.
Do you feel like you can find what you need for the Speedway this year?
We're working very, very hard. We'll see. Hats off to our competitor. We sort of put them on the ropes, and they put us on the ropes. So goal is to keep and come back.
Very cool. Well, thank you very much, David. I wish you all the best and good luck, and see you at the racetrack.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you to everyone. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you for everyone who's listening and watching our racing. It's much appreciated. Thank you to all the fans and people who are out there watching what we do and supporting us. It's much appreciated.
Of course. Thank you, David, and thank you for being with us. And Mark, great sessions and a little challenge with the connections at the end, but you made it work. So thank you very much. Stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with you for our next session.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Thank you, and welcome back to day 4 of Race Industry Week 2024. Again, if you would like to look at the schedule or look at the list of speakers, please visit eportrait.com. Mark, welcome back. Great sessions we just had with David. First time we had HRC on. And our next guest is going to be Mo Murray, and who has now a new position with Ligier. Correct, Mark? Are you on mute, Mark?
I'm not now. He does indeed. Yes,
We've all done that.
So any words you want to share with us, Mark?
No, I mean, I'm looking forward to this conversation actually, because when I think of Ligier, I think of Ligier's history, and I'm excited to learn more about what they're doing now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mo Murray is joining us. And, you know, if you remember the history of Ligier, Mark, I grew up in Magny-Cours in France, where the Ligier F1 factory was. And
cool.
so in the 80s, it was our F1 French team, along with Larousse. So, Mo, welcome back to the program. So let's roll into this.
Thank you, Francisque. And the Ligier factory is back again, once again, in Magny-Cours. So
exactly.
Our headquarters are back in Magny-Cours in France. So.
And I was born in Nevers, which is like 10 miles. So.
Yeah, perfect.
Right there.
Thank you, Mo.
Good. You're welcome. Nice to see you, Mark.
Likewise, Mo. Good to see you. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing
Excellent.
good. Yeah.
So before we go into all the cool things that Ligier is doing today, I do want to talk about the brand's history a little bit, because I'm not capable of hearing that name without thinking of Jacques Lafitte in F1.
So I didn't bring a video, but I brought props.
Oh, cool.
How about that?
Oh, look at that. Look at
That's
that.
a 1979 Ligier JS11. This one is a Patrick Depailler version. But obviously Patrick and Jacques Lafitte were teammates for several years in this beautiful, this is a Ford Cosworth powered one. They started with Matra power. And of course, the Ligier brand was present in Formula One as a constructor for some 20 years or so. And I listened to David Salters, your last guest, Ligier's biggest day in 1996 when they won the Monaco Grand Prix. Olivier Panis was powered by a Honda engine that day. So
there you go.
It's a small world. It's a small world. We're all connected in. So Guy Ligier was a racer, and wanted to build race cars with his best friend. And I'll tell you a story about the best friend here in a second. And they built sports cars in the beginning. They both raced, and then they built sports cars, and then eventually Guy Ligier moved into the Formula One world as a constructor and was there for close to 20 years. His best friend in the 60s was a man named Joe Schlesser, and they both had this dream of racing cars that they would build. Unfortunately, Joe Schlesser got an opportunity to race in Formula One, maybe a little earlier than he was ready for. Drove the 67 Honda that had a magnesium chassis, and he crashed it on his debut, caught fire, and we lost Joe Schlesser. And to this day, every Ligier car we produce starts with the initials JS, and that's an homage to Joe Schlesser. Guy Ligier said at the time, I will name all of my cars beginning with the letters JS in honor of my friend. And through several different ownership packages along the way to our current, where Pierre Nicolet, the Nicolet family owned the company, they still adhere to that JS nomenclature on the cars as an homage to Joe Schlesser, who we lost back in '67 at the French Grand Prix. 20 years in Formula One, they built sports cars, and then got into Formula One. 79, 80, very successful years. Finished second, I think, in the Constructors' Championship. Lafitte won 6 Grand Prix, I think, in last win of Formula One for the brand. Company was purchased by Tom Walkinshaw, by somebody else, and Prost owned it for a while. It moved around a little bit. And in the early 2000s, it was all put back together by Guy Ligier, and he asked his friend Jacques Nicolet to take control of the brand and take care of its legacy going forward. And Jacques did that and has built the company since then. Built it back up by putting a series of companies together into one big motorsport soup, I call it. And it's now under the Ligier Automotive brand, based, as we just mentioned, at Magny-Cours in France. They bought a company called Torque Engineering, who built all the Andros ice racing cars, and they built some concept cars and a pretty cool EV drift car at the moment. And they bought Sodemo, an electronics and engine company. They bought several other motorsports companies, Saulnier Racing and Onroc and Martini, the old F3 manufacturer that's now under the Ligier umbrella. They also own a company called HP Composites in Italy, which is in Carbon Valley in Italy, on the east coast of Italy, one of the biggest carbon manufacturers in the automotive world, particularly the motorsports world. And they build all the tubs for us and several other manufacturers. tubs and body parts. But they also do very high-end, very high-quality body components for luxury brands, the Italian luxury brands and several others. So all this sort of came together as one sort of big group under the Ligier Automotive brand. HPC in Italy is a separate brand, but it's all basically in the family under Everspeed is the holding company. And along the way, they bought a company here in North Carolina, Crawford Race Cars. So Max Crawford had founded his company some years before as a composites company, and then was building race cars. And Ligier bought Crawford Race Cars in 2016, and Max stayed on. They built the original F4 car here in the US. They built several race cars along the way, and Max stayed on as CEO until late last year. And when he stepped away, Pierre was looking for somebody to fill in that leadership role, and he turned to me and invited me to come down here to North Carolina, and I've been here since May. I started, and it's a good group of people, hardworking people, clever people, and we're building race cars. So we serve two purposes. We're the distributor for everything Ligier builds in France. So P3 cars, P2 cars. Ligier is also the manufacturer of the Lamborghini GTP car that we see in IMSA and WEC. Okay. Their plans are yet to be defined for next year, but likely we'll see them in IMSA. They build P2 cars. They build P3 cars, the dominant P3 car here in the US. We have a series in Europe called the Ligier European Series, where we race our P4 car and a GT car that we build, a non-homologated GT car, the JS2. And here in the US, we did build the first generation F4 car. We build the current gen F4 US car and the Formula Regional Americas car that both race under the Pirelli Motorsports banner on their calendar. I watched Tony and Michael Print up yesterday on these shows, and so we build cars here in North Carolina, and we also act as a distributor for everything built in France. We have a warehouse, parts distribution warehouse here. We have a couple of trucks to go out on the road to all the races and support the races, and it's a full plate for sure. But one of the things that interested me when I came here is the Ligier brand, as you mentioned at the opening. If people grew up in Formula One in the 70s and 80s, they know Ligier. But other than that, it's not a well-known brand in the US. In Europe, it's very, very strong, very, very strong brand. Not a really well-known brand in the US, and that's part of the challenge that interests me here, is to be able to, give life to this brand here in this market, and have people understand that we're not a newcomer to, people see us in the, that's an F3 car, an F4 car over here. They see us in that marketplace and they think, oh, we're just a Johnny-come-lately car builder. We're not. We've been building race cars for a long, long time. And we know what we're doing, and we're able to deliver a quality product and a quality experience to young teams and drivers, and also gentleman drivers. The P3 world is full of gentleman drivers who have the means to go racing on their own schedule and at their own pace. And the P3 car has become sort of their favorite toy. It's because it's very rewarding to drive, yet it's not as complex, and you don't need a whole team of engineers like a P2 car or a GTP car. It's a little more user friendly than some of those cars, but still it gives back the driving reward that a lot of these guys are looking for. So pretty broad range of things to occupy my days here. So
we'll go into all of that in just a second. Before we move on from the path completely, I also just want to salute those JS2 sports cars that went to Le Mans in the early 70s, because those things were so cool.
Yeah, fantastic. So we have one in our historic collection in France.
Oh, really?
We have just restored a JS2, which Jacques Nicolet races in historic racing in Europe. It's in the same color scheme, that yellow and green color scheme, exactly as it was back in the day. We just restored it, and it's a runner. And we also have a current car called the JS2R, which sort of pays tribute to that. And that races in its own series in France, or in all over Europe, actually. Beautiful car. I just sent a young American kid, Ryan Sheehan, who raced in Formula Regional with us. I sent him to Mugello a couple of months ago to race a JS2R. and he raved about it, loved about it. And there's a few of those in the US that race in various different sanctioning bodies. My dream, if I'm allowed to dream, is to have a North American Ligier Cup, just like the European Ligier Series with the P4 and the P3, and to create a series somewhere under some sanction. JS2R can't race at IMSA because of their rules about having to build a minimum quantity of production road cars, which is fair. I understand why they do that, and that's fair. So there's lots of other opportunities for us to look around and find a place for that car to race. But there's a few of those in the US, and everybody who drives that car, Ryan Sheehan being the latest, come back and say, "Oh my God, what a joy that car is to drive! It's a lot of fun, and it's a good looking car." We actually built a hydrogen version of it that ran a parade demonstration lap at Le Mans this past June. We in concert with Bosch, we developed hydrogen power around a JS2 platform. It has a little bit of a different body style, a little more aggressive, but it's essentially a JS2R with hydrogen power, and that ran at Le Mans last year, and we'll take that out and run that as often as we can. And that's a nod to the level of technological development and advancement that's going on at Ligier in France. We don't just build race cars; we're also busy exploring new technologies through some of the other companies that are part of the family. So
let's go back. You've mentioned F4 and Formula Regional a couple of times now. I want to go back and drill into those a little bit more, because those are it's development. The development categories, it's junior racing, but those cars are absolutely state of the art, especially from a safety standpoint.
So that's a key point, and they're state of the art because they're the two FIA sanctioned series that run in the US. And if you want to be FIA sanctioned, you have to meet the FIA safety standards. There's no gray area there. There's no getting around that. You have to race on FIA grade 2 tracks. You have to meet all these various requirements to be an FIA sanctioned series. So the F422, the second gen F4 car that we launched earlier this year, that is built to the very latest FIA safety standards, an FIA halo, side intrusion panels, front and rear crash boxes. Everything about that car is built to absolutely the latest FIA safety standards. When we launched that car, we actually asked the FIA, "Hey, can we use an existing tub? Can we modify something?" And they said no, because the safety standards evolve year after year after year. So the first gen F4 car doesn't have a halo because it wasn't required in 2016 when that was developed or launched. Can't use that hub, can't bolt a tub, you can't bolt a halo onto that tub because the tub was never built to take the stresses that a halo would put into that in the event of an accident. So all new car. And now we're looking in the next couple of years, looking at the next gen Formula Regional car. And we asked the same question. We've just launched this tub, this car, F4 car. Can we build it as an evolution of that? Nope, because the safety standards are moving along. So that'll be an all new car, which is driven by FIA. The nice people at the FIA are very kind to us. They also price cap the car. So, so you have to do all this work, and they tell you how much you can sell it for. Now, as frustrating as that is from a business standpoint, it's great for the teams and drivers because now the cost of entry, the cost to compete a season in USF4 or Formula Regionals is significantly lower than equivalent series in Europe or around the rest of the world. I'm talking by half in some cases.
Cool.
And even the alternate series on the Road to Indy side, a season in our cars costs a lot less for a young driver stepping out of karting than a season anywhere else, whether they're looking in Europe at an F4 program or looking here in North America at a similar program. So, that's an important part that's really driven by the FIA because of the price of the car, is cost cap, but it's also, I have to give Tony Perella and the folks at PMH credit for that, because they also put in place rules like tires, for example. We race on hand-cooked tires, and you can only have 2 new sets of tires per race weekend. We do 3 races on a weekend. So 2 practice sessions, a qualifying session, 3 races. You can start the weekend on a used set, but you can only buy 2 new sets of tires for the weekend. And that helps keep costs down, right? So if you look at a young kid who's coming out of karting and the family have some money and they want this They all want to get to Formula One. They all aspire to get to Formula One at that stage. If you do, for example, 4 years in our car, so you do JSF4, which is the first gen F4 car, our juniors level, then F4 for 2 years, and then Formula Regional for a year, you will have spent, add up those 4 years of operational budgets and compare that to what you'd have to do either on a similar ladder in Europe or even here in the US. You're going to have about 50 to 60% of, if you start off with the same amount of money and do those 4 years, you'll have spent about 50 to 60% less than any of those other series. So now you look at an Indy Next as your next step. You've already got, if you're a forward thinker, if you're a good planner, you've already got half your Indy Next budget or more set aside. And the key point, and this is a very relevant thing to talk about at the moment with the Cadillac announcement of them joining F1 and everybody talking about Colton Herta, Franco Colapinto, and all these young drivers. There's a bunch of them moving into Formula One this year. Is super license points. Yeah. So in F4 US and Formula Regional, you get a full slate of super license points if you win those championships or finish in the top few spots. If you win our F4 championship and then win Formula Regional and then go to Indy Next, and finish third in that championship, you will have 40 super license points, which is what you need for an F1 license. We all remember Colton a few years ago when there was an opportunity for him to go to Formula One with Sauber, I think it was at the time. And what stopped that deal from happening was he didn't have the super license points. Franco Colapinto steps right in. Franco did F4, not in our series, but he did F4 and Formula Regional early in his career. So all those young kids who are coming out of Formula 2, obviously you do well there, you're going to get the super license points anyway. But you and I both know, because we've been around the business a long time, that only a small number of these kids are ever going to get a look at Formula One. But when they're 14 or 15 years old coming out of karting, we don't know which of them is going to make it. And they don't know. So for them, and their families, super license points are a big part of that exercise. So that's been something that we have talked about with the teams and the drivers, and it's a very relevant thing. There's three things that are important to these families, because at this level, you're really talking about families. There isn't a lot of sponsorship. There are people paying for it, but it's more patronage than true sponsorship. There are three things that are important for these families. One is the safety of the car. Am I putting my kid into a safe environment, or as safe an environment as we can create for them? That's where the FIA safety standards come in. Two is the cost. Can I build a sustainable plan to get at least a few steps up the ladder? And three, can I get the super license points on my way up the ladder, so that if I'm good enough, and if I get to the top of that ladder, or if I go to Indy Next or transfer from Formula Regional to International F3 or even F2, that's a bigger step, then do I have the resume, and I don't mean just the where have I been, what have I done, but the super license points that go along with that, to get consideration from those teams, even to get in and test and do some of that stuff. So those are the three things that are very important to the families and the teams we talk to. And I know Scott Goodyear is the race director for F4 US and Formula Regional and the Ligier JSF4 series under the PMH banner. Scott's fantastic. He's a brilliant race director. And I know he talks all the time to families. He's actually, I think, this week out at his Hearts to Cars event at the Radford Race School in Arizona. And he talks to families all the time about making this step from karting into car racing. And those are the three things that come up all the time. How much is it going to cost? Can I have super license points? And for the moms and the dads, but mostly the moms, is it as safe as you can make it for my kid? And that's an important point for these families, because they're spending a significant amount of money. Some of them have it, and it's okay, but for some of them it's a stretch. There's a young kid came to COTA. I grew up in Ireland, as you know. I had a young Irish kid come to COTA, Connor Grant, very talented, very good kid. Loved what he found here for those three reasons. The family came with him, and they said, "Yep, that's where we want to go racing." But now, finding the budget to get to that next step, that's a challenge for all racers, and that's the stage that they're in at the moment. So, finding a budget and then spending that money wisely so that you don't blow all your marbles in 1 year, because it takes time to learn these tracks and learn these cars. So it's an important point to build a sustainable career path in for these young drivers. The other thing that's important is the prize structure that goes along with it. So if you win our JSF4 series, Ligier will give you an F4 car. You get a ready to race F4 car that you can take to the track and go race. Take it to a team and go race. There are some other prizes too. If you win the F4 championship, we'll give you an we call it F3. It's Formula Regional car that you can then take to a team and go run the season. Now, following F3 or Formula Regional, there isn't a step, at least on the Ligier ladder, unless we redirect somebody over to a P3 or one of our European programs over there. But to his credit, Tony Parella recognized that this is an opportunity to be better in the marketplace, and has just recently announced a $100,000 scholarship prize, career advancement prize for the Formula Regional champion beginning in 25. So whoever wins the championship in 25 will get that $100,000 prize, and they can take it and go race Indy Next, or go to Europe, or go to a Ligier program, whatever they want to do. But that prize makes Formula Regional and the cars that you get and the other prizes you get at the other levels makes it a much more viable opportunity for young families looking at, how do I take my kid to the next level, or give them the best shot that they can have to get to the next level. So go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, you've mentioned the P3 platform a few times, and I'd like to circle back to that, because I believe you've just homologated the new generation car there, the P325. You there?
I think we lost Mo, Mark.
I think we did.
Let's step in 1 second, and sorry about that. But anyway, so Mark, while we wait for Mo, anything you want to add, on your previous interviews, or wanted to? I think Mo is definitively gone, so we're going to work with him and our producer to put him back on, and that's what happened, Mark, sometime when we're live.
Yep.
So
Technology has a mind of its own.
Yes, exactly. But no, Ligier is an iconic brand, and it's interesting. It's true. I was actually born close to Magny-Cours in Nevers, and I grew up next to that team. And they had the car that he showed. I think 79. That was the best opening of their season. They won the first two races. Lafitte won the first two races in 79. It was 79 or 81, one of those years. I believe you're the master, but they had a very strong opening of the season, and they were kind of the hot team for the championship, and unfortunately fall apart. But they had a really a strong opening, and Lafitte was a terrific driver. So Ligier, and I was very happy to see Jacques Nicolet getting involved with Ligier. I think Mo is back on, and Mo, can you hear us? Well, any second, Mo should be back.
Oh, there we go.
There you are. Here's what happened, Mo.
Sorry, not sure what happened.
Well,
I
maybe
had to
you
go put some dimes in the meter.
There you are. Carry on.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
sorry, Mark. We were talking about P3.
Yeah, I was asking about
the
new P3 car.
The new P325 has just been homologated. Lovely car. We've sold, I think, a dozen of those already. We've sold a couple here in the US. We anticipate they'll be legal in IMSA in 2026, not in 25. And it comes with the new Toyota V6 power plant, twin turbo power plant. And that's a change that's across the board for P3, that there's a new power plant. And we've been testing, we probably have, I don't know, 6,000 kilometers of testing on the car, and so far it's performed very, very well. The drivers who've been in it like it, and they say it's a little easier to drive. It's a little more rewarding or a little more feedback than the old car. The nice thing about the P325 is if you have a P320, the current gen P3 car, and you don't want to spring for a new car, you can buy a kit. And I'm not trying to hamper sales of the new car, but you can buy a kit that has everything you need to take your current P320 and convert it to a P325. It's not an inexpensive kit because it comes with the engine and the additional cooling and all the other stuff, additional bodywork, all the other stuff that goes into the new car. But essentially the spine of the car is the same. And so you can convert a current P320 into a 325. But the new 325, we unveiled it at Le Mans last June and began testing it probably a week later. Fortunately, I was at Magny-Cours the day they ran their first shakedown with the car, and that was a very exciting time. And so, that's exciting for us. Big pickup in Europe, lots of European teams picking that car up. Some pickup here in the US as normal because we're delivering for people are going to race it in 25 in Europe. And so we need to get those teams their cars first.
Yeah.
Probably 26 or mid 25 before we see cars on the ground here. And then we'll see it in IMSA competition in the VPRC series in 26 is our understanding. And yeah, it's a really exciting car. It's pretty cool car. Lots of good, strong test miles at several tracks around Europe since we launched it. And yeah, it's a good car. The P3 is an interesting car because it's become sort of the toy of choice for wealthy gentleman drivers who may not take it to a sanctioned race. They might keep it at their local country club, their Monticello or their Flat Rock or their Concours or wherever they keep their toys. We know there's probably approximately 50 P3 cars in the US. And we see 8 to 10 of them at the racetrack when we have a sanctioned race. So the other 40 are being used by gentleman drivers who just like to get out and play because it's a rewarding car to drive. It's a fun car to drive. The Formula Region cars are similar. There's a whole bunch of those that live at country clubs because they're fun to drive. It looks like a little F1 car. They're fast. They're fun to drive. And so that's a big market for us. Those people who may never take the car to the racetrack, or if they do, they take it to, for example, an HSR race or something that's not as high profile as an IMSA event. And so it's that market is very interesting because those are good customers. And the one thing that market, not sanctioned racing, but that market looks for is variations and derivatives. So they don't necessarily want the ACO power pack, which going forward will be the Toyota V6. There's a company that produces an LS3 engine kit for P3 cars, and there's several of those in the US. And I'm told, I haven't been in one, but I'm told that is just a bag of laughs to drive. It's a non-turbo, naturally aspirated V8 with big loads of torque and a big grunty sound. And so those customers are asking for those kind of derivatives of P3 to use on their track days. Maybe that'll find its way into HSR or some other sanctions other than IMSA. But really their track day toys. That's where they'll find their most use. But we love those customers too. They're good people and they have a lot of fun in these cars. So
very cool. Well, thank you, Mo. I think we're going to get the wind up any minute from Francisco. So I appreciate it.
Yes, well, Thank you, Mo, and I'm really happy when I heard that you were taking the helm of Ligier in the States, because that's with all your connection and all your involvement in the industry, that's going to make a big difference for them. It's a great company, and they could have found a better partner for this. Now, quick question, because when we lost you with the little internet connection, we're talking with Mark. So the Ligier F1 that you pulled at the beginning, is that the one that won the 2 races in 79 or 81? They had a very strong, yes, this one.
79. They won
I was
Argentina
right, Mark.
and maybe Brazil. Yeah. So the 2 drivers then were Jacques Lafitte, who's still around and still close to the company, and Patrick Depailler, who we sadly lost.
Yes.
But as you know, Francis, there's a museum at Magny-Cours. It's not a Ligier museum; it's a museum to French open wheel manufacturers. But the centerpiece, the biggest room in there, is the Ligier room, and they have a JS11 in there. They have the '96 winner. They have the teapot car, the JS3, I think it was called, and all those fantastic cars. So yeah.
And my first job. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, my first job ever in racing was in Magny-Cours at that F1 track. So long time ago.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
You mentioned that I'm here now, and I have to say I'm part of a very, very good team here, both in France and here in North America. I can't take the credit for what's been going on here. I haven't been here long enough, and even if I have been here longer, the people who do the hard work here building race cars and taking care of the customers, they should get all the credit. So it's a good group, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you. We are going to transition directly into our next session, because it's 9:30 here in California. And we are going to bring, I believe, George Tamayo, who is going to be conducting the interview, right? And we are going to be talking with Mazda. So George Tamayo should be with us any second. And we are going to bring George on.
I've known Mo Murray for a while, and he never ceases to amaze me. I feel like that company is so lucky to have him as part of the team. So,
absolutely, very well said. So, George, welcome back to the program.
Hey, good morning. Wow, final day of the year this year already. It came so fast.
You on to good morning, Jonathan. Hello, Josh.
Hello,
welcome
everybody.
To the program.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Good morning.
Good to be back.
Hey, guys.
How are you, George?
Yeah, I'm doing well. You're in Sebring, Jonathan, having some fun with some historic cars. What's going on over there?
Yeah, I remember last year, if I recall, with you, same exact time frame. I was in this exact same racing trailer here at Sebring for the historic sports car racing weekend, the 12-hour weekend. So yeah, we're here again. We're finishing our 2024 season with our Mazda Heritage Collection program. What a great place to finish for the season here with tons of beautiful historic cars, but bias on my end with the 3 prized possessions that we have out on the racetrack this weekend with our 1989 767B, our 91 RX-7 GTO, and our 92 792P, which very rarely shows its face. So it's been great to have that out with us, and it's such a beauty. So it's been exciting so far.
Playing some rotary music out there for everybody having their morning cup of coffee in Sebring, right?
Some 4 rotary chords. That is right, George.
Right on.
Yep.
And hey, Josh, welcome. Where do we find you this morning?
I'm at the home office for myself, so just keeping the ship steady here, so to speak. So
somebody's got to do the hard work, man.
Exactly. Good job, Josh. Appreciate that.
We're trying. We're keeping this on course. So no, it's a great weekend here, and we get ready to head to PRI as we lean into this. So that'll be the next stop for both Jonathan and myself.
That's cool. Jonathan, let's start with you a little bit in terms of wrapping up another amazing season of Whelen MX5 Cup racing yet again. It comes down to the last weekend, the last race, the last laps between 5 drivers to decide who was gonna take home the cup. Your thoughts on what was a really intense and entertaining season?
Yeah, it was exactly that. Intense was probably a good description word every year, but this year, I say it every year. It's like you couldn't write a better script for how we see our season sort of culminate at or start at Daytona and culminate and end at Road Atlanta, the championship rounds. Since we've introduced the ND in 2016, it's literally gone down to the last rounds of the championship to determine who our champion is. So no different this year. It came down to a battle between essentially 1, 2, and 3 overall, were battles in and of themselves within a few different racers. But it came down to Gresham Wagner and Jared Thomas. Gresham with 1 championship under his belt and fighting for a second to match Jared, who was already a 2-time 2-in-a-row champion. Almost pulling a three-peat or running for the three-peat, and came down to Gresham really just taking really the last 4 events of the season, went on just an absolute run and finished strong at Road Atlanta to take the championship. And so now we've got a tie and two championships for Gresham, 2 for Jared. I keep poking him a little bit, asking, so Gresham coming back right to run for that 3rd, because now we've got to have somebody who's running a historical 3rd championship in a row, which up to date, just having a back-to-back champion is amazing. So to talk about having 3, the racing is so close that a 3rd in a row or 3 championships in MX5 Cup is hard to believe, but we'll see how that goes. Tremendous talent all the way through the field though in 2024. We had a rookie of the year in Weston Workman who did a phenomenal job as a rookie. He came out at the beginning of the year sort of stamping his claim, saying he wants to be the first racer to be not just rookie of the year, but a champion in and of himself. He got pretty close. I mean, ran top 5s pretty much all season long, got on the top step of the podium quite a few times. So really blue skies ahead for him in 2025. Excited to see what he's going to do with an MX5 Cup for next year. But 24, just again, you can't write the script. Every year I just walk away astonished at the racing, obviously, just razor edge and always exciting, but the community that we've been able to produce with the teams that are there, top tier teams, our teams have really just taken the challenge to, take it to the next level and move forward every year with improvements on just setup and operation and the way that they have brand consistency and really possess a uniqueness of their own across the paddock. They've done a phenomenal job with that, and just the way that we sort of carry ourselves in a large community of motorsports that really does feel like a family across the entire IMSA paddocks. But looking at us really feels like a special place, and we'd like to, convince ourselves and really convey to others those values that we hold strong. And our paddock really speaks for itself. It's a special place, and always hard to watch us walk away from Road Atlanta. But I'm super excited for 2025 coming right up in the next handful of weeks, as we all know, short off season.
Not too far away. And I think Gresham is getting the privilege of driving out there with you this weekend, is he not?
Exactly. Yeah. So that was something that we really looked at for 2024 with the Heritage Collection of what can we do special to continue to improve things there and just add to the fanfare and the opportunities for our racers. So we introduced Jared Thomas as our champion at the moment at Reunion in August as the 3rd driver for the RX-7 GTO. Absolute cherished moment on his end. He walked away just with a permanent smile on his face, and we felt really good about him actually winning a couple of those races for us. So it was fun to watch him. Naturally so, Gresham wins the championship, so we asked him to come out and hang out with us, and now he's running the RX-7 GTO as well, and having fun so far. He's only been in 1 session so far. We've got another one this afternoon, and then 2 more tomorrow, and two on Saturday. So he'll have some fun. We're telling him, be careful, be cautious, Gresham. We know you like to run on rails, but we'll keep that prized possession safe. So
yeah, no pressure.
No pressure. And he knows it. So it's good. It's been fun.
Josh, on your end, talking about doing all the hard work, Mazda has, these great motorsports programs, and a big part of that is the support that Mazda gives. I think that maybe is one of the foundation reasons, correct me if I'm wrong, about why Mazdas are so popular for grassroots racers, for up and coming amateur racers and beyond, to get out there and compete week in and week out. Tell us a little bit about the support that Mazda offers racers across the board who want to get out there and drive.
Absolutely. We believe in supporting our racers from top to bottom. You know, our team support program is very unique within this industry. Is we sell parts direct to our racers, whether you're a pro racer, all the way down to grassroots motorsports, and even down to as far as like track day and autocross participants that are just getting started out. We believe that reducing that barrier to entry, not only from cost but a knowledge barrier, really helps incentivize people to step into the sport. We all know this sport's, tough to get into, even just to find your way, find your path. You know, you were talking to Leger and Mo earlier, and that's a path with open wheel, and we're more the sports car path. And we do things very similarly through two parts groups. So part support, technical support, and contingency. We feel that is the trifecta of how we keep people racing in Mazdas and why you see they're so popular across the board.
And is it, I mean, obviously there are hard parts, right, that you guys sell and offer, but what about like things like tech support or any of that other stuff there? What can racers lean on you a little bit for that as well?
Absolutely. We offer not only just the racers, but the shops that help prep them. Our 800 parts hotline is also technical support. We offer, like factory wiring diagrams, factory workshop manuals. Myself and the other Jonathan in the department are the technical leads of the department as well. So we help with race car diagnostics and some of the R&D work. Just generally think of it like dealer assistance group would have at your local dealer. They have somebody they can call and lean on when they're stumped. We offer a very similar service to our racers for that reason.
Yeah. Where do people who are interested go to get involved, get signed up, get registered, whatever it is that they need to do to participate?
Super simple. MazdaMotorsports.com. The homepage has a get started button. Think of it the equivalent of making an Amazon account. Yeah, you have to have an account set up with us to be able to purchase parts from us. Same thing. Basic information, personal identifiable information, credit card, shipping address, things like that. And then at the bottom of the page is the 800 number that we staff 5 days a week, basically 9 to 5 Eastern Standard, with maybe some extended hours during race seasons that we cover. But super simple to get started. We just require some simple proof that you use a Mazda on track is the easiest way to put it for this conversation.
What if it's an early 90s Miata? Are they good to go?
Absolutely. We support all the way back to early RX-7s, all the way to the current MX-5 Cup car. I myself have an FD, so I totally understand trying to find old parts for old RX-7s myself. But yeah, we as long as we can still get our hands on it from the OE side of things, which Japan is very supportive of that and keeping a lot of these old parts running. As an OE parts group, to be able to supply parts for 35-year-old cars is truly amazing, to be honest.
Totally random question, but do you guys remember the all-wheel drive 323 from mid-80s?
Absolutely. In fact, James in our department has one still.
No kidding.
Right.
So
I was wondering how many of those are around? Because were those those had to be gray market into the US, the all-wheel drive one. I know the front wheel, I had one for a while. I inherited from my mom a front wheel drive 323, which I drove like it was a rally car and it was a hoot. But were the all-wheel drive ones, were they gray market, or could you actually buy one through a
I'm pretty sure they got rebadged as the GTX, and they could and that was how they brought in that extra model over. And I think that's exactly what James has. He loves that thing. So blast from the past for sure. That car may be hard to find some parts for, but I'm sure we still got something. We'll put James on it.
Better believe it. James will find it. But George, you talk about, Josh referring to how much we do support our racers. We're always trying to find more touch points for customer service and customer experience. And one thing that I would be remiss if I didn't mention it is we really are looking at the evolution of our parts department and how we can continue to evolve and improve our customer experience. So we are right now going through the process of a revamp of our parts website, which is going to be very transformational for not only us and ease of use and usability and management on the back end with Scott Kaluza, one of our other teammates who runs our parts department, but particular for the customer, for our racer. It's going to make it so much easier for them to be able to find their parts, to understand what they're looking at in terms of CAD drawings, and point of reference, and really even suggestions on, you're looking for one particular part, a suggestion on how we can actually help you look for maybe other areas of the car and parts that you might not even thought you needed. So we're going through that transformation right now and looking for probably a first quarter of the 2025 calendar year to be able, if not maybe early second quarter. That's probably a little ambitious, Josh, isn't it? But
Yeah, I think we're realistically second quarter.
Yeah, probably an early second quarter, but really excited about rolling that out. And I think our racers, our prep shops, our teams, and those that are under our Mazda Team Support Program are really going to benefit from that. So it's going to be exciting times.
Cool. Good news.
Yeah.
Jonathan, changing gears a little bit here. After the MX5 Cup season wrapped, you had a one-off, very special event at Martinsville, running on an oval, supporting. Was it a Wayland Series event, right?
Yeah, modifieds. Yep.
The weekend before the big Cup race there. Now that it's done and dusted, thoughts and learnings. And just generally, how did the whole thing go?
Yeah, I honestly use a wordplay here with done and dust. I don't even think it's dusted yet, because we've had we've literally had so much buzz from that event. We knew there was something there. There was something special about an opportunity to get onto Martinsville, run the half-mile oval with MX5 Cup cars, showcase what we can do not only on a road course but on the oval, and do it in a special way. So hence the reason why we pursued and executed. But the feedback and the engagement from our racers and even new fan audience has been phenomenal. Wow. Our live stream, last time I looked at the Martinsville MX5 Cup live stream on the IMSA YouTube page, it was over 85,000 views, which is a strong showing for compared to some of our other races and even other IMSA race series in their portfolio. So it's exciting to see that, and that just shows me that there was already a demand that was generated, but clearly the product and the quality and the concept is something that we should continue to try to look to for the future. So that's absolutely, I couldn't be more excited and thankful for the work that Martinsville Speedway, Clay Campbell and his team, Karen Parker and the rest of the folks there, that really sort of bent over backwards to make this happen. They did a phenomenal job with just being hospitable and letting us kind of come in onto their territory, run a weekend that they're traditionally known for running just modifieds or even the NASCAR weekend, and really be special guests. And we felt special. So appreciate them for that. And then IMSA and NASCAR leadership that really sort of stepped in and pledged to support this and not just sort of open up the gates for us to get to Martinsville, but really promote it, support it, provide operations staff, and really get behind it to get us to a point where we're actually executing seamlessly. So all parties involved, I think, are all saying the same thing, that we really need to look at what 25 looks like and make it happen again. Martinsville Speedway seems to be definitely the promoter's choice, if you will. And we would love to go back. And right now, it just kind of depends on timing, getting in front of the season here with us with MX5 Cup Championship, but then really looking at schedule and how that all plays out, and getting the group back together in terms of the leadership team and defining what that looks like to continue to improve, because that's what we're always looking for. And from the beginning, as you and I talked about in the early seasons about why Martinsville, obviously the entertainment factor, and there's a value there that showcases our cars and our platform and the diversity of that platform. But there's a larger strategic vision there to showcase, our series, our platform certainly, and our racers, but the collective band of our series, and defining who we are and how we can intersect between stock car racing and sports car racing. So I think that's really at the heart of and the crux of what we're trying to do, is showcase the product and that how valuable it is to maybe start an MX5 Cup or give MX5 Cup an opportunity to groom, to develop, to grow, and then find whatever choice or path that is. And I believe that we've started that with the kickoff of this year's Martinsville. So I'm excited to see in 25 how we improve, how we continue to showcase that strategic vision and really move to just further entertainment for our fans. So it's going to be a good.
Martinsville's a great configuration as well for the characteristics of the MX5 Cup car.
Yeah, there's other ovals that we would love to get to. A Bristol really comes to mind, but in terms of track elevation and configure, it's probably going to be hard to do that. But Martinsville is just a perfect. After watching the race, and we saw the tests, we knew what we were capable of, and we were going to put on a good show. But actually seeing the final result with the battle between, really battles across the entire field, but the battle at the end between Weston and Jared Thomas. I knew we were validated when they went lap for lap, door for door, mirror for mirror. And I looked down into the grandstands from race control, and the entire grandstands were standing up cheering. I knew we were in, and we had been validated at that point. So I think that's Martinsville is for us, and we definitely want to come back just based on what we saw and how rewarding it was. So yeah, good stuff.
From off the back of that, you know, if you go back a ways to the earliest days of MX5 Cup, and you looked at the field, one of the things we've sort of remarked on is the kind of the transformation from years ago. There were a lot of middle-aged, you know, guys who were top amateur racers, but you know, middle-aged guys, and the young guns were few and far between. And now you look at the current entry list, and it's 180 degrees, right? It's all young guns and a couple of, you know, white-haired guys in there for giggles, right? So, and when we look at this Martinsville thing, one of the things that has come out of it, I think, is just how the evolution of MX5 Cup as an interdisciplinary jump-off point for those young drivers. Is it the series that could be the place where you want to go road racing? We got, you know, it works for you. Maybe you want to go NASCAR route with a road racing emphasis a little bit. There's also a pathway for you here, and vice versa. People who are coming out of the NASCAR circle track thing, because I think NASCAR is increasing that balance of road racing courses.
Absolutely.
Look at the number that has gone up. They're going to need people, drivers who have real road racing skills. And so now you've got some guys that are coming out of like the Wayland Modified Series as an example, who say, hey, I want to go to NASCAR Cup, but there's road courses. I got to learn how to drive a road course. Maybe an MX5 Cup car is the place for me to do that.
It's spot on. That's exactly sort of that strategic vision where that came from, is looking at our overall field. And I think there's been you know, not a massive change that you've seen it over the decades where, you know, drivers, they're optimistic. They try to do as much as they possibly can. But I have seen a trend with drivers in the last several years, 5 years, call it, since, you know, post-COVID, or 4 years, is these younger drivers are coming in, and they're not necessarily, you know, fixated on one particular path. They want to really try to explore and look at how they broaden their skill sets, and whatever opportunities come along the way, they're going to pick off. So with that trend, and with where we're at as a series, as well as, you know, we are, Josh and I and the rest of the team, we're continuing to look at what's next for us and what's that next level. You know, as I sit here and look at our prototype, you know, our GTP and GTO class cars out here from the 80s and 90s, you know, it's amazing, but it's also bittersweet knowing that those are opportunities for us to continue to try to bring that style and that level of prototype, or that level of sports car racing back. You know, our global president Morrison always says it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I love that, because that just is a wishful thinking, and really gives us the ability to dream as a group and as a brand, and look at what is next. But along the way, we still have to stay true and authentic to ourselves, and look at being as flexible and bringing in as much participation as possible, and really complementing already existing framework of motorsports, particularly, as you had mentioned, with stock car and sports car racing. So I think that model absolutely complements where we are at today with MX5 Cup, and even in our grassroots levels. I'd love Josh to talk a little bit about, you know, the evolution of Spec Miata and Spec MX5, those particular programs, because honestly, from a pro level, everybody sees MX5 Cup, but, you know, our model is actually flipped upside down over the last few years, to where we were once a pyramid looking at grassroots on a baseline, MX5 as a mid-tier, and then what's next at those times with prototype. We've flipped that upside down, and we really look at it as a funnel of we believe in our grassroots racing. That is our authentic self. We are supporting our racers through and through there, and we will continue to do that. So how do we start the development process there and move them into new programs and classes to get to MX5 Cup? And then eventually what's next? So I don't know if Josh wants to elaborate a little bit there. But
100%, because you beat me to the punch there, Jonathan, because I was going to go back to you, Josh, and say, you know, Noah Harmon, who's your most recent scholarship winner, has got his start in Spec Miata, and then he did Spec MX5. And so, you know, that is, to Jonathan's point, it is something that maybe isn't as well known across the broader industry of where the Mazda motorsports pyramid exists. So to tell us a little bit about those two layers of the onion.
Well, and there's even like kind of a preemptive layer to that too, that we've targeted and done the same thing that like the open wheel avenues have done in the past couple of years. We're looking directly at karting organizations and going, well, when you age out of karting, so to speak, where do you transfer to? What is your next ambition? What's your next step? And we're really pushing them and showing them the path to sports cars is, through the Spec MX-5 program, potentially up into Cup, and then, beyond there is your jumping pad into pro racing. So we've partnered with Stars Karting Championship for that exact reason, and we pull their championship winners from two of their major classes are automatic bids into our Spec MX-5 program for the scholarship and the shootout. We saw a couple of them this year come in, and you're right. Noah Harmon's a great case example of this. Came into Spec Miata, ran Spec Miata a couple of years, ran basically 2 years of Spec MX-5, showed really well at the runoffs in both classes doing dual duty. Got his second invite back to the shootout and really knocked it out of the park. Came back and just absolutely performed across the board. That's how we curate our programs, and what we look at is we're feeding from the grassroots side and karters, and for the ones that have the ambition to go pro racing, they filter through those programs at their own accord and get eligibility through the Mazda scholarship program. So that's really how we differ from basically other OEs in this atmosphere, is we have that large grassroots attendance to draw from, which is something that's very unique to Mazda.
100%. You're talking to Noah a couple of weeks ago, something that I didn't know that he told me, and I think it's a great point to stress to all young racers out there, was Noah has never done a complete season in any championships since he left karting. So he's only picked and chosen various events that he can do, but it just goes to show you just because you're not running a full season at wherever you're running doesn't mean that you have no opportunity. I mean, he took races and he's racing as much as he can, where and when he can, and then he went to the scholarship and boom, nailed it. And now he's got, for the first time in his life, a full season of racing coming up.
He was very wise in being choosy of the events that not only he could do, but that he could afford to do, to put a season together, right? Because as we know, grassroots racers have varying budgets, and he was very selective and chose it wisely. He also took advantage of what he could maximize and tried out the Cup car prior to the shootout, which we encourage people to do as well. So he was very smart about how he not only spent his money, but dedicated his time towards the two car disciplines in the season to make sure he maximized his efforts to be on our radar. And he reached out, and he was very vocal, and he's great to work with. Those are the reasons that he is our scholarship recipient this year, or one of them.
Yeah. And to that point also is that just show his unique path is one of many unique paths. And that's where we're always looking at. There's not one carved out, crystallized path for a grassroots racer to the shootout and then on to MX-5 Cup. We're looking across the board at those particular examples of how Josh just mentioned, of just having that pursuit and that thoughtfulness to keeping in touch with us, but also doing the right things along the way to succeed in micropods or however you see success, and then moving into those next opportunities. So he's a perfect example of that.
Nice. Well, guys, we could keep going forever, but our time has come to an end.
Appreciate it.
Shame. That was a quick one. I appreciate the time.
The timekeepers are here.
Thank you, Francis and Judy. It's been great to be a part of this.
Thank you, Jonathan. Always a pleasure to have you on the program. George, stay with us a few more seconds. We're going to roll a little video from our sponsors, and we'll dive into Formula Drift.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
One last question for all of our guests. What's your creative drive?
I wanted to be a writer from the age of 13. That's all I wanted to do.
I heard this name, Clay Ragazzoni, and he drives a Ferrari. And I thought, that is the most badass thing I've ever heard.
Part of my creative drive is to promote the advancement of motorsport and the advancement of transportation.
Yep.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, INDYCAR, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024, Day 4. Taro Cookie is with us. Good morning, Taro.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good, good. So we're going to be talking Formula Drift. So while we wait for Ryan to join us, we're going to roll a short video from Formula Drift to get us all warmed up.
Let's go.
21 years amassed of Formula Drift competition, and it all comes down to Irwindale. There is something magical about Irwindale, the House of Drift, where you want to win and where we'll officially announce a 2024 champion. There could be only one winner and there could be only one champion. So let's send it.
But don't tell no lie about me, and I won't tell truths about you. Yeah, I'm out the way, I'm low, okay. Yeah, the island right here is remote, okay. I ain't thinking about no reaper. I'm reaping what I sow, okay. Psst, I see dead people.
Gotta find my throne up on this beach. Selling dope, is you like that? Kicking doors, kicking in doors, is you like that? Run throws, selling lows, is you like that? All 24, one gold, is you like that? From the start, I'm really like stepping in the list, is you like popping on the bottle, is you like
What a great video to introduce Ryan. Good morning, Ryan.
Let's go, baby. Yeah,
Let's go.
Nice to have you on again, Brian.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
All right. Ryan Sage, good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you. Are you doing the interviewing?
I'm doing the interviewing.
Wow. What a pleasure. What a pleasure.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Ryan. Yeah, so they called me up and I'm like, hey, I'll take it, man. I love the Otani. It's the wrong jersey, but
yes. Well, I have that up there because that's the second best import from Japan. So,
and drifting being the first one. By the way, 21 seasons, huh?
Yeah, I know. It's feel like I should be growing weary, but you know, when a season starts, you kind of get that pump again. So, it's been a long time though.
Yeah. Well, a great sizzle reel, by the way. I mean, if that doesn't get you pumped, I don't know what will.
Yeah, that was a really good one. It turned out to be a bit ironic as well, because that was kind of a key promotional piece for us in, you know, kind of tuning up the audience for Irwindale. And when we produced that, we didn't know, you know, with certainty that it was going to be going away. we knew that it was on the horizon. We just didn't know exactly when. And then, subsequently we found out that it was, and we knew about it during the event and all that kind of stuff, but was, told to keep lips quiet. And that turned out to be the last video that we've ever produced there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Irwindale, I mean, we should just jump right into it. I mean, it's the House of Drift. It's where, you and Jim started your basically drifting, journey with D1 back in the day. Um, and then obviously you guys went on to create Formula Drift. I mean, what are your thoughts on the closure of Irwindale? I mean, we've been talking about it for a very, very long time, but I think it's final this time, no?
Yeah, I really, we've been criticized because we've had the last Irwindale for a number of years. And so we kind of stopped doing that, even if it was, rumored to be. But, the current leaseholder that got in there had a 5-year deal, and we kind of knew that we were going to be able to ride that out until at least the term, which this was the end of the term. And then, we had some good insight from the city that it was being, the probabilities were going to zero that it was going to be around in one way or another. And, there's two parts to it. One is, there's a general kind of like certain motorsport properties and event facilities have kind of been struggling to stay relevant and also to be able to provide, the right kind of revenue intake to justify the location that they're in. But, in particular in Southern California, that's just much more of an extreme because real estate prices are so high out here, and that's a huge piece of valuable property. So it seemed inevitable that something like that was going to occur. We've kind of seen something similar with California Speedway, but Irwindale has done a really good job in making it more than just a motorsports venue. There's a huge amount of commercialization that goes on there with Hollywood and projects and things like that. And they've been able to they would have been able to run it, indefinitely, but I think, the owners, the current owners are not necessarily like motorsports people. So, they're real estate people and they plan on doing something different with it. And there's certainly an interest for the city of Irwindale there. But I think everybody, no matter on what side you come from, whether you are the purchaser of the property and are holding it now, or you're a leaseholder, or you're us, or you're the city of Irwindale, you're kind of bummed to see that landmark go.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's really too bad. I mean, I think the internet's been like full of all these speculations of what you guys are going to do. I mean, obviously you don't have to disclose your plans, but what are some of the like crazy ideas that you've heard in regards to your final event next year? Like where should we go for the final event?
Well, I mean, I guess I could say, what we've said, and then also what has been kind of maybe derived from that, and then maybe some independent things. I've heard stadium, Anaheim Stadium, downtown Los Angeles. I've heard Coda, I've heard Las Vegas. And, what we've said is basically, we need to find something that has the cachet of Irwindale. And that's going to be really difficult to do while at the same time kind of maintaining the same travel schedule that the teams are used to. If we get to Salt Lake and then all of a sudden, we have to cross country, that's going to not really make teams super excited about that. So the goal was to be on the West Coast. And then the question is what can we do? What can we build? What can we find that can be of Irwindale status? And, then on top of that, the next layer is what venue that we do in that context, build, design, whatever, rent, can sustain for the long term. And I think that's kind of the real question of, the preparations that we went into at least a year ago when we started looking at this.
Mm-hmm. So there are a lot of factors, right? So, and I think one of them happens to be, you have to make it easy for the teams to, it can't be such a high hurdle. I mean, it could be epic location, but if it's on the other coast, it's going to, realistically make it hard for the teams to travel all the way out there. So there's a lot of things to consider here.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think that's one of the things that's generally overlooked. The teams have a very, unique position in that the way that they try to work with us to strategize their budgets to be efficient is to kind of go in the most efficient, circle around the country that we can without a lot of zigzagging. And that makes a big difference, because if you're not talking about, say Formula One budgets where you can throw everybody on commercial planes, and go from, the Middle East to South America back to the Middle East, you've got to be conscientious of that. And so that's always been something that we've tried to do, because it does make a big difference. If you've got to throw an extra 3,000-mile trip in there to a team, you're talking about multi-thousands of dollars plus, all of the things that come along with travel and, moving to a venue. So the goal was to be and, end here on the West Coast, just like we would have with Irwindale, not just for that, but also because, Southern California is basically our home. It's where we have our largest event right now with Long Beach. Irwindale and Long Beach have always been kind of like friendly competitors to each other in a weird kind of event sense. And it's been nice to bookend the series in Southern California. And so the goal is to do something like that. And we think we have something that is pretty cool. And we're definitely going to keep our mouths shut for a while, though. But we're excited to get it out there once it's time.
All right. Awesome. Looking forward to that. So in 2024, you guys had, obviously 2025 is going to be a big change for you because of Irwindale, but this year you had some format changes. For 20 years, it was the norm to do a single run qualifying. And then this year you introduced this tandem format. How has that influenced competition dynamics? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I think one of the things that is really important to mention on that topic is, the game kind of changed for us when we decided that part of the pyramid structure was not there. And what I mean by that is, we essentially had drivers that were going from Pro-Am to Pro. And then we created Pro 2, which was kind of a stepping stone. And that turned into Pro Spec, which is a philosophically slightly different series than Pro 2. And obviously you can kind of see it in the name. But what that did is it really constrained our ability to be able to focus on a singular series at any given round. And, we do 4 Pro Spec rounds. So those rounds need to be consistent with what we do at traditional pro only rounds. And what that means is that you only have so much time in the day, whether it's just a daytime event or whether it's an event that has a sound ordinance at night. And so we had been operating with a modified version of the traditional qualifying for a number of years. You mentioned single run qualifying. That was adapted from the 2 non-consecutive runs that kind of have come out of, traditional drifting and what we've been doing for a long time. And we've been playing with, and kind of tinkering with that concept for some time. And we never really felt that we nailed it. And, what we were seeing and hearing from drivers is that because of the single run, the ability and the need or the want to kind of push at 100% to get that number 1 qualifying spot was attenuated, because it was really, really bad if you fell down. And, we tried, adding points and doing a lot of other things, and we just didn't really feel like it was hitting. So when we got to season 21, we started, kind of talking to the teams along the way in season 19, like everybody hates qualifying, for lack of a better term. And it's very, very long. It can run 3.5, 4 hours, which, for broadcasts and things like that, and for numbers is great. But if we're looking for a long-term solution to be able to manage 2 series at the same venue, it's a bit challenging. So we kind of turned things on its head and said, well, how can we take a concept that still preserves the essence of drifting and the best part of drifting that we think, the tandem drifting, and move into kind of like this new generation, season 21 and on, with a radically new concept. And so that's how we came up with this all tandem format. And what we kind of saw from that is that, our time to run shrank pretty dramatically. And, almost in some instances too much. We had broadcasts sometimes that were running, an hour and 15 minutes, an hour and a half. And we want to be in that kind of like that 2-hour range, for what we call seating. And so, we're going to modify that for this year. But I think overall, in the first half of the season, particularly on the pro side, was some of the best drifting that we saw in seeding, but not just in seeding, even relative to the main competition, because a lot of these guys that were unranked international drivers had to come in and go through that gauntlet, so to speak, and participate in that. And so there's some rounds where, you know, whether it's Connor Shanahan or Adam LZ or Manoa, put on some of the most insane drifting I think that we've seen, and it was in the context of not the finals, not the top 32. And so we felt we really had something there. As we got through the season, what we kind of found is that, you know, there are some things that we need to adjust and to tweak to make seeding better, and also to ensure that we have a full top 32. So we're going to be doing that in the off season. We're already kind of working on that. But we do feel that it's a concept that we want to stick with for a while. And I kind of told the teams that I don't want to turn back from this after year one if we don't like it. I think the idea philosophically of having all tandem drifting feels better than single run qualifying, because you can't have 2-run qualifying in a 2 championship weekend. It just doesn't work from a time perspective and with the number of athletes that we have. So the first year is definitely a learning experience, certainly some highs, some areas to modify, but overall, I think it's a good change for the future.
You just mentioned Minowa and maybe some of these international athletes that are coming into the sport. I mean, what, you know, compared to like, you know, other motorsports that we're talking about it during Race Industry Week, for example, what's the difference between traditional motorsports and the entry point into, you know, drifting and Formula Drift? Like how does one like come up the ladder to make it to the Pro Series?
I mean, for me, I wrote a paper actually called The Value Proposition of Formula Drift. And it was something that I had been working on for a number of months, because I'd been trying to think about how to explain in a detailed way why Formula Drift is a good value proposition for X entities. And one of the things that has always stood out to me that I felt needed to be underlined in that paper was the fact that the barrier to entry for FD in particular, but even drifting generally, is relatively low. And that's not just for traditional motorsports in comparison. I mean, that's all of sports, right? If I woke up tomorrow and wanted to be a professional baseball player, I couldn't do it. But if I was motivated enough to go and build a car and go to Pro-Am and, you know, win a Pro-Am championship, which would be basically, you know, being a leader after 3 rounds. This is how we kind of function our Pro-Ams. I could get to Pro Spec. And if I'm in Pro Spec and I get to top 3, I could go to Pro. So from a logical perspective, you could literally be a pro driver in 2 years. And we do see some athletes do something akin to that. Now, obviously, they've been practicing for a while. They've taken you know, lessons from other athletes about how to prepare their programs and driving and all that kind of stuff. But strictly, if you're just looking at the steps, you're talking about 1 year in Pro-Am, 1 year in Pro Spec, and then you're in Pro if you were to do it in that way. Now, I don't necessarily advocate for that, but it's just, it underlines the way in which drifting is much more accessible to the average competitor than most of traditional sports, not even motorsports, most of traditional sports. So that's something that I've always found has been very appealing, particularly because the average driver that's interested in drifting is not going to be a driver that comes from a high income household. We do have some of those, of course. Many of these athletes are self-funded. They're coming at it from a passion perspective. They see that I can scrape together an initial budget to get going. I can focus on the things that are important, like developing my profile on social media and things like that. And then all of a sudden, I've got a name and I'm talking to sponsors and I'm learning how to build a program. And the way in which you become a professional athlete relative to other sports is quite dramatic.
Yeah, you mentioned social media profile. How important is that, you know, compared to 20 years ago when you guys started and there was no social media at that point. Now you're having guys like Adam LZ who, that come in and they have this huge following. A lot of these guys already have an audience. What do you think about that? How has that affected you guys or, worked in your favor or not?
Well, I mean, it's fundamental to the sport. If you go back to 2009 and say when Facebook started kind of blowing up, there's a 1-to-1 correlation with the growth and the explosion of social media and the line that drifting follows as well. So, I can remember a story. We were at Road Atlanta, and I forget the streaming service that we used, but we had a one camera. One of our sound guys said, "Hey, would you mind if I set up a camera and put a stream out?" And at that time, we had no clue what that meant. And he's like, "Hey, check this out. There's 10,000 people watching." And we were like, "What the heck?" And at that moment, I realized that the digitization and the social media aspect of this sport, because it had been very much like an underground kind of cool kid sport. And then when social media came out, it kind of popped in those sectors. And social media has become the major driver for most of the back-end funding mechanisms for not just the series, but also for athletes. Now, there's a lot more to it than that, but that is if we had 5 pillars, that's one of them.
Yeah. Ustream or something like that, right?
Yeah. I think it was Ustream, actually.
Yeah. I'm dating myself totally.
That was Daryl, by the way.
What's that?
That was Daryl that did that.
It's Daryl.
Yeah.
Shout out to Bill one. So you said 5 pillars. So what are the 5 pillars then?
I mean, I think, if we're talking about marketing pillars, social media is certainly one of them. But I think if we're talking about general pillars that kind of are emblematic of the sport, you're talking about something. One pillar would be that drifting is very synonymous and speaks to a specific and exclusive demographic that we generally don't see in motorsports. And that I think that motorsports as at large should want to try and access. I mean, there is not really a motorsport out there that can claim that their primary audience is, 16 to 30 and globally based. The other one is that streaming is such a huge aspect of what we do. And while that's in the category of social media, I think it's distinct because the streaming part of things and the derivative content that comes from that is a huge part of what drives the sport on any given weekend, but also as it amplifies after an event. I mean, it's just something that has been synonymous with what we do. And while we do and have had many different television programs, and we currently broadcast live on MAV TV, which is amazing because most television networks would not take a live programming where you could say, we might finish in 2 hours, we might finish in 4 hours, which is one of the reasons for kind of the new format as well. That has just become something that's been so important to the brand. So, and then I think, from that is the fact that all of the stuff that we shoot and all of the access that we give to not just media people, but to athletes is under what's called a shared rights model. So, if I'm Lewis Hamilton and I go into F1, and Liberty is doing, in my opinion, has done a much better job of this than the previous iteration. If I go into the F1 paddock, it's going to be very difficult for me to extract content for my fans. There's a lot of limitations that are there. With Formula Drift, we are the exact inverse. We are saying, look, we are not beholden to a network with a licensing program. And that means that we are not restricted by what we can do with our content. And so therefore, we're going to go to the absolute extreme and say, you can not only film at our event and distribute content, we will give you everything that we shoot as well. And we provide you with all of your competition clips because we want you to go out and create the firestorm of engagement from your competition and what occurs.
Mhm.
And so, you know, that's probably 4 of the 5 pillars, but that is the media rights part of it is something that doesn't really get spoken about a lot, because the athletes that have grown up in this sport have kind of gotten used to that without knowing what it is per se. But those that understand it, when you look at the relative comparisons to traditional sports and motorsports and things like that, understand its power. I think it has been, if not the main driver, one of the primary drivers of why the sport has become so popular, because we are not shielding ourselves or having to protect a network or a broadcasting company that's paying us a large rights fee. Now, if we ever get to that, if that opportunity ever exists, it's going to be a very dramatic shift and change, because so much of the programs within Formula Drift and the way that drivers are monetizing is based on that fact.
Yeah.
So, you know, that is something that has become really important in just the overall general development of driver programs, but also the way that Formula Drift works with teams to make sure that the sport is getting as much reach as possible.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, I think that was one of the biggest differences between you and, you know, Japanese drift series. You know, when the Japanese drift series came, they didn't have TV rights, but they had DVD rights. So they were still restricted in terms of what a driver could shoot or even what the media could shoot.
Yeah.
But you know, Formula Drift was so open, and that's why, you know, I was able to do things with Dye, you know, without practically, you know, no restrictions. So I totally agree with that. I mean, with the growth of Formula Drift and social media, I mean, 1-to-1, you know, that's a really great point and an interesting one. What's the so, you know, everything probably hasn't been, we're starting to run out of time. Lastly, like, you know, 21 years, what has been like the biggest challenges that you guys have faced so far and had to overcome to get to this point?
You know, I think about that a lot, actually, and it kind of comes in 2 parts. I'll try to be brief if we're limited on time. Is, you know, drifting in general, but Formula Drift, because it's been the primary motorsport in the United States, has always kind of been a redheaded stepchild of motorsports.
Mhm.
And in a certain sense, we've kind of stopped trying to correct that, if that makes sense. We have an identity. We lean into that identity, and we're not afraid or embarrassed to do that. And we don't need to be accepted by mainstream motorsports because we're not a point A to point B, you know, racing series. We have a unique identity that we try to promote and lean into, and that's something that I think we need to do. You know, the other thing is, you know, when I came on to this position, it was really challenging to try and understand where we needed to go in the medium term. The short term was understandable. You know, I was taking the pass from Jim and we were getting going. But in the medium term, it was like, where do we want to be in 5 years? And so we had to spend a lot of time thinking about the identity that I just spoke about and how that relates to a multi-year plan. And, you know, I don't need to unpack that for you, but that part in where we go in the future is always challenging, because just the general nature of motorsports and entertainment and the social environment is constantly an evolving state.
Yeah, well, I see the timekeeper guys now. Good to see you guys. Ryan, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on 21 successful seasons and more to come. Wishing you the best. And you're going to be at PRI?
I will be at PRI. Yeah, thank you
right.
so much. I appreciate the opportunity. I always enjoy doing this with you guys.
Thank you. And
Yeah,
what an amazing journey it has been to watch Formula Drift grow. So thank you. Stay with us. We are going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back for our next session.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck with Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
Thank you and welcome back to the program. Mr. Mike is back with us. We're going to have a little marathon for you, Mike. You're doing 3 sessions back to back, correct?
That is correct. I don't know what I was thinking when I volunteered for that, but we'll test our endurance here for the next little while.
But you're the perfect host for the next sessions, and so that's part also of the program. We bring the host play a great part of the success of this industry week, and so Brett is joining us, and we're
And
going to
Mike, we cannot do what you do. We're just market makers.
Exactly. I cannot do what you do either. So it's kind of a circle, isn't it?
Brett is with us. Welcome back to the program, Brett. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear
Hi,
me
Brett.
okay?
Hi, everybody. For those of you who do not know, Brett Root is the president of the IMCA, one of the oldest sanctioning bodies of motorsports in the United States. And it's kind of been a family tradition for Brett. And we started last year a little bit with him providing the history of IMCA. And I'd like, Brett, if you don't mind, let's start there again this year and give us a brief recap of where IMCA has come from and where it is today.
Oh, sure. IMCA, the International Motor Contest Association, we've been around since 1915. So we've got a very long history, much longer than I've been at IMCA. But yeah, we're a dirt track auto racing sanctioning body. That's what we do. We sanction dirt track races across the United States primarily. We also do some business in Canada. So yeah, we write the rules, regulations, and the procedures for dirt track auto racing.
And how many different divisions are racing IMCA currently?
9. We've got 9 right now. 9 last year, 9 again this year. We haven't added anything, but for dirt track enthusiasts, it's the standard stuff that they see at racetracks across the United States. Anything as basic as a sport compact, which is a front wheel drive OEM car right off the street. We call them compact. Some people call them Hornets or tuners. Just a 4-cylinder front wheel drive vehicle right off the street that our racers knock the windows out of and tear the interior out of them and put a roll cage and a racing seat in them and race them. That's basically our entry level position these days. But we go all the way up to full blown sprint cars, purpose-built race cars like sprint cars and late models, which we also sanction as well.
So that provides a lot of different experience levels for the racers from a very starting point to professional race teams that run in your top divisions, such as the modifieds and the late models and the ladder system,
Absolutely.
so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are essentially a hobby association. We treat it as such. We don't consider ourselves to necessarily be the professional level of racing. Our goal has always been to maintain an affordable point of entry for a local individual who wants to race locally at their county fairgrounds, or maybe at a privately owned facility that's in the area. But most of our racers they work 40, 50, 60 hours a week, and they race for fun. And so we've always tried to have a division that somewhat meets the needs of any type of individual that wants to do that. And with 9 divisions, there's definitely like a tier, what we would consider within our association, a level at which is entry level in our association and upper level in our association. But they're all generally doing it for fun. Some of them are trying to be professional racers, and we have a handful of racers that have come out of IMCA racing and entered into what we would consider to be at the dirt level, a professional level of racing. But most of our racers don't necessarily want to be professional racers. They just want to do something. They want to race for fun, instead of going boating or going camping or something like that with their free time. They want to go in circles and have a good time.
Approximately how many racers and tracks were involved with IMCA this past season?
We're still over 9,000. We have usually the last handful of years we've been 9,000 plus members between those 9 divisions, and we'll do business, and we have done business this year in, I think it's 40 states. It's usually 39 to 40, 41 states that we'll do business in or have some sort of a sanctioned event in, and we do that at approximately 250 racetracks. About 150 of them are running what we consider to be dedicated weekly schedules. They may race every Friday night, every Saturday night when the climate in their area is conducive to that, to dirt track racing. So when it gets nice and sunny and warm out, we have about 150 pretty consistent sanctions in tracks that we deal with, and another 100 or so that are running a special event of some sort, maybe a touring event for the Race Saver sprint cars that we do business with, or even Stars Mod Lights, which tour, which is another division of ours that tour across state boundaries.
How was 2024 for IMCA? What were some of the highlights?
Oh gosh, I mean, there's so many cool stories in IMCA. With as many racers that we have, there's always a story, and they're always different. They're never necessarily the same. I always like to go back to I would consider probably some of the most historical moments in our association. We've had a couple of them this year that have been pretty cool. In our stock car division, Mike Nichols won his 13th national championship, and for our association with a history that goes back to 1915, that's the most ever. Last year he had tied a gentleman named Ernie Durr, who's some of the older people in our in older race fans and older racers that are going to recognize Ernie Durr's name. Mike tied the record last year at 12, and he surpassed it this year in 2024 with his 13th stock car national championship. And that's a very difficult thing to do. Mike's been racing. I think he's won his first championship I think he said at our banquet. It was 22 years ago. So Mike's about my age. We're both in our early 50s. So he's been racing for a very long time. But which is unusual as well, to be quite honest, when it gets to the length that people actually race. Mike's not the average racer, but in how long he's raced, and actually in how many championships he's won. He's a fantastic racer. He's a great representative for our stock car division, and to have him set an all-time record for our association, I couldn't think of a better person actually that deserves it, or that would represent us. He's a very good spokesperson for dirt track racing. So that one stands out. That one stands out the most for us, Mike's accomplishment. But we've got other ones. Kaylee Richards, young lady who won our national championship in our sport compact division. Kaylee is only the second female in the history of our association to win a national championship, you know. And again, when you go back as far as we have, we're predominantly a male participant sport, and to have a female and like Kaylee, she's a great representative for our compact division. She's been racing in that division for quite a while. She also won the Lady Eagle national championship that we had this year. So she won 2 national championships, and as a female, and in auto racing, I think that's very unique, and we think it's pretty cool, to be quite honest. So, you know, things like that stick out for us. The accomplishments of our racers, definitely, especially those accomplishments. But when you're dealing with 9,000 racers, we've got cool stories all over the United States of feel good moments, or just races that, you know, you like to. You know, we as an association, we're fans as well. As officials, we're also fans. We almost have to be. And at times we'd like to script our events. You know, I think the engagement that fans want out of auto racing, I think the fact that it's so pure at our level, it's not very scripted. You never know what's going to happen. So the good stories that play out the way that you'd almost like to say, hey, I wish I could have scripted that. Wouldn't have been any better for the fans to see and for the racer to experience. We had one of those moments this year with Kelly Shryock winning our stock car Super Nationals event this year. So, I mean, that was one of those moments. I've been attending Super Nationals since 1995, and that was one of those moments that
That's a guy who's won a lot of races and a lot of different types of race cars over the years.
Yeah, he's kind of stamped his name as a modified guy for many, many years in IMCA ranks and outside IMCA ranks. You know, Kelly is very, very, very well known in dirt track racing in the state of Iowa, especially where he resides, but also just the Midwest, where he's turned so many laps. He's been racing for as long as I can remember. So, he's you know, for many years I called him the bridesmaid of the Super Nationals. He ran second at the modified Super Nationals, I think, more than anybody has ever run second at the event over the history of the modified. And so to see him in a stock car this year, and the way that race played out, it was very, very special. And I think our fans with the noise they made and the cheering that they had, and just the excitement after that event to see him win the stock car portion of it, you know, I think it just says it all. It was a very special moment, to be quite honest.
Yeah, a racer who's endeared himself to fans for many, many years, finally winning the one that he's been chasing for a long period of time.
Right. Yeah, in our ranks, I mean, you look at look at Dale Earnhardt winning the Daytona 500. You know, look at how special that was for that association and for that race and his fans. You know, I mean, if I was going to compare any win in IMCA to something like that, it would be what we experienced this year at the Super Nationals with Kelly winning the feature there. And the way that race played out, it just played out very, very well. With a local guy, young kids racing. You know, Kelly's older than me, right. You know, and he's racing against kids that could easily be his kids. I mean, he's almost could have grandkids. We're getting so old. I, in fact, am a grandfather. But you look how they play out. You know, he's racing against the young guys, old guy, you know, the veteran against the rookies, or the veterans, the old guy against the young guys. And to have that race play out like it did, it was pretty darn cool.
Yeah, a lot of different storylines in that race and the Super Nationals in general, and we'll dive into the Super Nationals a little bit more here in a minute. One of the things that I find intriguing, and I thought about it when you were talking about Mike Nichols a few minutes ago, is that we're used to in a lot of the forms of motorsports, guys get new race cars all the time. And a lot of your top guys in stock cars and sport compacts and other hobby stocks, they run the same race cars for years and years and years.
They do. And in fact, some of that's by design as an association. One of the things we pride ourselves on around here is that we don't change rules a lot. You know, and that's very, in some aspects, if you aren't careful, you feel like you get old. You know, like the association itself, the rules, you know, we got a lot of history, but if you don't change the rules much, I think they get kind of stagnant at times. I think the racers feel like we should change stuff at times just to make it cooler, more fun to do or something like that. But keeping the rules consistently the same is very cost effective for our competitors. So you know, one of the worst things that we can do as an association is change rules every year. We have so many people turning laps in IMCA that you know, we see about 20% every year, and I think I might have said this last year. About 20% of our membership rotates out of IMCA every single season. You know, and a lot of people that are really focused on rules and what we do, they think that's our fault, when in reality it's not. It's just the natural lifestyles that we all have, the things that in life that we're dealt with having children, changing jobs, moving, relocating, you know, all those things that cycle racers out of the association. So when we keep the rules the same, it allows them to sell their cars to other racers that can use them as they are. And it also allows racers that already have that money invested in equipment to keep it without having to spend more and more money every single year. So
yeah, they could shelf it easily and bring it back in 2 or 3 years when their life agrees with
right.
that type of lifestyle again.
Right. And even within our association, how we have the divisions, you've got divisions that complement each other, like the hobby stocks and the stock cars, or the modifieds in our Northern Sport Mods, to where those cars can actually cross across divisions as well. So again, it gives them another market, or an outlet to race it, and it gives them an outlet to sell it.
I know you're passionate about the rules in IMCA, and that's a lot of the reason for the success of the organization. But what are the challenges to enforcing those rules and keeping the costs down?
And rule enforcement is key, and that's tough. You know, we rely heavily on each sanctioned facility to have a competent tech official. We do our best on our end to provide the rules, to provide the manuals, we provide what the penalties are if they find violations of the rules. So we do everything we can on our end to keep it as simple as possible to enforce the rules, by keeping our rules somewhat simple as well, as much as we can. But it is a challenge. You know, we have Dave Bren, who is our national comp director. He answers phone calls daily, 7 days a week, almost all year round, about rules, from our competitors, and also from track operators and from their inspectors. So enforcement is key. If you're not gonna enforce the rules, why do you write them? You know, and so we could always do better, I think. I mean, if I could hire 10 guys exactly, if I could clone Dave Bren and have 10 Dave Brens working for IMCA, this association would be 10 times better. But it's just hard to find people like that. Tech inspection is incredibly thankless. It ranks right up there with promoting. It can be very, very thankless position for people to be put in, because they're the bad guys. They're the guys enforcing the rules. They're the police, you know, and sometimes people don't have a favorable opinion of police, you know, but thankfully, many times people do have favorable opinions of police. You know, if you're getting a speeding ticket going down the highway, you don't much care for the state patrol. Nobody wants to get a ticket. But if somebody's breaking into your house, you kind of want the police. So yeah, that's kind of how we look at it. We try to treat enforcement, you know, in a very straightforward, logical way. We write rules that we think we can enforce, that other people can enforce for us, and you know, we deal with the challenges that creates on a daily basis.
And that butts heads of part of the DNA of motorsports, which is riding that gray line.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like I've been listening to seminars all week, and they've been some really good seminars. I've enjoyed, I've learned a lot this week. But I've heard many people say they're going to PRI, you know, and I'm like, well, we're going to PRI too, booth 3705. But for us, PRI is you know, we're like kind of like the police in the middle of you know, a really cool place where people want to do really cool things, and they come to us and say, hey, you know, have you been down to such and such's booth? Can we use that? Or have you seen this new product over there? And we're like, no, not yet. You know, so at times we're kind of I don't know, the buzzkill of PRI. I feel like that at times, but you know, because there is so much cool stuff there.
Oh, for
That is an
sure.
awesome event. We enjoy going to it, even though at times we feel a little bit like the buzzkill. But at the same time, lots of our promoters are there. We have dozens and dozens of IMCA sponsors that are displaying at that event. And we have lots of our competitors that are walking around. So it's a good place for us to be to kind of meet all of those folks and network and find out what's going on from a manufacturing standpoint or a new product standpoint, but also at the same time get feedback from competitors who are always offering their opinion to us as to whether or not they think we should change a rule or whether it's dumb or whether it's cool.
When I think of IMCA racing, I think of pure racing and passion. Explain the passion that you see in the pit area on any night at an IMCA race.
I mean, I think at our level, it's the same as many other sports. We see that passion play out on television and professional sports that are including NASCAR on a Sunday where you've got somebody spin somebody out and they want to fist fight in the pits, or there's always something exciting going on. The pure racing itself, I think people watch for that, and I think at the end of the day, our competitors are passionate about racing. They want to race. They want to win. They're competitive. They're competitive by nature. Most of the racers, I think, are competitive by nature. And when you spend the money that you do in order to compete at any level, including IMCA, it's hard not to take it super serious, and it's hard not to get caught up in the competitive nature of any sport, including automobile racing. And I have said before, and I say it every year, racing brings out the absolute best in people. I've spent my entire life and my career in this sport, and I don't think I would change it. If I could, I would not go back and change it. I have met some of the best people ever in this sport, and at the same time, racing can bring out some of the worst of people. I've seen some pretty rotten things play out enforcing rules, and attending events. But the way I look at it is if racers, if they aren't fighting and they aren't mad at somebody for the results, or if they aren't disappointed in something that didn't turn out like they wanted it to, they don't care, and so when they don't care, then you got problems.
Find something else to do. Yeah.
Yep. That's the way I look at it. And we have, again, we had 9,000 racers turning laps in IMCA this year. There's a lot of them that care a lot, apparently.
Well, the biggest event on the IMCA calendar is the Super Nationals. Comes right after Labor Day every year, and week long at Boone Speedway in Iowa. And it's just amazing what that has become. Let's talk a little bit about the Super Nationals. How does it continue to grow every year?
I think that's a really hard question, but it's an easy question. I think we'd have to really try hard to screw the Super Nationals up now. The Super Nationals has got so much history. It started with one division, our modifieds, and it's evolved into, we've got 7 divisions that race over 8 days, starting on Labor Day weekend every year, usually the end of August to the first weekend in September. We race 8 straight days at Boone Speedway in Boone, Iowa, and it's hard to put it to words until you attend. And I think that that event creates it's a snapshot of weekly racing for us. When our association has as many tracks and as many racers that we have in it, an event like that it is what provides the opportunity for 1,000 race cars to show up at a dirt track in central Iowa. We've broke the car count record at the Super Nationals for the last 4 years in a row. This year we had 1,038, I think. That's a lot of race cars to try to get into your pit area. That's a lot of race cars to try to get on a racetrack. That's a lot of laps on a racetrack, especially a dirt racetrack. So there are so many moving parts to the Super Nationals that have been looked at and fine-tuned over the last, let's see, it was the 42nd annual this year, over the last 40 years to get it to where it's at. And now, we want to continue to fine tune that event every year. I thought it was really interesting. I listened to Steve Phelps at NASCAR Talk, and he made a comment about connectivity and race fans and connectivity. And he said that they had spent $50 million on the connectivity or providing fiber to 12 racetracks on the Cup circuit. That is an unbelievable amount of money. But at the same time, I get it, because we have the same problem at our level at Boone Speedway for the Super Nationals. Nobody wants to come to the Super Nationals and unplug. If you're unplugging on vacation, and that's where most of our fans and our racers come to Super Nationals, it's vacation. If you're unplugging on vacation, you're usually wanting to do that on purpose. And these days, not many people want unplugged. And a lot of people can't be unplugged. You can't go to some place for a week and ignore your job, ignore your family. Most of us have children and kids. Not everybody brings their kids to the Super Nationals. So everybody needs their phone to work, and so we haven't spent 50 million. We haven't even spent 4 million. I was doing the math like, geez, that's over 4 million a track. We haven't spent that kind of money at Boone, but I would say if for Boone to get better, for Super Nationals to get better, the connectivity issue, the logistics of the event, everything just has to get better, and we have worked really, really hard at getting better, 1,000 campers. We have not right at 1,000, but there's usually about 900 campers on the facility. So I was impressed when the gentleman from the promoter of Crandon said they had 2,500 campers at Crandon. I was like, I'm jealous. I'm like, that's awesome. And how they make that work, I have a great deal of respect for anybody running events of that size.
Yeah, it's like a small town.
It is. Yeah, Boone Speedway's got, I think Boone, the city of Boone's got about 12,000 residents in it. And at Super Nationals, we'll push 25,000 people into our 76-acre facility, for 8 days of racing. So we double the size of the city just with the people that are at the event. People say it's another town when the Super National shows up to Boone. So that creates a lot of really difficult logistical problems. And from our standpoint, that's our focus has been for the Super Nationals the last few years. And we're going to continue to do that. And I think if we do, our car counts will continue to do really well. And I think our fan counts will get better as well.
That improved connectivity has also, kind of led to your streaming services. And how has streaming of the Super Nationals increased the exposure of the event?
I don't think you can put a dollar amount on it, to be quite honest. I mean, they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, and I think if that's the case, a stream's worth way more than that, because the stream for us tells the story. It tells the story really, really well. And so we've invested a great deal of time and money in IMCA TV and getting better and better at streaming our event. We've got one of the best streaming platforms at Rivet. And we definitely have some of the best, the most talented people working behind the scenes to stream our Super Nationals event.
Yeah, the quality of that broadcast is really incredible, and you see things that you would never see from photographs or even from somebody's race story. It's really special.
Yeah, we hire FPV drone flyers. We have a team. I think there's 3 of them of guys that come out and just fly drones, and they're very, very talented. And that has been extremely popular in our stream as well. So. Yeah, anytime you can kind of improve your product or try to improve what people get to see, I think you get good results from it, and we're constantly doing that with the Super Nationals.
As we wrap it up, anything new or unexpected we should look for in the coming year?
No, I mean, we've made some announcements on some rules. I'm sure we'll deal with that a little bit at PRI. We've added an OEM replacement metric frame in essentially 3 of our divisions. I got to thank Speedway Motors for what they've done at designing a replacement frame that we need in our market. And I think that's something that obviously in many other industries or automotive aspects of other industries is going to be useful as well. But, big rule changes like that or big rule announcements, we've made most of those. We've added a composite Camaro body from 5-star. We've we've done both of those, and those are 2-year projects in the making, each one of them. So we can't thank Five Star, can't thank Speedway enough for the engineers and the time and the effort and the money that they've invested in those projects, because it gives our association a better direction in the future.
Well, thank you very much, Brett. Sorry to interrupt, but I have to keep the clock, an eye on the clock, and we are going to take a little break to run a commercials from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you. Again, thank you very much, Brett, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you.
INDYCAR is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
INDYCAR, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
INDYCAR really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you, and welcome back to the program. And we're going to bring Levi Jones on. We're going to be talking about the El Dorado Speedway. We had the owner of the Speedway on earlier, Mr. Tony Stewart, and I think Levi Jones is joining us any second. Good afternoon, Levi, and welcome to the program.
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Mike, on to you.
Right, we'll take it from here. Good afternoon, Levi. Welcome. For those of you who don't know, Levi Jones was a championship open wheel racer, primarily with USAC, went on to a career as an official with USAC and then with INDYCAR. Late last summer, he became the new promoter of Eldora Speedway, a track which he raced at during his career. And he's leading one of America's best short tracks into the future now. Let's start it off with what made Eldora the right fit for you?
Well, I think growing up a sprint car driver, I think the first article National Speed Sport News ever did on me asked the question, if you could win one place, where would it be? And my answer was Eldora Speedway. So that passion for this place I've had forever. Working with Tony Stewart and Brett Frood earlier in my career, and having that relationship, and being able to be a part of what goes on here. Passionate people with a ton of desire to make this the greatest dirt track in the world.
When Tony came to you about taking over at Eldora, was there anything specific that you needed to know before you made that leap?
We talk about right. So there are questions that you have, and you want to make sure. Been in contact with Tony over the years since I stopped driving and working at USAC, and then going to INDYCAR. So just the stuff that I did have as questions were things that I thought I knew the answers to, but just to be reassured of those things were comforting to me, and a decision that really came down. It came down to being a pretty easy decision for me and my family.
You touched on it just a bit there, but tell us a little bit about your long relationship with Tony from the point where you guys raced against each other a little bit. You later drove for him, and now obviously you're running Eldora.
Yeah, it is great. You look at when I've got my start in USAC, in the late 90s, Tony was already, won the Triple Crown, moved on to win the INDYCAR championship and then go to NASCAR and all of that. So whenever I was able to win my first championship racing against his cars in USAC in 2005, I was able to race against Tony a few times. And then ultimately coming there in 2006 and racing clear through the end of 2012 for him and win 6 USAC championships. I told him before, right? He helped me accomplish all the dreams that I had. I love sprint car racing, and I grew up going to Hobstadt, Indiana, and they race sprint cars and late models every Sunday night. And if my family wasn't going, I begged someone from Alton, Illinois that was going there to take me with them. I'd go. I just loved it, and that passion's never left. And the opportunity to come here is the right fit.
How is managing Eldora different compared to the other officiating jobs that you've had over the last few years?
Okay, so if we break that down, being with INDYCAR and being with USAC, heavily involved with the competition side of it. That is a daily task to make sure that the playing field is fair, and there's always obstacles you're trying to overcome and make sure that it's all sorted out from the competitor base. But a little bit of my career of being a race car driver, having my own race cars, working on race cars, working in my family business, growing up around a family-owned business, dealing with people. And then getting into USAC, where you are on the competition side, where you have to make sure in racing, you have to make sure, my view is you have to make sure it works for 3 groups of people, right? You have to make sure it works for the car owners and drivers, the fans and the series. So you have to balance those out, because if you do everything for one of those sectors, it can get lopsided pretty quick. So coming into Eldora, looking at it from all 3 of those sides, I think is first and foremost, and being here at Eldora, trying to make it a place where people want to be, fans want to be, people want to, we're fighting for that dollar, right? Do you want to come here? Do you want to go golf, or do you want to go to the lake? We still think coming to Eldora is the best place to do.
Having been around the sport for more than 30 years, I've seen a lot of drivers try to transition into being officials or promoters, and not a lot of them stick. Why has it worked for you?
I think the main thing is I was able to accomplish what I wanted to as a driver. I don't have anything left to prove to myself. In a race car, I've still offered a couple of Chili Bowl rides this year. I couldn't win it when I was 195 pounds. I'm not going to win it at 222 for sure. So older and slower, but yeah, I get asked that question a lot, and I do. I see a lot of drivers that can't even go to the races as a fan, and I think that part I don't like. I want those people to enjoy what you did, right? Other people enjoy watching you race. As time marches on, there's the next driver, the next group of drivers. They're fun to watch. I was a fan first and foremost. So even though I'm not in the driver's seat, I still think it's the best thing to do.
Eldora is arguably the best known dirt track in the world. How do you continue to elevate a racetrack with a reputation like that?
It is. That's a challenge in itself. I've told people coming into Eldora, they have very successful events. It's not like I'm coming in here and need to put Levi Jones's stamp on this place, right? Earl and his family built this place. Tony took it over. We've all seen how it's evolved here at Eldora. So just to make sure that we stay on that trajectory, I come in here with a view of leading people. We have our biggest event here. We have 230 people working that for a big event. We have 7 or 8 full-time people. So making sure first and foremost that I'm helping lead people, make sure they have what they need, make sure we can accomplish what we need to, so the end user, the customer, has an enjoyable experience and can't wait to come back here.
What makes an Eldora fan different than other race fans?
The passion they have for this place. I mean, that, the Eldora logo, it doesn't matter if you're on vacation on the beach or snowmobiling in Michigan or snow skiing, in Colorado. When people see that Eldora logo, they know what it is. It's pretty wild. So, when you think about Eldora, I think the difference here, the thing I can use is when my youngest son, when they were coming over here first time, he hasn't been to Eldora in quite a few years. My other son tries to come all the time, like I did, hitching a ride and getting over here. But he asked, when do the fields end? Well, as you're approaching Eldora, there's farm after farm after farm. But when you approach Eldora, I still get that feeling like I did the first time I came here. You're approaching this facility where you don't necessarily see the track way up there. It's not like, the track. You're coming in on flat farming, and you walk down into this facility, and when you see that, it's amazing. So that excitement and that fire that Eldora instills in the fans here, it creates that from your first step into the facility, and then obviously when cars race around here, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, rolling in there, it's really an analogy, a lot like Field of Dreams. You're just rolling through cornfields, and then all of a sudden, there it is. You've been there since September. Is there any one thing that has surprised you about the way Eldora operates?
No, not a lot of surprises. I think that's the comfort in coming here. I mean, really, when you think about my transition from USAC to INDYCAR, there were a lot of stuff that I just didn't know how it worked, right? So the unknown is a little bit surprising, but just I always use the analogy of kind of being in triple threat position. You gotta be down and ready. You can have a plan where you're going to work on today, but a lot of times that trajectory gets changed. So you got to be ready. You got to be nimble and be able to make things happen. And Eldora is no different. Just working with the sanctioning bodies. I had a relationship with most of them before, working on the schedule. I know how tough that is to put a schedule together. Everybody wants it sooner and sooner and sooner. So that part, just working on that right now, we feel like we're in a good spot. Our plans for upgrades and just everything on being prepared to have Eldora Speedway ready for next year. So no big surprises, just diving into stuff here at the track, whether that's the way we've always done it. Well, is that the best way to do it? Is that the best for the end user, or can we make it better? Or do we need to look at different ways of accomplishing something to make the most sense of it? Because it is a business, right? I mean, it is fun. We love to do it, but we don't do it for fun and practice. It's still a business.
You mentioned the schedule. Obviously, all the standards will be back, but is there anything new coming to the schedule this year?
We're pretty excited about our schedule. Like you said, we have the long-standing races. We have some exciting news to share probably early this coming week on Monday as people lead into the PRI show. I think there'll be some excitement around the Eldora schedule. I have it here, but I don't know if you can zoom in fast enough to see it.
Why don't you just get up and hold it up against the computer there?
I could. I saw Tony leaked a couple of his things for the race team yesterday, so I'll hold off. I don't want Jonathan and Bryce and Blake and the gang here to be mad at me.
All right, understood. You have a long history in open wheel racing, obviously. Has there been any learning curve or anything when dealing with the huge late model events on the Eldora schedule?
I did run one late model race here at Eldora. So what's funny, growing up in Olney, Illinois, I really, the only reason we got a sprint car over a late model when I was a teenager was really because we didn't have room to fit the late model in the garage. And so we ended up with a sprint car. It's just funny how life happens like that. But my wife is a huge late model person. Her dad raced late models. He passed away in the 90s, but our first weekend here, she wore a 1989 World 100 shirt. So we're a divided household here of late model and sprint cars.
Have you moved out to the Eldora area?
I am. That was one thing that just my whole life and my history, and even driving for Tony, I was at the shop and involved. And I think if I'm going to be in a position to lead the gang here at Eldora, to be here is a big part of it. So we are. There aren't real estate there aren't a ton of options for real estate here in the area, but we've moved into the house on the corner of the property that Joe and Star built and lived in. So to be in that house has a lot of history. Star sold tickets right out of that first bedroom that became an office, and I'm thankful for a lot of help here. The gang at the track and people around this area, and especially my wife and my family of making it a home pretty quick. So it's to be close here to work and be ready to dive in is a good feeling.
Is there any renovations, or are you getting new clay or anything like that going on this winter?
Yeah, we're talking about stuff in every area of the track. I mean, working close with Rob Plattfoot here and Tony, involved with the dirt and shaping it and what we do to provide the best racing. We see that sprint car races and late model races need a few little different things. We're ready to tackle that and make sure we can correct the things that we need to correct if we need to, and we know that there's not any perfect playbook for the track. It's not like anybody has a playbook. You just do this every week and it's the same. You deal with all those variables of weather and humidity and rain and sunshine and the temperature. So we're I think if we all work together on that, we'll be in a good spot. Thankful to have the equipment we need to do it. We've got great partners here with Koenig that provide us with what we need. Tony owns a lot of equipment here too. So to work and travel all across the country racing, we know that a lot of dirt tracks don't have that luxury. So we're thankful for that. We dive into the suite experience here at Eldora. We're looking at what we do there to elevate that experience, how that is, and then renewals starting here to what we can do for our fans and make it the best experience possible.
We talked a little bit about how remote Eldora is, and we had Brett Root from IMCA on before you, and he talked about the large number of campers at the Super Nationals. How big is camping for Eldora? How important is it to the Speedway? And approximately how many campers do you have for the big events such as Kings Royal or World 100?
Yeah, the camping is unbelievable, right? And when you walk through the campground out here, it's not you and I sharing a tent or very many pop-up campers anymore. They're big, nice. People want to be here for 3-4 days. The campgrounds are fun and exciting. We've added, so you take that aspect of our camping, which we cleared land in Eldora Village into the year to add over 100 spots there. A couple people close here. The campground that we don't own, they've expanded. So we're looking for big things here on the property at Eldora for camping. And that coincides with what we've got going on here with the ballroom. So the ballroom was probably 95% finished when I started. So just putting those finishing touches on that, what we can do with a full bar, unbelievable space in there. We've got, I think right now for 2025, not counting racing events, Kevin has 26 events booked for next year already. So very promising, beautiful facility. We look to add that to our list of accommodations here at Eldora. Be something new for people to see, and they won't be disappointed.
For those who don't know that are on this call, explain a little bit about the history of the ballroom and its ties to the racetrack. It was actually there before the racetrack.
Yeah, so Earl, before he had the racetrack, he had a band, right? The Melody Makers went around the area here, playing shows at all the clubs, and I think Earl kept driving by this facility here that had the ballroom that had been closed for years. I think it was Mrs. Shoes. So it was closed. He finally, I think, talked her into selling it to him on contract, and got the sheriff to give him a permit, and they were off to the races, so to speak, but they just didn't know. So they were going to be racing soon. I don't know how, that was in the 40s. It burnt down a few years after Earl had it. They rebuilt it, the ballroom, and then I think so that was late 40s. So then he decided he went to a car race and couldn't believe how great it was and all the people, and he kept looking at the land here and decided they needed to build a racetrack, and we're all thankful that he did.
Eldora has an amazing history. Earl Baltus, one of the true characters of the sport. You were around racing when Earl was still running Eldora. Does that help you in your day-to-day operations?
Yeah, I think so. There's still remnants of Earl and his family around here every day, right? The people and the families and the community that are close that make this place work, whether it be family members that still come back here and work race event weekends. When you take all those people and you add people from all over the world that come to 10 or 12 big events a year, that's really cool. So to say I can, to say that, hey, Earl took the keys out of my dad's four-wheeler because he was going the wrong way here. I was part of that. I was here. I was here for those days. I was here after Tony bought it. I've seen the evolution, and I want to just do all I can, show up, do the work to make it as cool as it can be, and keep that evolution of the greatest dirt track in the world going.
How do you manage the logistics of a big race weekend such as the World 100 with a couple thousand campers, more than 25,000 fans, over 100 race cars, and everything that goes with that?
Well, first of all, you have to pray every day. You have to pray every day, and a little bit more on those race days, because it is a huge undertaking, right? It's a whole thing of itself. We're very fortunate to have a great relationship with the sheriff department here. They staff our events incredible. We're thankful for that, because we all know race fans can get a little rowdy. We want them to get rowdy, just not over that point. But when it's a full World 100 weekend here, there were 100 cars parked in what is now my yard there at the house. When you end up with that many amount of campers in all the nooks and crannies and parking and logistics of it, that's not even counting about worrying about the weather or the track or enough beer or enough food or what you do. So there's so many things here that go on, that we really try to divide it up into what the campground needs to operate, and those people and that staff, what the track itself needs for staff and equipment and operations. The concessions is completely different, a group of people, and if you just divide all those things up, take care of all those little things, boom, next thing you know, it's the checkered at the event, and it all worked out.
You'll just need to sell one more hot dog, right?
That's right.
What is your favorite moment from your racing career at Eldora? It's
still the 2005 Fort Crown. I was still kind of under the radar sprint car driver. I was able to win the sprint car championship at the end of that year, but a lot of people remember that 4-crown race at the end of 2005, but they forget the first race here of 2005. I was leading by enough. You don't know how far you're leading, and I run over a lap car and into the fence and flipped all the way around turn 1 into turn 2, coming to the white flag. So when I came back at the end of that year, I had something to. I had a battle with Eldora that I wanted to take care of, and just the way the weather turned out, it was cool and it rained and the track was really heavy, and we were able to take the 2B sprint car above the cushion, kind of our own lane, and people still stop me when I'm out places. Hey, I was at that race in 2005, and so that was a cool one for me.
How challenging is Eldora for a racer?
It is a little bit different than a lot of other places, because you can get sucked into racing the other cars on the track, when really you need to be racing the track. Make sure that your car is in the right part of the track, going as fast as your car will go, and there'll probably be a lane for you to run if you can put your stuff in the right part of the track and run as fast and as hard as you can. I always think it's so cool here when the guy that's running higher and harder than anybody else wins the race. More times than not, that's what happens.
Have you been running the trucks around there as hard as you can?
I haven't. I haven't. A few laps here, but not. You get out there and doing that too much, then Rob will expect me to be out there on the track all the time too.
So, what was the bigger moment? That 4-crown victory way back when, or your first race promoting at Eldora?
That race, the race at Eldora that I won was so long ago, it's hard to remember everything. But being here that World 100 weekend this year, when they announced that I was coming here, it was really cool to stand on that stage in that capacity. Was a totally different feeling and one that I knew that, hey, when that happened, I knew, hey, this is where I want to be. This is what I want to do. It's being here, I grew up in an area just like this. I love it. I love it. It's been a few months in, and I love it more now than I did that day.
What do you look forward to the most about the coming season and having a full season at Eldora?
Really, when you get down to it, the thing that you love the most is you see the excitement that the fans have here. So when you see those fans of how excited they are to be at Eldora for a race, and it really is cool to see someone win their first time at Eldora. That emotion, I've been through it. I know what that feels like, and to see that, it's incredible. You can't bottle that up, you can't explain it, but see someone win for the first time is top of the list.
Well, the timekeepers have arrived again, as they've begun calling themselves the last couple of days. Judy and Francis, it was a pleasure talking to you, Levi, and thanks for joining us today.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. Thank you for all you guys do. It's great to watch all of these episodes. Great to dive into the different sectors of the racing world.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Levi. And stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with you.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowler Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowler Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowler Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowler, victory is within your reach.
For over 25 years, Wisconsin-based C-Tech Manufacturing has been engineering and manufacturing the toughest, most accessible aluminum tool drawers, cabinets, carts, and tactical storage solutions for America's hardest working professionals. Whatever you need to store and however you need to store it, put your trust in C-Tech Manufacturing. We build it better. Visit our new website at ctechmanufacturing.com or give us a call at 715-355-8842.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you for being with us today. This is day 4, our last day, and we're on our last stretch. This exactly right, Mr. Kirchner?
Yeah, we're in the stretch drive now and heading off the dirt back onto the asphalt.
Yes, we have a series of racetrack operators back to back, and we're going to be talking with Thunderhill and very unique facilities. And did you enjoy your last 2 sessions, Mike, as much as we did?
I certainly did. A couple of interesting guys who know a lot about dirt track racing. Levi Jones was one heck of a racer, and now he's going to do great things leading Eldora into the future.
Yeah,
He seems
absolutely.
perfect for that racetrack. He really does.
Yeah, he certainly has the right personality.
Yeah. And so I'm getting a signal from our producer. We should have our next guest on any second. David is joining us, and we're going to travel back to California. David, can you hear us? I think he's joining us any second.
There he
you
is.
are.
You are on mute. So we need to have you.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yes,
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Glad to be with you. This program over the last 4 days has been like a PhD in motorsports. So I appreciate what you've done all of the years, and particularly this year. Thank you for having me on. And thanks to Ralph Shaheen for enlightening me with the opportunity.
It certainly has been all forms of motorsports, a little bit about everything. And that leads us to now we're going to go to Thunderhill Raceway in California, David Vodden. And David, you have a lot of interesting information to share with us about Thunderhill and how it was built and its current place in the California racing landscape. But why did Thunderhill come to being in the first place?
Well, it's a very good story, Mike, because we just listened to the drift folks that are using Irwindale, which is closing. And everybody that's been involved in our industry and in this particular program over the last several days has experienced the loss of a venue. Some of us have lost several venues. And what happened was Riverside was closing, and it closed over a series of years. Laguna Seca, the federal government gave Laguna Seca to the county of Monterey. And so for all of us road racers, that was a bit of a red flag. We didn't know what to expect. And up in Sonoma, Sears Point Raceway was acquired by a developer who was well known for developing shopping centers. So the concern was that Sears Point would become developed. We didn't know what Laguna Seca was going to do. So 7 members of the San Francisco region of the Sports Car Club of America, all volunteers, all road racers and mostly drivers, decided they were going to build their own track in California. I always marvel at that solution because you cannot build a racetrack in California. Now, that's not quite true, but it's very hard in this state. So they just decided to build a racetrack, and the reason they did was desperation and fear that they would wake up, and like our friends in Southern California and Cal Club, there would be no Riverside, there would be no Ontario, they would still have Willow Springs, which is a story unto itself, but their world was essentially closing up on them. And they too, as you know, built Button Willow. But anyway, the desperation and the reality of thinking long-term that they might not have a place to race, road race in this case, caused them to decide to build a track. The good news was they had no idea how to do it. They hired me to run their track even before they had it. So I said to them, I said, okay, fine. Baylands Raceway had just closed, and I thought, well, okay, fine. I'll learn road racing. I've learned drag racing. I've learned speedway motorcycles, sprint cars, and all that other stuff. Why not road racing? So I said to them, well, where is your racetrack? And they said, we don't have one yet. That's when I became a track builder and developer. And the process in California, oh my gosh, Mike, from Fresno County, Stanislaus County, Solano County, the way we got it done was it was about to fail, quite honestly. And we've all experienced paper tracks. The big announcement, there's going to be a track built. And ultimately, one day you said, well, whatever happened? And the answer is nothing. So I tell people now, based on my experience, if you are going to build a racetrack, don't tell anybody. For heaven's sakes, don't issue a press release that says what you're going to do, because all you do is unite the opposition. All the track and promoters and supporters and passionate people who love the sport, wow, they're there anyway. So, but the enemy, oh my gosh. So I read an article in the San Francisco Chronicle that said that the county of Yuba in California was broke. And after dealing with these counties, I thought, well, this may be my last chance for the San Francisco region. If they're broke, maybe there'd be some level of desperation. So I visited with the folks, the staff, and the board of supervisors in Yuba County, California, and they were okay. But what happened was there was a gentleman there named Dick Mudd, who was the supervisor in Glenn County. And after the meeting, he came over to me and he said, well, what would you think of Glenn County? Well, Mike, I don't even know where Glenn County is at the time, but turns out it was on I-5, just about an hour north of Sacramento, an hour south of Redding. So it was a really good location to get to and from. And he helped do it. And he was interested. So I learned that if the government, the staff of the government wants something done, they could always do it. I learned that if the staff of the government or any number of groups of people, supervisors and council members don't want something, not going to happen. But we worked with Dick, and we met with the planning gentleman for the county of Glenn, and he had this stack of books he set on the table, and there was about 10 in one stack, and actually there was 10 in the stack, and Dick Mudd said to John Benoit, the planner, John, these are really fine people. They're looking for a home, which, by the way, that's what we sold. We are building a home for recreational motorsports to serve a market of people who are not presently being well served. That wording is very different than I want to build a racetrack. So he pulls out one book out of this stack of 10 and he puts it on the table, and he puts the other 9 or whatever on the floor. So from that, I learned that there's one yes book and 9 no books. So he pulled out the yes book, and we were able to go from purchasing the land in 92 to grand opening in October of 93. And of course, we didn't open up with everything that's here today. We opened up with, a shoestring operation, 1.9 mile track, had no power, and had a few other limited factors. But we did open up. Biggest event we ever had was the grand opening, which I also tell people who build tracks, that your first event will be your biggest. And so don't book in the most expensive show you got. So anyway, that's how we got it. And then we realized, Mike, that we needed to be visible in the community. We can't be 6 miles west of Willows, California on Highway 162 and hope they don't notice. So we joined the chamber, we joined the Rotary Club, we become immersed in the community, and I became the track guy. But more importantly, over time, I became a friend, the friend of the council members, the friend of the staff members, the friend of the community. And we just took a strategy. Our policy was to just be an active part of the community, support the community, not brag about being here, not brag about the $25 million of gross revenues that impact the community, and all the 5 hotels that exist in Willows on I-5 when there isn't a hotel south or north of us in those 2 communities. So we know we help, we know we're a good economic impact, but we don't talk about that. We just be a good neighbor. So that's how it came to be. I feel bad for Irwindale because I was involved in Speedway 605, which was right across the freeway from Irwindale back in the day. It closed. We know all the many tracks, Ascot, Saugus, all the tracks that have closed a lot in California, either because of land value or poor business results, or any number of things. So we were built in 93, and since then, of course, Thermal has popped up, and then Cal Club built Button Willow, and then Fontana had a short stint, and they're gone. So it's an interesting, volatile market, and everything we talk about on these episodes talks about the sport, the sanctioning body, the participants, the fans, the sponsors, the long-term visions, and not a lot about the fact that without the venues, all of that is not going to work. And I think that's why NASCAR wisely owns racetracks. I think there's the Saturday night group, the sprint cars and midget and stock car guys might need to be thinking more about developing venues. I know they don't have the resources, but at the same time, there's a way to do it using a business model, which I'll talk about if you want me to, how Thunderhill was successful versus just a short flight, short term program.
Sure, you can lead into that by telling us what makes Thunderhill different from other racetracks.
Well, it's a road course. And as you know, back in the day, racetracks operated on weekends and hoped somebody showed up Monday through Thursday, and that testing took place on Friday. The business model that is now prevalent in the industry, and which we used way back in the 90s, was busy every day, multiple revenue streams. So we utilized every opportunity to create different sources of revenue, and we don't really benefit from spectators. So there's a component in our industry called recreation. It's huge. Oh my gosh, sometimes I accuse the Saturday night guys of being pay to play racers instead of running for money, but they don't like that. But so we serve a huge recreational market. We developed the 3 mile track as soon as we could. We developed a 2 mile track. Then we got drifting way back in the 90s. We had Alex from Hawaii over here doing drifting. We have 62 garages, and so we're busy. We book about 900 days a year, counting the 4 surfaces that we ran. And then I do rallycross out front periodically. So my favorite day in the history of Thunderhill was I had an SCCA rallycross out in front in the dirt. I had the SCCA San Francisco region on the 3 mile. I had the Reno region of SCCA on the 2 mile. And I had the Sacramento chapter of Solo on the skid pad. I mean, the track was built to serve the customers. We have no debt of any kind at the business, but we're not profit oriented, we're growth oriented, and the mission of Thunderhill is to survive. And I think that as the mission really focuses you on dealing with things that ultimately cause tracks to close. So multiple revenues. We sell the fuel, we sell the food, we sell the t-shirts, we rent the garages, we provide worker staff for events. We do everything we can, and we're fortunate to have the automotive industry present at Thunderhill now in a really big way with automotive research and development. And so it's just been a wonderful experience. I wish I had $1 for everybody that told me it was going to fail back in '93.
Is there a crossover between what you do at Thunderhill and what happens at other racetracks in the region?
But yes, for sure. We are blessed in Northern California to have Sears Point, Sonoma Raceway. It's a great facility owned by the Bruton Smith Speedway Motorsports. Laguna Seca is a legendary facility, and no, the County of Monterey didn't close it down. It's just been taken over by the Friends of Laguna Seca, who are passionate, highly motivated. They hired Lori Everhart. They're putting the right people in place. So Laguna Seca I think has a very long-term, very positive future ahead. So within a fairly short distance, 3 major road courses. And we talk to them all the time. Lori, I know from way back when, and the folks at Laguna, we've dealt with over the years. The San Francisco region is the only stockholder for Thunderhill. So they run races at Laguna and Sonoma. So there's a lot of crossover. We Hooked on Driving started at Thunderhill, and it's a major renter of all the tracks around the country, especially Laguna and Sonoma. Jay Lamb, when he started the Lemons event, he was running at Altamont, and he and a business associate of his showed up, and they wanted to know if they could run on the road course. They were scared to death they were going to hurt somebody, but we ran this little bitty short track for Lemons, going through like 3 turns and coming back. And ultimately, Lemon started on its big rise after leaving Altamont, coming to Thunderhill, and then spreading throughout the land for Jay Lamb. So I like to think we've started stuff here, and that have become customers of other tracks. And I'll tell you, when they remodeled Laguna Seca, I called up the gentleman that was doing the work, and I said, "Would you consider Thunderhill like your dumpster?" And he laughed and he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, when you take something down or throw something away, can I have it?" And he said, "Sure." So he gave me 3 bridges. 3 of the bridges, the one across the starter stand is now crossing the back straightaway here on the 3 mile. The other 2 bridges sat on the ground until I sold it for scrap metal for a huge amount of money as I-beam scrap metal. So yeah, I've begged, borrowed, and stolen from any track that would help us. Sonoma was particularly good at that. Laguna Seca's a little less, but they're further away. And we like to think we've helped them. A lot of dialogue, a lot of exchange. Over time, the people have come and gone at those tracks, but we consider this one giant business, and we're better cumulatively than we are individually. And we all know that from the Saturday night tracks that operate like mom and pop stores on a corner, and that's where they're in trouble.
One of the big trends in building road courses these days are the country club road courses. They're building one near me here in Charlotte right now, and they're all over the country. Is there any parallel that can be drawn between that and Thunderhill?
Well, we opened in '93. I think maybe there were a few at the time, but we studied the model, and we didn't need the model. I mean, we were booked all the time. We didn't need the capital investment because we were making enough money to everything we built on Thunderhill has been built out of our own reserves, not counting the startup. And so we just didn't need the model. It front loads capital, huge amounts of front loaded money. And then it becomes an organizational challenge, I guess. I mean, thermal, oh my goodness. They might have set a new standard for membership model racetracks. And so I know the business model. We didn't need it. We were functioning well without it. I'd love to, see more closely how those models work over time. I don't know the answer to that, but we serve a huge number of individual groups, organizations, customers, and we have no impediments for use of track. They just book the track, and we provide them services for their event and put it on.
What does the future of Thunderhill look like?
Well, we just purchased 104 more acres of land. That puts us at 634 acres of total land on Highway 162. There's some construction going on west of us. We have additional land. We have first right of refusal on additional land around us. It's my belief that the larger the footprint of Thunderhill, the longer and stronger it will be. So 20 years from now, whatever we're racing, electric cars, I don't know, you name it, they'll be running at Thunderhill. And so we have no delusions about what to do. Well, I've been asked from day one when we were going to run NASCAR, and I say, well, I don't like to ever use the word never say never, but our model serves a specific segment of the population that is real and viable. And many of these people are entry-level folks that go on to, in road racing, my gosh, they go on to SCCA or other forms of professional and semi-professional road racing, and some of them make it to the INDYCARs and other forms of motorsports. So we are happy where we are. The footprint could get larger. What we put on the 104 acres, and I retired at the end of 2023. So I'm a consultant now, and Matt Busby, we hired him away from Kentucky. He's got an outstanding resume. He's a young fellow with a lot of energy and vision. So what happens with the land, this new land, will be determined by Matt and the board of directors. And I hope it has a drag strip on it personally, because the drag strip market, Sacramento just closed. I mean, the drag racing people also have a venue problem, and would love to have a nice drag strip here, but that's my idea.
Now, I was just going to ask you if you thought there might be new courses that were added to that property. So
yeah, well, and again, it'll be kind of it's up to the new people. That's what happens. They hired me to build a racetrack in a field, and we started with a 1.9 mile track, and now we have 630 or 34 acres, two racetracks and 3 if you combine them, and skid pads, and no debt, and wonderful staff, and good reputation. So, I'm happy with what we did for them for the 33 years it took to get there.
do you think they'll ever transition to spectator racing?
Well, that's an interesting comment, because the California relies on fairgrounds for most of its Saturday night fair auto racing, which is a terminal fatal flaw in their thinking. But that said, I often have more people here on a Sunday than the fairgrounds guys have for a Saturday night show with a pretty decent program. So what is a spectator? Pay to play. I mean, you know, an SCCA entry is $500-600. A pit pass right now in California is $50. In Ventura, it was much less. But so the income stream defined as a spectator, yeah, I think we could probably do that. The Lemons get spectators, the Lucky Dogs get spectators. What we don't do is aggressively pursue audiences for the purpose of the bottom line, and also that we don't have some of the amenities of the large crowd. I had 6,000 people here for a light festival on 5 different events. 6,000 to 8,000 people came here. Can we do it? Yes. Is it good business? That's the question.
You've had a long career in life in motorsports, in various different types of motorsports. What intrigues you the most about today's racing industry?
It's dramatic. It's change and evolution. I'm a Foyt, Petty, Hurtubise, Parnelli, Rich, fan. So I come from that era. My passion is dirt tracks. What I'd really like to see is a dirt track built in Northern California that could sustain that industry over a long period of time. There is a business model that will work. There's, in Indy and NASCAR, that's our focus. In terms of the general public, I think it's healthy. I think it's very good. I think participant activities on courses, whether it's drifting or open tracks or Saturday night claimers, I just think there's a huge audience. I sometimes we talk about, we don't have enough audience or they don't come out to the track. I believe that the real story is that there's just a whole huge number of people who aren't connected to us. And if they were connected to us, they would be part of us. So that link up to the new fan, that hook up, the passion thing, everybody in our sports, well, most everybody will use the term, I love racing. Ever think about that phrase relative to a sport or a hobby or a business? I love racing. So what does that come from? Well, it's the unique element of motorsports and of racing that causes men and women to be passionate and care so strongly for it. So I think that the future is bright. I think NASCAR is on the right track. I hope Larson wins another championship. I think INDYCAR is doing well in Roger Penske's hands. Formula One, best year I've ever seen in Formula One, even though he won the 4th title, Max, but he didn't win all the races, thank goodness. So I think we're in good shape. I think all levels of the sport, with the very significant exception of the grassroots venue problem, whether it's drag racing or circle track or you name it, that issue is not addressed, and it's big. And when the fairgrounds in the state of California decide not to do motorsports for whatever reason they decide, then I really don't know where the Saturday night world is going to go, at least in California.
That's a problem everywhere, but it is particularly in California. And, we've already talked about Irwindale, and Auto Club Speedway is, who knows if that's going to come back in any form. And other racetracks, smaller fairgrounds tracks, they're open, they close rapidly. What can be done to build a new facility in California that will last?
Well, it has to be a long-term vision of the project. You have to think more of the business side than I want to put on a race side. You have to think more of the economics of all of the components, so that paying more money is the solution to making it better. And no, it is not. A business model that works benefits everybody. So what I would do is I would buy the land, I would build the racetrack and produce multiple revenue streams like we have at Thunder Hill, whether I'd have the gas station so it could function as a real gas station. I'd have garages on the racetrack, a circle track. I'd have the business be running every day of the week, which, by the way, back to the model, we do run every day of the week. And that's a critical mass. So, and then you put on the kinds of shows that pay the rent, develop your own grassroots shows, programs. It's been done 100 times. So it could be done. It just would take a lot of revenue streams, a lot of long-term thinking, and then I'd sell the land. I'd have a plan to sell the land 5-10 years down the road, whatever it was, because that would be the ROI for the startup. And then I'd already own the other site wherever we're going to move it. And if it was so good, I'd just run 2 tracks, and I'd create a model that could be replicated in other marketplaces. So we just say, here's how you do it. You need some startup money, but this actually pays the rent, hires and pays people the right amount of income so they can live and do the job, and you get the best folks. So it's doable. It probably will get done. I just hope it's not done in desperation, in a sort of a panic mode when mistakes would be made. So it's possible.
What are you most proud of about building and helping operate Thunderhill for so long?
Well, I think the most significant thing for me, Mike, is to look out over the track and see it all. I mean, the 60 garages, the 2 tracks with the connectors and the skid pads, and there's an elevated area up here where our water tank is. You can go up there and look out over this 634 acres and go, wow, how did that happen? So I think just the reality that Thunderhill exists, that it has a good reputation, that it is situated to be here for a long, long time under Matt's direction and under the board's help from the San Francisco. No, that's not true. The Thunderhill board of directors. People think the region runs the track. The Thunderhill is a for-profit corporation with a separate board of directors and always has been. The San Francisco region is the stockholder. And by the way, people, it's not the SCCA in Topeka. It's one of the many, many regions that make up the SCCA that happens to own the track. Like Kelp Club is a partial owner of Button Willow. So that's taking your fate into your hands. So I'd say looking out over the place, knowing its reputation, occasionally at the PRI show, somebody will go, hey, and pat you on the back. That's always warm and fuzzy. So it's all here, and it's pretty successful. I'm very proud of that, and that's the height. My all-time favorite thing in motorsports is driving a sprint car.
Tell us about that.
Wow. Really? Okay, so I've been in the sport forever, and I was at Ascot, grew up at Ascot and Gardena and all those tracks in Southern California, and watched the sprint car guys race and CRA. I was CRA president for a while. And I just didn't know about racing. So at age 38, after dabbling, I got a ride in a sprint car, and I had a normal bell curve. I was terrible in the beginning. I won races in the middle, and then towards the end of my bell curve, people started to like me, and I knew that was a bad sign, because if they liked me, it means I wasn't enough of a threat to them. So, but it was just thrilling to steer with your right foot, to look out the side of the car going that direction, and to race in the close quarters, to start a 22 car sprint car main in position number 12 with 22 tear-offs and crappy lighting, and figuring out how to get through the first turn. All good stuff.
Interesting stories, David. Thank you for your contribution to motorsports over the years, and I hope you enjoy retirement.
I will probably not really retire, but thank you, Mike, for all you've done and all the speed sport years we go back together. So look forward to it. And thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. It's an honor.
Thank you, David. It's been a joy to listen to your story and learn more about Thunderhill. And you've said a couple words. We are some of the original PRI people that worked side by side with Steve Lewis. We launched the B2B racing platform. We host the technical webinars, and then the cherry on top is this special week that we co-produce with our friends at Racer and Speed Sport. So it's just been a delight to hear from you.
Well, thank you. And, we inducted Steve Lewis into the Motorsports Hall of Fame here in the West. And wow, what an honor to be around him and to see what he did and to see the support he got from all of you. So we're all lucky.
I was there too. I was there. It was fun to see Steve. It was well deserved.
Yes, most assuredly. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Mike. And we're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you. And we're going to still be talking racetrack with Laurie from Laguna Seca.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Mr. Tamayo, welcome back.
Thank you.
We are going to stay in California, and we're going to bring Lori from Laguna Seca. And Lori took on a new position this year, right?
She did indeed, yes. Running Friends of Laguna Seca, which is the nonprofit entity that now controls the facility.
And she's joining us right now. So as soon as we see her on screen, we'll let you take over. Good afternoon, Lori.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. Thank you for joining us.
That's great. Thank you for having me so much. I'm excited about participating in this conference.
Yeah. Lori, congrats on your new role here. It's a big change for you. And just real quickly, for those who don't know, you are running now Friends of Laguna Seca, which is a nonprofit group that has been awarded the contract to manage the Laguna Seca recreation area in its entirety for the next 50 years. Wow. So it's a phrase that's often overused, but I think in this case, quite apropos. It is a new era for Laguna Seca, right?
You know, George, it really is a new era for Laguna Seca. I'm thankful to be here to tell the story about what we're doing. Anybody who's in motorsports, who's been around, knows that Laguna Seca is a storied and hallowed ground. It has international reputation. It's the #1 downloaded raceway on gaming systems. So we have a global international audience, but we also have a younger audience because of the gaming systems.
Yep.
So this is a unique opportunity to really do Laguna Seca 2.0. You know, the track was built in 1957. It was built after the Pebble Beach road races. What happened in Pebble Beach from 1950 to 1956. There were some dangerous conditions and the neighbors complained. And back in 1957, 1956, a group of local business people, and they were men, they got together and they said, hey, we want to race our cars. Where can we go do it? And so Laguna Seca is built on Fort Ord, which is an old Army base. So they got this piece of underused property. They raised local money and they built a racetrack here. And actually, I've been to a lot of racetracks. George, you've been to a lot of racetracks. We've been around. Laguna Seca is beautiful. The
100%.
views are beautiful. The elevation is gorgeous. I mean, it's like no other place on earth. And so with Friends taking over, and it's been a process to get here, we won it's the management contract. It's called a concession agreement. It's really a long-term lease, but it's 55 years that Friends has to reinvent, restore, revitalize Laguna Seca Raceway and really bring the physical plant, the buildings and the parking lots and the drainage and the campgrounds up to that 5-star level, which is commensurate with the rest of the Monterey Peninsula. So people know Car Week. It's a beautiful week and it's all car culture and we participate in that, but let's bring Laguna Seca to where it needs to be to participate at that level. So we have a big vision. We have some time to do it. I think I'll be here for 55 years. I don't know. Somebody will pick up the keys in a couple of years, but we're just getting started. The management contract started on August the 1st, and we've been transitioning to Friends management and all that entails. And now we're starting on our master planning process. We have 1 year to go ahead and master plan it. And George, the exciting opportunity that I see is we really have a beautiful piece of property in a beautiful part of the country. We have a clean sheet of paper and say, what do you want to build?
Yeah.
How do you
Yeah.
want to do it? What
Yeah.
do you want your grandstands to look like? Where do you want to put your ticket office? Where do you want to put your museum? Do you want to have a karting track? Do you want to have other uses? And so for me, it's a very exciting, stimulating project, and we're going to do some really great things here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't know if you are aware of this fact. You've got your Laguna Seca history down pat there, but Laguna Seca is one of along with two other tracks in North America that are municipally owned. The other being Portland International Raceway and the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal. So the facility has been a government facility, essentially a municipally owned facility since day one, and it has been operated on so many occasions by a volunteer group with Scramp at the start, and with a management company with Norwegian most recently. Can you just enlighten us a little bit in terms of what is the difference between the past that's been municipally operated situation and what the situation that Friends currently has? Because municipalities are concerned about filling potholes and school boards and traffic lights and all kinds of things that don't involve a racetrack, right? So now they have really kind of well and truly given you guys the keys.
100%. Friends of Laguna Seca is a private 501c3. It is a nonprofit organization. And when when Friends was being formed back in 2016, Friends took a look at the business model and say, hey, it's a municipally owned asset. And with the restrictions, we do have restrictions. We're in California. We have sound restrictions. We have some traffic things that we have to abide by. You really can't run it on a for-profit basis. It just doesn't generate that much money. So they took a look at a nonprofit model, which means we're not paying out shareholders, but any net operating income, it's not profit because it's a nonprofit. It's called net operating income that we generate is invested back into the facilities, into the investment. So it's not going out to shareholders and stockholders and that. It's being invested right here. So that's an important difference. But to your point, Scranton was a nonprofit as well. A&D Norwegia is not. It's a for-profit organization. But what Friends has brought to the table that some others haven't had is, again, just like 1957, right? History repeats itself. We have a group of local motorsports enthusiasts and racers that are in their own right very, very successful business people outside of racing. And they've pooled their volunteer time, they've pooled their assets and their bank accounts. And they said, hey, we want to invest in Laguna Seca. We're going to lead the charge. And we're going to bring in professional management. I've been involved in motorsports for 30 years. I know how to run speedways. I've done a lot of things in the motorsports industry. Let's bring in some professional management and let's run it in a professional manner. We're not going to run it as a nonprofit, which means we don't make money. And a lot of the big leagues, NFL up until a couple of years ago was a nonprofit, and look at the billions of dollars that they make. So just because we're a nonprofit doesn't mean we don't make any money. It means all the money goes into the facility, into grandstands, concession stands, restrooms, into employee benefits, things that we can do, and investing back in the community. So I think the fact that our board is business-minded successfully, has a lot of business acumen. I think that they've made a pledge to hiring a professional staff that's here and running it the right way. I think we have success laid out for us.
Yeah, and to that end, by the way, we should mention that Bruce Canepa, Ross Merrill are among those gents that you have mentioned who both have long histories in motorsports. But I guess one of the things I was going to ask is, as I understand it, a part of the proposal and a part of the reason that the County of Monterey gave this concession agreement was that they didn't really want to be involved in the day-to-day management of the track. And one of the things that, to be fair to the previous management, they've been hamstrung sometimes with having any decision had to then run this rigmarole through a lot of county processes because, again, to the county, filling a pothole or paving Laguna Seca Raceway was kind of the same thing from their point of view, right? And as I understand it, that sort of obstacle has been removed, right? You have a much more open glide path to do the things that it takes to make the facility what it should be.
That's correct. The prior management company was, they worked for the county. Every single decision, business decision had to go through the county, and they controlled all the purse strings. And to your point, the county has other priorities.
Yep.
Schools, potholes, traffic, and there's other those municipal needs that are a priority. And investing in a speedway was not one. And I totally understand that. There's also a different in a mindset between making government decisions, which is 100% risk averse, right? Governments they don't take risks. Where we are a private entity taking reasonable business risk. We want to be good stewards of the speedway. We want to be good stewards and prudent with the money that we've raised and the money that we're generating and make good business decisions. But we have the freedom, and we're a very small company. We have the freedom to make those decisions quickly, take some reasonable mitigated business risk, and operate it in a more profitable. So our the way we think about managing it is different. And it's not that anybody didn't, it's just a different way to look at it.
Yeah, totally. You've mentioned some of the things just at a kind of high level that you envision being part of the revitalization of the facility and mostly infrastructure things. But I wonder if I could ask you on a more kind of broad philosophical level, when you have a facility like this, so much of the landscape across sports, not just motorsport, but any sport, is really about, at the physical thing, it's about the experience. So I think that if you want to just watch the competition, and this is, I believe, 100% true in auto racing, road racing in particular, the best way to watch it is on TV. But the reality is that you go to the events because there's something that TV can't offer you, which is the being there, the experience, the whole 360 degrees view that you have when you are at a track or at any sporting event facility. And when we look at kind of modern sports facilities, the amenities and the customer experience, the fan experience has been elevated across the board everywhere. So how are you guys thinking about that fan experience and finding ways to elevate it, finding ways to make it more engaging, finding ways to really make it worth people's while to make the drive there or the trip there?
Well, George, I might just hire you here because that's 100% what we're doing. It's the customer experience, right? Running a speedway, there's the 3 T's to running a speedway. It's tickets. You got to sell the tickets. You have to make it comfortable for the people and easy in this day and age to buy an online ticket. Traffic, you got to get them in and out. They got to be able to get in, park in a nice place, not in a dusty, but have a nice parking place. And then it's toilets. They got to have a nice place to use the restroom. They got to have a nice place in this town. It's where you want to get a glass of wine. You want to get a nice something to eat. You want to do all that. So we're very focused on that customer experience. And you're right. When you look at outside of motorsports, you look at sports in general, sports business. It's look at the Intuit Dome, look at SoFi Arena, look at Climate Pledge Arena up in Seattle, look at what they've done in the Islanders in Long Island. It's high end. People are willing to pay for that high end experience, but you have to create it. So how do we want to have here? Again, just because of the lack of investment, we do have a lot of deferred maintenance. We've got to spend a lot of money on drainage, on sewage, on repairing things. But once we get through that and laying the good foundation, we want to create neighborhoods. The concept is to create neighborhoods of customer experience. So let's take the corkscrew, for instance. Beautiful. Absolutely one of the most beautiful visions in any motorsport facility ever. So what can we build where people have a nice seat? They have nice restrooms that they can go to. They have shade and they have access to high-end food and beverage. That's a VIP area. We can build that out. There's a lot of engineering and permitting because we are in California, but we'll get through all that. But that's the concept of building out these neighborhoods, a turn 3 neighborhood. We'll build out a corkscrew neighborhood. We'll pull out start finish line. You know, there's pit row suites right now that the pit row suites that are currently there for people that know the physical plant, we are renovating those in and out for 2025 season. That's one of our improvements. We'll eventually pull that pit row suite up to the start finish line and have a nice beautiful start finish line. And I will preface all this by saying I am a lawyer after all, qualified, saying this is all subject to the master plan. We've got to get through the master plan, you know?
Sure.
May have the engineer say you can't do that for whatever reason, or we've got an environmental issue. But these are the concepts that we're looking at, and we're doing our due diligence on them. But there's, places for vendors, souvenir store, and that high-end food and beverage. Now, we don't want to price out everybody. I am very focused on the sustainability of our sport. And in order to have our sport be sustainable, we need to not only be investing in participants on the participant side, but investing in our spectators on the spectator side. That's young kids, that's families, that people that might not be able to afford a VIP experience. We've committed as Friends of Laguna Seca, we will always have a free general admission ticket that's available for people. They have to register in advance, and we'll go ahead and send them the tickets. It's a limited area, but we'll have a general admission ticket free for people to come out to invest so they can have that. We've committed to having some inexpensive, we should look at Costco, what they've done with their $1.50 hot dog. Okay, what's our version of the $1.50 hot dog? It might be a loss leader, but that would give a family a reason to come out, a comfortable place to sit, some shade where they can have a good time. And we'll do that to develop new fans, but also as a give back to the community. I think it's the right thing to do. So those are some of the things with the building out the creature comforts and making sure that we have a place for everybody. We are very mindful that we're a public park. We are a public government subsidized park. So we need to be available to the public. But the property is big enough and we have enough space, we can do a lot of things at the same time.
Yeah. And you mentioned some of the deferred maintenance and some of the things that still need to take place. We should also give credit where credit's due. I mean, the track was resurfaced fully within the last 12 months. The new start finish straight, the bridge complex, which was badly in need of being redone, was completed last year. So there have been improvements along the way, but it sounds like there's still considerable road to go. Do you have any sense of a timeline of when fans show up? Then next time, when are they going to start to notice the little improvements here and there?
They'll start noticing improvements in 2025, and I do want to give credit where credit is due. So A&D Norigi, the prior management company, did successfully pave the racing service to much acclaim. The racers really like it, and it's got a lot of good accolades. And then that pedestrian bridge was very well needed, and it's a beautiful new bridge. And so that was some heavy lifting that was done on their part to get that done, and that's a benefit to the organization. So sorry, George, I forgot your question.
Well, just kind of give us maybe a top level timeline of when we might start to see some more improvements. I know there's a master plan and there's a lot to be done here, but maybe a little bit of a preview.
We will see some improvements in 2025, and we will be spending a lot of money on paving and some drainage issues, but we will have the new pit row suites will be refurbished in and out, and we will have a new turn 3 hospitality area. So those will be things that people will see in 2025.
Wow.
Starting in 2026, once we have our master plan, which will be completed August of 2025, that's when we'll start seeing the bigger improvements. 2020, so it's going to be 2026, 27 before some of those major things. And George, part of the reason is we don't want to build something in 25 that we have to tear down. That's not going to be consistent with the master plan. We want to be very strategic and very thoughtful about how we're building it out, and plan to have improvements every year that people come out here.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned the track's been around since 1957. And I think that sometimes when people hear improvements to a place that has so much heritage, that means so much to a lot of people, and they hear changes and they're like, no, it's my beloved place, don't change it. So how do you guys look at it and say, hey, we got to bring this track and this facility as a whole into the modern era, but how do we do it without losing the essence of what it has been for more than 60 years?
100%. And our board is very focused because our board is local. I'm local now. I'm here. So how do we capture what is the essence of Laguna? Because it has its funky vibe and it's super cool here, and it's like kind of laid back. So we're not going to build a Charlotte or a Daytona or an Indy. That won't fit here. But what is inherent in the branding of Laguna Seca that makes sense? And what we've done with the finishes on the pit row suites, when people come here, it's very It's a little more outdoorsy. It's some wood and some softer finishes that, you look around here, it's brown. There's a lot of wood. There's some trees. We're getting some green grass over in the parking lots. I was happy to see some green grass. But that look and feel and what is the essence of Laguna Seca, we'll capture it. This has been successfully done at Fenway Park. Look what they did at Speedway Motorsports at North Wilkesboro with capturing that historic essence. We'll do that here. And again, we're committed to doing it. We're even talking about trophies and things that we do. What can we do that's uniquely Laguna Seca? You can look at the corkscrew in any medium with any type of car, and that's the corkscrew at Laguna Seca, right?
Yep.
There is our old logo that has a tree and has some mountains in it that's very Laguna. It's not even Pebble Beach, it's Laguna Seca. How do we take those assets that are here, that are consistent with our historical branding, and repurpose them for the future? I'm a history buff. I'm a history geek. So I'm all about preserving that history and making sure we stay Laguna Seca and we don't become something that we're not. That wouldn't be true to our branding, and I don't think it would work.
Yeah. Yeah. And along with that is sort of figuring out, you talk about sustainability for the facility is I imagine a big challenge is you're thinking about these things now, but you've got a 55-year agreement. So how do you future-proof some of these things as well going down the road? I think has got to be a big part of the conversation.
It is. We would be doing a disservice to the community and to the whole motorsports community if we built something that had a 10-year lifespan or a 25-year lifespan. It just doesn't work. The benefit of having that 55-year agreement, and we're not a public company, so we don't have to make quarterly reports. We have time to do it right, and we have time to make sure what we're putting together is sustainable.
Yeah. Yeah. You mentioned it a little bit, but for those who may not be familiar with your background, you are an attorney. You spent quite a long time at Speedway Motorsports based in Charlotte, I believe, in North Carolina, right?
Yes.
And been around the NASCAR community quite a lot. And obviously, like Charlotte Motor Speedway is one of those places that has become a very modern sports and entertainment facility in its own right, right? What are some of the lessons that you maybe are carrying forward from some of those places that you're bringing to Laguna Seca?
There's a lot of lessons. I think that because of my legal background, I sit in a very different position with regarding motorsports liability and what that looks like. And we are an inherently dangerous business, but we need to do it the right way. And so I have a lot of experience that I can bring on that operational side and that liability side. I also, being at Charlotte, I mean, we had a lot of fun with creativity at Charlotte and with Speedway Motorsports. And, my mentor, Humpy Wheeler, we had a lot of good meetings together trying to do creative. And I think the thing that I can bring here, be it based, is that creativity, that's ideation, that's what do we do? Again, there are a lot of historical things that can be done that people have forgotten about. And I don't want to give any secrets about anything because I am a promoter and we're going to need to promote it. But we have some new things. We're next year for the reunion, we've got a IROC exhibition class. So that'll be something new that we're doing. We're doing the history of the Formula One during our reunion. So we'll have some other fun things that we can do. And I think just my experience of being about that promotional background is something I can add to the mix. I also think what we do is fun. It's entertainment. It's sports entertainment. And again, if you look broader at sports business, generally, the sporting event is kind of secondary to the gathering and to the being together and the experience. And it's the big screen TVs, comfortable place to sit. Oh, there's a race over here. Oh, let me pick. Oh, and so I think we have to manage to that expectation.
Yeah, it's one of the things I think, and this is true no matter what the sporting event is, as the promoter or the facility operator or whatever, you aren't in control of what happens on the field of play. And so in any, it doesn't matter, NFL, NHL, Formula One, NASCAR, you name it. I hate to break it to you, but sometimes the races are boring. So you have to find some other way to keep that live audience there and engaged and make it a memorable experience for them, right?
Correct. We can do some things. No, the race is going to be how the race is, and you may get a boring one, you may get an exciting one, and
Yeah.
we can work on that. But the entertainment experience outside of that, what we do again with those creature cup, our tickets, traffics, and toilets, what we do to make the experience because I saw the race, but I had a really good glass of wine, I had a nice sandwich, I had a really nice place to sit, I could bring my friends. It was a very social gathering. And that's what again, this is, in sports in general. I think I know Indy's something and Daytona something in Charlotte, the 100,000 to 300,000 crowds are not going to be, I don't think people are going to do that. I think we've got smaller, you look at the newer stadiums that look the Intuit Dome. I think their seating is like 18,000 or something. It's small.
Yeah.
We're looking at that, a higher end experience, but for a smaller group of people, but making sure that you've got the offerings where you can make it profitable.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Last question. You're a new West Coaster now. What's the difference of life like in California for you?
I came to California kicking and screaming. I'll tell anybody that. I was like, I've been in Charlotte for 30 years. It's my home. It's where I've always been. This opportunity was so great. I said, yes, I want to move across the country and I love California. Could not be, the weather's beautiful every single day. Monterey it's a tourist town, but the Monterey Peninsula, it's only 60,000 people. It's a small town. I came from Charlotte, it's 2.5 million people. So it's a small town. People are very welcoming. The weather is beautiful. So I really like it.
Yeah. Have you learned the lesson yet to California dressing of, it could be freezing in the morning, summer in the afternoon?
Yes. I left my house and I had all my jackets on, and then I keep a coat in the back of my car because you never know where and you always have a sweater. So it is layer dressing with a microclimate. But it's beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
So we have some of the most beautiful, I didn't mention the camping, most beautiful views in any campsite, in any racetrack, and we can spend some money up there and really do something with those campgrounds. They're beautiful.
Yeah, I was remiss in asking you about that because in this industry, of course, we all know Laguna Seca is a racetrack, but there is hiking, there's camping. I don't know if it's still there. There was at one time a shooting and archery range there.
The shooting and art it's a public park and you can come ride your bike, you can go on the hiking trails. We have one event, it's called the Sea Otter Classic, that is the largest cycling event in the country, maybe the world, where they use. So there are some alternate uses to it. The good things about those events, they don't make noise because we do have noise restrictions. So there are other things to do out here, but the camping should be packed year round because it's a tourist area and people will stop here and camp here and then go do other things.
Yep. Well, best of luck with everything. It's just the beginning of what I think is going to be a great journey for the track, and we look forward to seeing where it all ends up.
Well, thank you. You have an invitation to come out anytime. Come see us in California. Judy and Francie, come out and see us. We are so excited about Laguna Seca. We'll keep you updated, but it's a really exciting time, and I think being in California with speedways disappearing out here, we really have a opportunity to invest in our history.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. Thank you very much, Laurie.
Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Pleasure.
We're going to run again a short video from our sponsors, and we'll go into our last session with Brad Gilly. So stay with us. We will be right back.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. We are going to start our last session of this year's event. Mr. Gilly, welcome back to the program.
Well, thank you very much, Francis. Thank you very much, Judy. Always excited to be here.
Yeah, what a week.
It has been an incredible week. And again, it's so great to just hear from all of the people that we've had on as panelists and some of the exciting things that they've got coming up here for the next year, and a lot of the things that for some of them they have going on right now. So it's been pretty enjoyable to watch all of these sessions throughout the week.
And
Absolutely.
I really like that we just cover so many aspects of racing. We have so many colorful people on, people that have decades of experience with us. So I just feel very humbled that they've joined us.
Wait until what's coming up next. So to introduce our next speakers, we have a special video. So let's share the video, and then we're going to bring Chuck online with us.
But I can assure you that a lot of people are asking questions. A lot of guys over there, a lot of the mechanics, a lot of the team managers. These people are very intrigued, and in general, people are paying more attention to the sport.
We know how good he is here. Bring him home.
Here comes Heron, final corner, onto the front straightaway. Ducati sliding sideways, and Heron will take victory by 0.3 of a second.
Racing is the hallmark of Moto America.
Cameron Beaubier has got this one. It's to the final corner. Here comes Kelly. He's deep on the brakes, trying to find position. Can he get a turn? They're going to squirt off the final corner. The drag race to the checkered flag. It's going straight away. Here we go to the line, the final race of the class, and it's going to be Chapin who takes the victory over Ella Dreyer in second place, ahead of Avery Dreyer and Eli Block.
Oh, man, what an amazing amount of highlights from Moto America in the season. And we are joined by Chuck Axlin, the Chief Operating Officer of Moto America. And I'm going to be honest with you, Chuck, I don't know how your team was able to pack that many highlights into that time frame, because I have a feeling we probably could have been watching about 2 or 3 hours worth of highlights and still been excited.
No, certainly it's a small snippet, Brad, of what we do over our events. And, you know, every time I see that one clip of the rider kind of trying to ride the wall at Daytona, and that guy ended up actually on the podium after that incident. So it's all pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah, that is pretty amazing. If you would, and we're going to dive deep into everything that Moto America has going on and where you've been and where you are going. Give us just a quick overview of the sanctioning body, if you would.
Well, we took over the series in 2015. We just celebrated our 10th season, and actually we did a deal by taking over the commercial rights to what used to be the AMA Superbike Series from DMG, which was Jim France's company that also owns Flat Track. the sanctioning rights are back at AMA Racing in Ohio, and we're also FIM North America Sanction Series. So yeah, from 10 years ago, I think our first race we had about 75 riders, and we've grown that to we get between 180 and 200 entries per round. We have 9 total classes. Everything from our premier superbike class to the baggers, as you've seen, to mini bike programs and so forth. So it's been quite a journey.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the King of the Baggers, by the way, and we'll get to that here in just a minute, but it's just so cool to see them. Well, let's talk about a lot of the things that you've done over the past decade. And as the Chief Operating Officer, pretty instrumental in actually shaping the series. Can you share a little bit about your background and what got you here and what your day-to-day responsibilities are?
Yeah, no, for sure. I probably like a lot of your guests, I was kind of born into to racing. My father was a racer, and he was actually the first sponsor of Kenny Roberts when Kenny Roberts was about 15 years old. So Kenny's been a part of our family ever since. I actually did a lot of racing in Northern California, everything from flat track to motocross, and did some road racing. Once I stopped road racing myself, I got involved with managing Kenny's team, first stateside, and then went over to Europe and ran what was in the Marlboro Yamaha team, helped Kenny with that. And we won world championships with Wayne Rainey, John Kaczynski, and we were Yamaha's #1 factory team in what is now MotoGP. We left the Yamaha factory in 1996 and basically developed our own motorcycle, became a constructor in our own right. We set up a shop in Banbury, Oxfordshire, right in the middle of the Formula One country. So I moved my family over there. My kids were raised in England, for at least 12 years, which I didn't know if that was going to be a good move or a bad move. I figured they'd either like it or hate me for it at the end of the day. And turns out they got friends all over the world from that experience. So that's pretty cool. So Kenny's team stopped in 2008. I came back to Northern California, where I'm from. Went to work for a management company, International Racers, managing motorcycle riders. I still manage one. His name's Jonathan Reyes, the world superbike champion. During that period, I also got a call from Tavo Hellman to, see if he could use some of my expertise to come out to Circuit of the Americas. And turned out I was the 4th person hired there. When I drove out to Dakota the first time, it was a field, basically. So as part of that experience of developing the circuit, and I was a vice president of motorsport operations for the first 3 years. And then I got a call from my good friend, Wayne Rainey, and he said he met 2 guys, Richard Varner and Terry Cargus, and their question was, where's the next generation of motorcycle road racing U.S. world champions going to come from? And one thing led to another, and here we are with Moto America.
It's really cool. It's pretty amazing. And you mentioned Moto America taking over American road racing back in 2015. And honestly, at the time, Chuck, the sport was kind of struggling. So, once you actually got in the door and got this up and running, what were the immediate priorities for you in being able to revitalize the series? And what did you do to set the foundation for the impressive growth that we've seen over the last 10 years?
Yeah, I remember, I think it was September 5th when we actually announced that we're taking over the series, and the first race was in March, and we had basically no staff, no schedule, no sponsors, nothing. So obviously we, set things in motion, got on the phone, got a schedule going, started hiring staff. For us, the critical point was to try and align the rules with what the World Championship was doing, in Superbike. During the earlier periods in time, you used to have the Honda factory teams, Yamaha factory teams, they would have different rules here in the United States versus what they had in Japan and versus what they had to do in the World Superbike Championship. So we thought it would be a positive thing to align those rules so that once our American riders, got the opportunity to go over the World Superbike, they were familiar with the electronics, with the equipment and so forth, and make that transition easier. And at the same time, hopefully we would funnel down technology from the World Superbike Championship and, parts and equipment to our series here. So that was really the first thing, and trying to align those rules, and not only the technical rules, but the sporting rules as well. So if our kids got a chance to go over there, they knew the the procedures of how to start procedure, what all the, lights meant and flagging rules and all that. So we just try to make the transition for them as easy as possible for that in that manner.
Boy, you make it sound easy. No schedule, no sponsors, rules, all of that stuff. That was a lot of ground to cover in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, I remember, because I think my first call was from Dunlop, who's our official tire sponsor, and they said, "Hey, what are we doing about Daytona?" Because at that time, DMG had announced that they at Daytona in March they were going to go to back to 1,000 cc super bikes, and it was like, so we got this call, and they were going to have a test in October, and we didn't even have our feet on the ground yet. So that was the first thing, and at that time we decided to kind of bow out of the Daytona 200, and they went a different direction, but. We've got back together with them. We've run the Daytona 200 for, I guess, this 2025 will be our fourth iteration of it, and it's all working out pretty good. So we're happy to be back at the 200, and yeah, definitely a lot of challenges. We had a lot to do in a very short amount of time, but we put together a pretty good staff and accomplished a lot.
Yeah, I would say so. And really a lot's happened over the last 10 years. Let's talk about getting out there and getting to the fans and getting to the people. First, the introduction of Moto America Live Plus, also your focus on digital marketing, those have clearly been game changers in what you've been able to do. Can you tell us about the role of digital accessibility, if you will, in making the sport more appealing, I guess, to a broader audience?
Yeah, and I think really the key to that was, I think 6 years ago, we decided to take on the production of all our racing ourselves. So, and with that, we, obtained all the rights to our content, and that's really helped us. One help broaden the awareness of Moto America because we're able to place, different classes and different broadcast locations. We have agreements with Fox Sports, MAV TV, ESPN, Latin America, who broadcast in the Spanish language. We have Moto America Live Plus. So if you're a real motorcycle racing fan, you want to watch 20 hours of coverage over the weekend, you can pay the subscription fee and come join us. And that's a real unique experience because we try and take the viewer kind of behind the scenes and give them more than just the racing action. A lot of interviews with mechanics and riders and so forth. And I was a little bit skeptical about how many people would actually watch the full 20 hours, but it's a majority of them. It's pretty amazing. So they either have real happy wives or not so happy wives, I would imagine.
I like that. Hey, either way, if they're sitting there watching 20 hours of Moto America on a weekend, they're happy.
That's right.
So that's pretty good. All right, let's talk about some of the new classes. You've got the build, train, race class. Honestly, my personal favorite, the King of the Baggers. I just think the competition is awesome and it just looks so cool. How do the new classes appeal to audience beyond, say, what the traditional road racing fans are, and what impact have they had on the sport's popularity?
Yeah, certainly the King of the Baggers, I think, was a surprise for us all. It started as an exhibition class, I think, during COVID, and we've evolved it. The technology of those bikes, we have a lot of people that we know in Europe, and you could watch super bikes, all day long, but a bagger on a racetrack it's almost like something you're not supposed to look at in a way, right? But the technology that both the Harley Davidson Motor Company and Indian have put into those bikes, they're legitimate race bikes now. And I never thought I'd see a 620-pound motorcycle doing 185 miles an hour on the banks of Daytona, but that's where they are now. So it's pretty action packed. The competition is pretty even between the two manufacturers, and it's very unique for sure.
Yeah, what inspired the creation of that? I mean, I know you mentioned something that kind of came out of COVID, but typically people don't think of motorcycles, going three wide across the start-finish line on the banking of Daytona.
No, and the idea was brought to us along with, I think there was the gentleman that brought it to us, Rob Vidos. He brought a couple ideas to us, and the King of the Bagger Racing was one of them, and he presented, he presented the idea originally to Wayne Rainey, and Wayne was like, well, let's see what one on a racetrack looks like. And so he finally sent a picture about 6 months later of a guy that had a bagger out and he was dragging his knee. And it was like, well, we're up for anything and we'll give it a try. And we did. And, as I said, from that first race, the social media, basically blew up from that first event. And we had a lot of interest from Harley and Indian and other sponsors to get involved and to expand it. And so I think the next year we did 3 events, and now it's I think it's a 7 race schedule going into 25.
Yeah, and I mean, look, part of the schedule, you guys raced, same weekend as MotoGP at Circuit of the Americas. Putting big baggers in front of that audience. How was that reaction?
It was pretty well received, definitely, because those baggers sound like a NASCAR going down that front straightaway. They're very loud. The V twins rumbling. And that's something the Europeans certainly hadn't seen before. So they were pretty intrigued by it.
You brought up Harley Davidson and Indian. This is another thing that fascinates me. Something just started as an idea, and you've talked about the evolution of the motorcycles. I mean, these are, 6-figure purpose-built racing bikes now, right?
Yeah, 100%. I like to compare, the budgets and the technology going into them are pretty close to what we have in the superbike class nowadays. And it's for both manufacturers involved. They take it very seriously. And as I alluded before, I spent 20 years in the MotoGP paddock, and we built our own Grand Prix bike, racing against Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki. I've never seen a rivalry like we have with Honda or Harley Davidson versus Indian. It gives us challenges because the passion there with both companies is second to none, and neither one wants to lose. So it's pretty amazing the effort that both have put forth for the class.
Yeah, what a great way to bring in some more manufacturers as well. Speaking of bringing in new things and new people, the Build Train Race initiative, that one has actually opened doors for women racers. So how does Moto America ensure that you guys continue to promote inclusivity and diversity and really what's been a traditionally male-dominated sport?
Well, there's a couple different avenues actually, Brad. Build Train Race is a unique program that Royal Enfield brought to us, and basically what they do is they accept video applications up to a certain period of time from the applications, and it's all new riders basically. They pick 12 young ladies out of the, I think this year they had over 150 applications for the 12 spots. Then they take them to their facility in Texas, and they give them each one a motorcycle, and they have to build the motorcycle themselves. They all add their unique touches to it. Freddie Spencer oversees the riding and coaching part of the program. He takes them out, gives them a couple track days, and make sure they're safe and know all the rules of the road on the racetrack, and then they go racing with us. But other than that, we've had quite an influx of young ladies come up through traditional type of racing, from our mini cup to our junior cup class. And Kayla Liakoff is now running for Graham Rahal, who started a team last year in the super sport class. We have Ella Dreyer, who has been on the podium in our junior cup class. And I think there's quite an influx of young ladies just coming up through the traditional ways, racing against the boys.
Yeah, I think that's a really neat thing. We do have a question from the chat, but before we get to that, because it's sort of a different version of what I want to ask you first. The Talent Cup, something that Moto America recently released, kind of a pathway now for American riders to get on the global stage of MotoGP. Can you explain what the Talent Cup is, how it works, and why you feel it's a crucial step in developing homegrown talent for international competition?
Well, back to where we started, the question was, how are we going to get Americans back in the World Championship? And, it evolved into us, taking over the AMA Superbike Series, creating Moto America, which is basically a production-based series, production motorcycle-based series. Our Junior Cup was kind of our entry-level category. It's for 14 to 28-year-olds. The problem with our regulations and that type of machines to the Grand Prix level is Dorna doesn't recognize a production road-based bike as a path to MotoGP. It doesn't qualify for kind of their criteria. So, it took us 10 years, but we come up with a solution with Kramer Motorcycles. So they're building us a proper production-based race bike it's powered by a 350 KTM engine. The top 5 competitors are at the end of the season will get invited to try out for the Red Bull Rookies in Europe. And if they do well enough in the rookies try out, obviously they'll be racing the Red Bull Rookies in the following season. So So that kind of helps us from our mini cup category, which is what we're trying to do on our youth mini bike program. Then we created a second step, which will be the Talent Cup, and then Talent Cup Red Bull Rookies. And from Red Bull Rookies, hopefully they're on their way. So the debut of the Talent Cup series next year will be in front of the world at the MotoGP race at COTA. So the young kids are going to have a lot of pressure on them. It's going to be a fun class, a lot of interest in it, a lot of surprising team owners and representation. Kenny Roberts, my old boss, announced that he's going to have a program in it. So it's going to be, I don't know if it's going to be fun or not fun, or, it's going to be a different experience having him back in the paddock. But, he's always enjoyed bringing up young riders, and it's welcome that he's back, involved with us.
That is a really, really cool thing that you guys are doing. On the flip side, we just talked about maybe taking riders from the U.S. and sending them international. Here's a question from the chat.
Sure.
It says, fastest Isle of Man rider, Peter Hickman, came for the 200 this year. I know Lee Johnson had plans in place before his testing injury. So do you have anything in place to encourage TT riders? And how do you see that raising Moto America's profile in the UK and also helping TT riders break into the US?
Yeah, it's not so much TT riders specifically, but we do have a lot of interest from European riders now, and British riders, and like the gentleman mentioned, Peter Hickman, and a contingent of guys that do the I guess it's the proper road racing on road circuits over in the UK. It kind of starts with them wanting to come over and do the Daytona 200 actually, and the way that the rules have evolved. The type of machines are basically the next generation super sport rules, which are similar to what they do run in the UK. So that transition now is very easy for them to bring a bike over and compete. And I think it gives them a taste of what, racing here in America is. And obviously with our content, they see a lot of our social media footage and broadcast stuff overseas. So we don't really have a specific program in place to get them over, but we do get a lot more and more interest every year from the Europeans wanting to come over and race against our guys.
Yeah, that's really cool. And what we were talking about earlier too, with Moto America Live Plus and different things like that, where you could literally watch it worldwide. Let's get back to what we were talking about just a minute ago, the initiatives like Mini Cup, the Talent Cup. You guys are really investing in the next generation of riders. So how important is it for you to have a youth-focused development system? And then how do you see it shaping the future of the series?
No, it's very important to us. And, again, where all this started was how do we create, the next American world champion? And to do that, it starts with casting a wider net to get more young kids involved in our sport. And we took the initiative last year to really follow the model of what amateur motocross does with leading up to the Loretta Lynn's National Motocross Championship. And what we're doing is, we're recruiting local clubs to have mini cup qualifiers for us, which then lead to a national mini cup championship at Road America, which will be held at Road America again this year in the beginning of August. And then the steps are in place that, if you do well, there's incentive, in the top classes in our mini cup championship, and then progress to the Talent Cup, and then, then you're on your way, hopefully.
That's really neat. Chuck, if you would, I know we've talked about some of the different classes, and when we watched the video at the beginning, several different types of motorcycles. It's not just sport bikes, it's not just baggers and things like that. Could you go over what the classes are that you're racing in Moto America, and maybe what might separate even some of the similar ones?
Well, there's a lot of them. There's nine classes if you count the mini cup. Actually, within the mini cup, there's 5 classes just within that. But again, our entry level for the upper tier is our Talent Cup class, and that's a production race bike, which is geared more towards like a Moto3 bike that's run in the World Championships. The age groups for that is 14 to 21. If you decide to not go the European direction and want to stay, climb the ranks in Moto America, then we have a twin cylinder class, which you could start racing there from 15 years old. Then you move up to your super sport class, which is, it used to be primarily 600cc motorcycles, but now it's evolved with a different set of rules. And you got, 949 Ducatis and Triumphs 765s, and the new Yamaha R9 will be participating this year. That's you got to be 16 years old to have a license for that. You could take your first step into 1000cc racing in the stock 1000 class with once you're 17, and then gain a little bit of experience and bump up to superbike at 18 years old. So superbike class is our premier division. It's again, it's a battle with the manufacturers. This year we had Ducati won with Josh Heron. It's the first time they won the championship in 30 years, which was a pretty cool thing to see. But there was a lot of competition this year from Yamaha and BMW, Suzuki. The level of competition since we took over has risen to kind of new heights. This year was more competitive than ever. We had, I think it was 7 different winners in Superbike and 11 different riders on the podium throughout the season, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, that really is. Well, we started talking about 10 years ago. Again, no schedule, no rules, no anything.
Yeah.
Here we are 10 years later, so let's look ahead, to where we're going with all of this. So, what do you look toward the next decade, continuing the growth, all of those things?
Well, we want to continue to build our show. We take a lot of energy into promoting and putting on a good show at the races for the fans. The racing, as you saw in the clip, is very exciting. There's a lot more to offer there at the races. We have a lot of stuff to do, kids carnivals and stunt shows and a lot of just family-oriented entertainment. Our paddock is open, so it's very accessible. So we're continuing to drive awareness about what our events are, get more people to come out and experience them. Our social media does a lot to enhance that, really, and we try and to promote the events through our social media, and really our team has done an incredible job. I think I saw a stat today that out of all the U.S. based motorsports, we have the second highest social media following in total behind NASCAR. So that's pretty impressive for our guys' achievement. And again, it all goes back to building awareness about Moto America and building the riders and giving them some opportunity.
Yeah, that's really cool. Another quick question here, talking about Moto America is really in a sweet spot of highly professional teams, on-track product presentation, while remaining totally fan accessible. Do you have a plan for maintaining the almost grassroots racing paddock feel in your growth plan?
Yeah, no, well, it's not so much a plan, but it's just part of what we are. So, we enjoy the access that our riders have, and our fans are very, very friendly. They're happy to talk, and yeah, so we just continue to move the direction we are, and we continue to see enhanced attendance, year on year, and we're not going backwards, we're going forward, which is a good thing, and yeah, we just keep moving forward.
Oh, by the way, another comment, Mike on the mic is always a fun interlude to all of the events. So, again, that goes to the fan experience, right?
Well, he's part of our Live Plus program. So if you want to really get the mic on the mic experience, you need to subscribe.
That is so cool. Look, for me, being Texas based, I truly hope that my schedule in 2025 allows me to be home to make just a short drive from DFW down to Austin to see what you guys have at COTA this upcoming season, because having been able to experience it on a stream or on a broadcast, I've not had the opportunity yet to see you guys live, Chuck, and I really can't wait. I'm pretty thrilled about what y'all are doing.
Well, come on out and we'll put you on the back of a Suzuki Superbike 2-seat bike. We'll take you for a lap.
That would be fun. That would be way better than me being in the only seat on.
There you go.
No, it's really cool, but it truly is impressive. Again, Moto America, the growth that you guys have shown is just astounding, and it's not just growth from taking what you do and making it better and better. You're actually expanding upon it. You're adding things to it. You're bringing in the next audience, the next set of competitors, and all of that. It's truly incredible how whole everything is right now with Moto America.
Well, from myself, Wayne Rainey, and our, partners, Richard Varner and Terry Cargus, we're very passionate about this. It's a 7-day, 24-hour day job. It's not really a job, it's just our way of life. So, I think that's what, brings out, in anything that you do, any event, any anything that you're involved in, if you got that passion, it'll drive to succeed. So we'll keep at it and keep the growth there, and hopefully one day we'll achieve our goal and get another American world champion out there.
That would be great. Chuck, thank you so much for being a part of Race Industry Week.
I appreciate having me on, and it's the first time I think Moto America has had an opportunity to be a part of this, and we really appreciate you inviting us along.
Absolutely. You're very welcome. You belong on this panel. So thank you so much. Great job.
Thanks,
well,
guys.
this concludes our week, and we're going to bring our friend at Racer at Speed Sport to do our yearly little wrap up. And so while we wait for Paul and for Mike, Brad, what another great session. I mean, you love motorcycle. We covered 3 motorcycle sessions this year. And MotoGP, American Flat Track this morning, and now Moto America. So what a great way, to give motorcycle also some exposure on this
And
week.
Brad, I can't believe you haven't been at COTA.
No, I've been to COTA. I have not been to a motorcycle race down there.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
What a beautiful facility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I've been there and walked and walked and walked. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, no, it is pretty awesome. I will say one thing that stood out to me this week, or this year, I should say, this week, you go back to COVID, 2020, and it really, even over the last couple of years, you've heard a lot of people talking about, okay, these are some of the struggles we're dealing with, and these are some of the plans we have. I feel like this year has been a lot more of these are the success stories. This is what we've grown. This is what we've built, and continuing on that upward trajectory. And I think that is a really great thing for motorsports as a whole.
Absolutely. I'm getting a signal from our producer. We're waiting for Paul Fanner to join us and wrap everything. And Mike, you had a marathon this morning.
Yeah, I did. 3 in a row this afternoon, 3 very interesting conferences. A couple about my bread and butter dirt track racing. So that was very good. And very enjoyable week, very enjoyable day. Funny how time goes so quickly.
Absolutely. So what a week. Why don't you try to sum up this week, Brad? You're the master at that. And while we wait for Paul, and what would you say?
I would say we covered everything, number one. I would also say that we brought a lot of different people together. And if you just stayed tuned in, and I've had it on pretty much all day, most every day, even though I might have been doing other work things, it's really neat to look up and, today, starting with Chip Ganassi, but then having INDYCAR on and IMCA and like some dirt racing and different things like that, to the motorcycles and first time people on Race Industry Week. We've seen a lot of that too. These are things that stand out, just the true positivity that I feel like everyone has come with, and things that are real success stories about this is what we've done and this is how much we've grown over the past few years.
Yes, we really worked hard on having a lot of new faces and new people, destinations, along with having all the OEMs with us as well. So I'm glad you saw that, because we worked hard on that.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I'm just very proud to have Speed Sport involved with this event, where it brings so many different people from so many different parts of the industry together. We've been covering motorsports at Speed Sport for 90 years, and somewhere along the way, we've touched on all these types of motorsports, and all of these people. It was interesting today to hear Levi Jones talk about his first race being covered in National Speed Sport News way back in the late 1990s. So these two things go together, and it's a good time, and proud to be here.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have one gentleman, Edward, that says, I have watched for the past 3 years and it gets better every year. Thank you for that. After our first year, I just kind of worried, how are we going to make it better? But we're here on our 5th year. It's hard to believe.
Well, I mean, and the audience has grown drastically over the year, and that's really it's interesting, because I think I was looking back during our first year. We had a session on streaming, and nobody knew what streaming was about. I'm getting a message right now. Paul is joining us, and so and we're just going to wait for Paul. But it was interesting because we had a session, panel talking about streaming, and I don't think any series were. I mean, maybe a few were starting to do that, and
now we're not
there's
just streaming. We've gone live on TV with Speed Sport 1.
Absolutely, and so, but Brad, thank you for hanging out with us while we wait for Paul. If I know Brad has another show to jump on, so if you need to jump on, Brad, you're good, and we'll wait for Paul. If not, you're welcome to stay with us. But
I'll happily stay with you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. We need a professional with us.
I see 3 others in the screen. We're about to have a 4th on there with Paul as well. But,
we are not professionals.
But we've all had a lot of practice now, right? With everything that happens throughout the year with Race Industry Now, and of course the season ending, the online trade show with Race Industry Week. So yeah, I think everyone's had a ton of practice. Which
it never happened to me having Linda Vaughn over yesterday, where my internet just went out, just completely. But
that's what happens sometimes.
That's what happens. And with Greg Biffle, I called him early. I said, get on 15 minutes early, please. Thank goodness he did, because they took down his tower and he had no internet. So we were trying to come up with hotspots. So yeah, we got half an interview in.
Do you have any favorite moment? Mike, why don't we start with you? Anything that really was like
yeah, that's pretty easy for me. I think my love of this sport started at the racetracks, and having a race driver, Eric Enders, yesterday talking to us right from the racetrack where she was in between runs in a race car, that's a highlight for me. I enjoyed that, and that's the real spirit of what this is all about.
I like that. For me, a couple stand out, and this is the world that I live in day to day, and it's on the NASCAR side. But having Justin Marks on again, and to talk about where he's come from being a young team owner in NASCAR to now also being a MotoGP owner, and how things have grown there. But yesterday, starting the day with Jeff Dickerson from Spire Motorsports, I mean, literally a group of people who were trying to sell someone else's charter and said, why not? We'll just buy it ourselves and we'll start a team. And to see him go from nothing. And I mean, when we say nothing, I don't even know that they had a lug nut in their office, much less anything else that goes onto a race car. And now they're a full-blown 3-car team that people are expecting to compete for wins next year. I mean, what a great story of how they grew that organization.
And so true. And you brought in that story. So thank you.
And we got a note from Scott at Elgin, who is saying that he missed Tuesday. But so for everyone out there, the recording will be posted some point next week. It takes about a week for us to export all the interviews and make them in individual sessions. They will be posted on the ePortrait platform, just exactly where you look at the schedule. So you'll have simply go back to ePortrait.com, and under the Race Industry Week page, you'll have the schedule with basically a little click to the recording on every single session. And I'm getting information that Paul should be with us any second. So we'll wait.
Scott's been on a couple times for the technical webinars with Elgin Industries, 100-year-old company, which is amazing. So.
Absolutely. And we got a nice note also, somebody that watched Jim, some pro that watched demo yesterday and thought it was very interesting. And it was honestly, when the first time we heard about it, we were not sure, do they belong there? It's kind of strange, they're really racing, and then you're surprised. I mean, what a great getting a note from I think Paul is getting us a little note right here. So keep going, and I'm just going to be right back with you. Okay.
No problem. See, Francie, this is the hard job, trying to talk and then manage everything that's going on. But, I will have to say, Judy, and I know it's more than just you and Francis. There is a great team over at ePortrait that puts a lot of this together from a technical standpoint to everything else in between. This has been... And I'm not just saying this because we're here, but this is something that just does continue to get better and better. And as Francis and I were talking a little bit yesterday, it's not just what we're doing with the webinars, it's the platform as a whole, ePortrait. and what it's done to, for the industry as, literally the place for buyers and suppliers and everyone else to get together and, find each other's products.
Yeah, exactly. We've had leads go through the systems. People enjoy our newsletters. It's just, one gentleman just said it's a MPD, or it's a, sorry, I wrote it down, PhD in motorsport. So the webinars, we have colleges using all our YouTube webinars for educational purposes. So it's good. It's being good content for the industry.
Yeah, it sure is. And again, I know we talked about this with what Speed Sport and Racer have been able to bring to the table, and to be able to be a part of the Speed Sport Network and kick off the days that we have like this. It's such a fun thing. And look, at a time when most of us aren't racing at all, it being the non-racing season, I know a lot of people are down in Florida ready to go race, but still, to be able to just be right there, feel like you're in the garage is a great thing.
Well, I have a good news and the bad news. There is like a technical issue, and Paul is okay. So we were trying to get him on, and there was like a little technical challenge, but we made it work. So let's Paul, you're the master as wrapping everything, and thank you. We had a little technical issue, but why don't you have the word of wisdom? You're the man with
Paul's on mute, but Paul does always have the best words.
Well, remember, people are more important than technology. That's my word for the day. At least for now. Give it another 5 years with AI. But what a week. God. And it's amazing when you think about the fact that the community actually comes together for this around the world. And there's a shared passion for the sport and a shared devotion to making it better, which is really clear in the people that have organized this. Thank you all for being part of this. These are 3 really important companies in the motorsport space. But what the most important thing we did is, from the beginning, we behaved right by racers, and we figured it out through Zoom problems, through COVID, through every possible complex problem to be solved. This happens. And hats off to everyone involved. And now we broke another barrier, getting on to SS1 and being televised. So, our job as racers is always to get to the future faster. And I think we've helped the whole industry do that this week.
Yeah, very well said. Very well said. So, I think this is time to wrap up. So again, a big thank you to Racer and Speed Sport to help us put these things together. A special thank you to the portrait team that's working behind the scene 24/7. Rick Ganassi, our producer, Heidi Hess, Andrea Brick, Laura Vukic, and everyone else. So a big thank you to them. A big thank you to our sponsors, ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Sharks, Peak, Fifth Third Bank Motorsports, Scott Lewis Associate, Quarer, ARP, C-Tech Manufacturing, Performance Plus Global Logistics, and 3P Performance Racing Sensors. So again, thank you for watching us from wherever you are, on Zoom, on YouTube, on racer.com, on speedsport.com, on Facebook, on Speedsport One. Our audience has been skyrocketed, and so we're absolutely delighted, and we'll be back pretty soon. The weekly webinar series will start again early March or probably end of February, and Race Industry Week will be back next year, same time. So again, thank you very much, and goodbye.